Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. Look at this. Starting on time in 2025. I mean, we've been pretty consistent with this campaign in general. I think we're crushing it, guys. Aside from the fact that the music was apparently muted this whole time, I think we're crushing it.
I feel like we've had a couple of cancellations. I remember
Thanksgiving and birth of my baby.
Scott and Scott.
Yeah, just those two.
Thanksgiving, which is the best holiday in the world. Thanks, Norway. And the birth of my baby.
I'm
the
waiting
birth
for
of
my
My wife had I can't remember it, a hematoma, where she was like bleeding out on the table. I think I was allowed to take the next day off of streaming.
Maybe she should have rolled better on the fort save.
Or the doctor should have rolled better on the heal check. You know, like just say, like they literally had to pull in this other. Like, more or less, they pulled in the old man.
You know, they sell little tiny hand things you can hold. So you could have just given one of those to the nurses and pretended to be there while you were actually here playing.
Oh,
it would have been like she was holding your hand there.
Anyways, so I actually had two things I wanted to bring to you guys. One, because I was driving the other day and I got cut off by about 4 or 5, I don't remember what it was now, 4 or 5 people in about a 3-mile stretch. And I was driving the Massachusetts way, 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Like whatever the speed limit is, you go 10 miles an hour over that, and that is the minimum you should be driving. That's how we do it here. I was doing that, like probably 11, 12 over, and I still got cut off like 4 or 5 times. But then I beeped at somebody because he did it so aggressively while pulling a trailer that like almost hit my car. And so I beeped at him, and he flipped me off. And here's the question. When you give somebody the finger, the middle finger, do you give somebody one finger? Do you give somebody 1.5 fingers? Do you give somebody a finger and a thumb? 1.5 fingers and a thumb? Like, how do y'all do it?
It depends.
You
it's
want
at
an
least
example?
one.
Yeah, sure. Examples work. Yeah.
There are times where that asshole that cuts you off then gets stuck and falls further behind, and as you pass, you do like the double.
Oh yeah, sure. But I mean, there's the finger. There's the finger.
I don't do it much anymore because there's so much.
This is road rage.
So you do a 1.5. So, you do a 1.5.
So I guess I'm 1 2/2 maybe even.
Okay.
But I'm not like double jointed or whatever. I don't have like all that shit going.
Less middle fingers now with the road rage gun incidents. I'm more likely to be like cursing and screaming, and they can tell that I am. But for some reason, finger, I'm like, they're gonna shoot me if I react this way.
Well, you live in Ohio, so that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
People are happier when they have
during
pets.
driving context. I just meant just in general.
No, I am talking about driving context.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it in that context. Hell no.
Yeah.
Nah.
People are happier when they have pets, and there's just a pet shortage in Ohio right now. Buffets have gone up, but pets have gone down. It's been really weird. But less happiness here right now.
Gotcha. So wait, from your demonstration you did earlier where you were dancing about, it looked like one finger. Yeah, you're a one finger guy. Jake, representing an entire country. How do we go about it? So you put the thumb out there. You do like like the old school WWE way. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
In Norway, they do it this way.
Oh, all right. There you go. Two in the pink, one. Anyways, so okay. So I was curious because the guy did one of those. He did one of these, like the 1.5 into thumb, and I'm like, half of your digits are up. Like at this point, you're almost waving to me. Like I want to be mad at you, but you're almost waving. You're literally halfway there. Might as well just be like, hey, like.
So he flipped you off, and you were like, "Oh, that's sad."
Yeah, I was like,
I do sarcastically wave.
You can't do it
I will
right.
do that. I'd be like, "Hi, I'm here."
I didn't know if maybe his parents didn't teach him right. Like maybe he grew up in a happy home, like his parents were stable and they didn't explode emotionally, and so maybe he just never learned the correct way to say "fuck you," and so I don't know. It was just like
you learned from your parents.
I mean. Your parents didn't drive you around?
Oh God, my mom got in.
My mom wasn't a flip people off person
in Columbus. My mom definitely. My mom was had to jump out the window and strangle somebody. I think.
I've now had two uncles. I've now had 2 uncles get arrested. One of them for getting out of the car, road rage, and beating somebody with a baseball bat, and I've had another one get arrested for getting out of a car with a gun. So and that other one's more recent. So yeah,
The other one was you.
No, I said uncle. I am not my
That's
own
why Scott
uncle.
keeps his daughters at the bottom of a lake.
Because I am my own uncle? I mean, like, sounds like some, I don't know. That's some Oklahoma shit, isn't it? Like, I'm my own uncle.
I think that's just white people shit, bro. That's, can't even put that one on them. As much as I don't like my state, I can't even put that on them.
Yeah, that could be European as well. Like, that's some French English stuff going on right there.
I think we're saying the same thing.
I was gonna say that.
exactly,
I feel like that's also white people.
Okay, and so the other question. So I played a game last night for New Year's Eve or whatever, hanging out with family, whatever, and we were playing some game. Honestly, it was kind of a stupid game. It should have been an app, not like waste paper. But the concept of the game was like you draw a card, and the card has like a question or a statement, and then like everybody's supposed to write down their answer. Now that it's not writing down the correct answer. It's try to write down the answer that you think everybody else will write down. The goal is to be in the majority, right? So isn't that the goal in life, to be in the majority? So to be in the majority.
What you're talking about.
So if I said to you,
Herd mentality?
Sure, I don't remember, but that could be the name. Cows were on it. So if I said to you, name a flavor of ice cream, or what's the best flavor of ice cream, you wouldn't put down you wouldn't put down like Rocky Road because you're probably the only person. You put down like vanilla or chocolate because you're more likely to be in the majority, and so you get it. So the question was, name one of Santa's reindeer, and you can't put Rudolph. So I'm curious what your answer is for the three of you. You can feel free to DM it to me if you don't want to say it out loud to influence each other. But name one of Santa's reindeer, and it can't be Rudolph. Don't let chat influence you, right? Like I want you to DM to me what your answer is.
Okay.
Name one of Santa's reindeer, and it can't be Rudolph. You have to assume you're going to be in the majority.
Trying to think what other people are gonna. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mrs. Claus.
Okay, I know he rides her, but
there you go.
Well, that wasn't the question, right?
Okay, so I got one. I got two.
Oh, am I not supposed to be saying it out loud? My initial thought was.
Well, they already gave me theirs, so you can say yours out loud.
Comet.
Oh,
okay.
I thought of.
So funny enough,
That's what I thought of too, but I didn't put that.
So my daughter put Comet. My sister put Dancer, which are two of the answers you guys gave. Jake gave me. So you said Keegan did Dancer. Keegan gave me Blitzen. Sorry, Jake gave me Blitzen, which nobody did. I put Dasher, which in my mind is like it's the first one. It's Dasher.
If you're saying
like if you're like, oh, name a reindeer, Dasher, and fucking first one.
I would have been Comet, then Blitzen, because Blitzen's like the last one you hear when you do the rhyme in your head.
Oh, sure.
It's also memorable.
The majority of them put Vixen.
Vixen's just fun because, well, who doesn't like a Vixen?
Well, right. I was like, so you chose the Hoa? Like, what is going on? But either way, I couldn't.
Vixen would probably be my number 3.
There were children around. I couldn't use that.
Is that one of them? I don't remember the name. I don't remember the whole rhyme.
Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen.
Okay, that's okay.
Comet, Cupid, Donner.
Okay.
Bloody
It's in the middle, so I was just like, I don't remember.
Oh, sorry, that was a different.
So it's funny. So I was trying to prove a point, and you guys all proved me wrong, same as I was last night, because all of you chose different things than what I did. So, oh well. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Those are my
great
two
4 minutes
things.
of our life. We'll never get back to unprove Scott's point.
Well, it was middle fingers and reindeer. In total, it was 8.5 minutes. You're welcome, and thank you. Yeah. Anything you guys want to bring to the new year before we get started?
Path of Exile. Should we play some?
What?
Can we do Path of Exile 2 while we play D&D? Because I'm addicted to both.
What's Path of Exile?
An ARPG, kind of like Diablo style game.
Oh crap! I saw there was a hype train. Did we complete number 2? I saw 1 was completed and 2 was working on to be completed.
I didn't see anything about the hype train this time.
I didn't see it at all. Yeah.
I know we completed 1. I don't know if we completed 2. I don't think.
I want to say it's a new year. We completed probably 5.
It was
Actually, no,
on
we
3
definitely-
last time I seen it.
Yeah, we definitely completed 2. I'm looking. I didn't notice the forensic ones come in. So first of all, thank you, forensic. I thanked everybody else, but
On 3,
so it was on 3. So we did complete 2. All right. Path of Exile. I'm not familiar. What is it?
ARPG, kind of like Diablo. You ever played the Diablo games?
Yeah, of course.
Diablo
Like
games?
3 or 4 of them. Yeah.
So Path of Exile 2 came out. It's an early access, which, we can debate early access a lot. I'm kind of with it, but whatever. There's a lot of missing content, but for what it has, it's kind of like a mixture of a Diablo game and like a Dark Souls style combat in an ARPG. It's like challenging rather than just you're a god and you plow through everything. There are some builds in the in-game where you kind of do, but It's a more challenging RPG than Diablo, but I've been really enjoying it.
That's cool.
I spent
Sounds
10
fun.
hours in a trade market trying to like trade things around to get currency to fix my build. 10 hours.
Trading.
Just going through and trying to find items that fit my build, trying them out for an hour, realizing, oh, I forgot health. I die in one hit. Back to the drawing board.
Okay, so it wasn't just all in a marketplace. You were like going out and testing shit. All right, that makes more sense.
It was 6 p.m. till 5:30 a.m. with 1 hour of gameplay.
It makes only slightly more sense, but I got you.
Yeah.
Well, once you get to that like wee hours, you stop making rational decisions. You start.
I made
That's when
really
you're
bad
playing.
ones.
That's when you're playing like a. I'm
Sure.
going to use the example I played most recently, most recently being half a year ago, but like Lego Fortnite. That's when you're spending like an hour and a half trying to make sure the wall is lined up right, when you realistically should have walked away after 2 or 3 minutes, because it's the middle of the night. You're just not making decisions anymore.
Yeah.
So
I
Way worse
realized
when
that
you
I
have
messed up
ADHD.
my passive skill tree, so I was like, man, I feel like I'm not as strong as I should be. This other guy's build is so much worse than mine, yet I'm getting wrecked more. I looked at my passive skill tree, which is, really important in ARPGs, and all of my shit was in the wrong spot, basically for like a crossbow build while I was wielding a staff. So I had lots of grenade damage from my stick I was trying to beat people with. So next day, me after sleeping was like, God, I wasted so much time last night just to be wrong.
nope. You have that morning cup of tea or coffee or whatever, and you're just like, the fuck.
Yeah.
So when it comes to early access, really, I think I share the majority opinion on this one. If you're you're like an indie or like a mid-level developer, like awesome. You know what I mean? You want the extra funding, you need the extra funding to hit all your
This one's
goals, so on and
tough.
so forth. But if it's
They
AAA,
were.
it's pretty cringe. So
I don't know if they're AAA. They were an indie company, and they made a game called Path of Exile that was like a love letter to Diablo 2.
Mhm.
And that was like their first stab into the industry. It's been very successful. It's been going on for like 15 years or something, 12 years. I don't know how long it's been out. But it was a very successful game. They've made a lot of money. They only charge for cosmetics. It's a free-to-play game, but if you want to pretty up your character, you can spend money. Otherwise, it's free. So Path of Exile 2 is the one that just came out in early access. So they've got funds behind them, but they're definitely not a AAA studio.
Yeah,
I
see,
wouldn't
that's
call
where
them a small indie dev, but
Yeah.
they're
I'd be
middle.
fine
Indie
with it.
games.
I'd be fine with it. If you're
Yeah,
if
they're
you're not like
definitely small enough.
EA, then you're, or like Blizzard or something like that, then yeah, whatever. You do what you
Yeah.
got to do to make sure like you can keep the lights on, pay your staff well, hit all the goals that you want to hit to produce a high quality game. Take the feedback from the people that are playing the game and use that to improve. Like, I mean, you saw it with Sonic. They put out a Sonic trailer and it was so fucking horrible. They now are on the 3rd Sonic movie because they listened to the viewers. Like early access.
But
gives
think
you the
about what we could have
opportunity.
had if they hadn't.
Oh, God.
Sonic. 3 movies of that Sonic.
Or just
I mean,
one.
to be fair, we
Just
do
one.
still kind of have that Sonic. Like, he's pretty memorable.
Oh, no, he was in number 2. He was in the second.
That's
That's
Sonic.
true.
Tom Sonic.
He did end up in the second one, yeah.
Yeah. He was like a cosplayed Sonic or something like that.
Of all the mistakes, I'm glad that one happened.
Yeah.
All right, 1 minute. Better make it worth it, Scott, or else we can just jump in.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say. So you were talking about the love letter to Diablo. So you mentioned Dark Souls as well. So
Combat.
it has been asked of me. Yeah. It has been asked of me many times from like either on Discord or YouTube or whatever. Many times would I run a Dark Souls tabletop game, and the short version is you really can't do that inside of like I would love to. The short version is like I would love to do that, but the best way I can see doing that is if I run a solo campaign in GURPS, where literally the souls that you're gathering are like the experience that you gain to like you gain the experience, and if you spend it, it's locked in.
Characters. Like the whole thing about Dark Souls is you go, you get your ass kicked,
Yeah.
you learn, you go,
Yeah.
you get your ass kicked,
Yeah.
you learn.
Yeah.
Power up, go
Yeah.
get your ass kicked,
Yeah.
and you learn. Then finally you overcome the boss by learning the mechanics and dodging. That's
So-
kinda
so-
hard
Yeah.
to
so
imitate.
GURPS can
Very
do that.
little RNG.
So GURPS
Yeah.
can absolutely do that. It's just not the same. It's not a matter of like timing the buttons the right way, so on and so forth. It's a matter of knowing. Don't just run at boss and swing sword. It's you have to look for the different environmental cues or boss fighting cues, especially because like in a game like GURPS, if you talk about like the timing, like that exists inside of a video game, depending on the kind of weapon that you're using, it could literally be a round is 1 second. So it can literally be 1 round is pulling your weapon free. So imagine like a big boss with a big axe, pulling it free from the pillar where it was hit. Next round is, recoiling and preparing it for attacking. The round after that is an attack. So that is just like a simple example, and there can be way more complex versions. A simple example of a boss taking 3 rounds to even make a single attack. And that gives a character the ability to properly strategize around just that. Never mind if you have like a map or a layout, like a battle grid layout, where you can like use their slowness or whatever it is to your advantage. Or flip that around, you're fighting an extremely fast boss and how you can use their speed against them. And so like a Dark Souls game could work in like a GURPS format, but it doesn't work for multiple players. Like just think like Dark Souls, like 2 people just like broing it up while they're like just dying.
You can multiplayer. There is multiplayer Dark Souls.
There is multiplayer Dark Souls, but then imagine literally one of the characters dies in the fight, and then does the other one just like literally sit there and wait while the other one effectively plays a solo session to fight their way back to where they like you don't have more than one DM to split view. Like I know you do that in a video game, but like you're not going to do that in a tabletop where you're just like, I guess I'm gonna go order pizza and pick it up.
I mean, you kind of. I mean, if you die in combat, it's not like you keep doing shit, right? You're just there waiting to get picked up or for the session to end, right?
But in that game, though, like you're waiting, like that. You're dying frequently, so it's happening all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not like in D&D where if you die, sure it happens, but then it's like a whole like now the campaign is taking a shift, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I would love to do it to answer that question. I've heard millions of times or hundreds of times. But it would probably be a solo session with the right PC. And I'd probably have that PC be kind of a shithead like Nick. And then it would be probably a GURPS game so I can make the PC suffer. Because if they're not suffering, then it's not Souls. If it's easy, if you're just like rolling a D20 and you're winning every time, like you're playing 5e, it's not Souls.
They get a little weird.
Yeah.
Last time on Lost Initiative.
Thanks. All right. Cool. Last time, what did we do? Oh, Jake, I'm gonna let you do it last time because last time was kind of like your session. We named the session. It was totally named the session Defying Gravity. It was appropriate.
And Scott flipped you the bird.
And Jake got to ride the bird. So, Jake, why don't you give us the last time on what happened?
Yeah, so I think Aldo went on his was that Scrooge story where he went and visited all the Christmas past and all that stuff. So he did that with the bird. And then he came back and surprised everyone. What were you guys doing during that? Oh yeah, you had met
Layla.
three.
No, not Layla.
Yara.
We met Yara.
Yara, that's right. Met Yara, and he's hung out a little bit, learned a little bit, and then we went on a jolly adventure to try and get some eggs back because apparently the bird wanted me to find its eggs. So after an amazing survival check, I remember that nat 20 there, Wade. We managed to find our way through the mountains and over to those hobgoblins that we had come across before. After a bit of negotiating, they've agreed. I don't even remember what they agreed to. Are they giving it back, or are we like maybe giving it back?
I think they want a wyvern egg. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like an IOU, right?
I don't think it was. But,
I don't remember.
Right, I think all we did was convince them to at least... We've convinced them to let us take them to Al-Sāmiyah, the bird, so that we can prove that she exists effectively.
We gave them frankincense and
is
myrrh.
intelligent. Yeah.
Frankincense and myrrh?
Yeah. Mole coin, that's what they're called. Then we give them something.
And I do remember on the way back to then gather the bird, we found a really, really giant gnoll camp, right? With like lots of gnolls.
Yeah, like 30 to 50 gnolls.
Yeah. So there is that. And then we ended the session on both Koa and Aldo flying on the bird. It just jumped off the ramparts or whatever it is, the balcony.
Yeah. And you guys are supposed to tell her the plan that we all definitely know.
Yeah,
that is the idea
correct.
on the way.
So,
Yeah.
you guys are literally just jumped onto her back, and you're trying to explain to her what the details were. As a quick reminder, you got back here before them. You're turning around, flying back to meet up with them. On the way here, you did see a gnoll encampment that did not look small, several dozen, I believe is how I described it. And you tried to leave some small indicator weight for them. Hopefully that works out. And
dagger on a pile of sticks.
Hmm?
A dagger on a pile of sticks.
Yeah, dagger on a pile of sticks. Yeah.
This is we discussed hundreds of times.
So awesome. You guys are flying back, and now you're going to start speaking to her. So and her is, of course, is the giant eagle, who's an intelligent creature, as you've learned, who is Al-Sāmiyah. So Al-Sāmiyah is I'm not sure which of the two of you is going to be yelling out to her. I assume it was Aldo, but I could be mistaken. So please, I'll take it to Aldo. If you want to take it away, you're on her back. She is, flying. Not moving as quickly as she did when it was just the two of you before, but she did do the dive off the edge bit, and then kind of spread her wings, and has been gaining altitude and flying through the area since. So you can go ahead and do that. As you're starting to describe this, if you and Wade both want to go ahead and roll ride checks for me.
Did you start the session in World Anvil, by the way?
I did not, because I had to name it, but I will in 2 seconds. I don't even know if I got the previous one inside there, because holidays got in the way. So I might even be missing the previous one inside there.
Not your bird anymore, is it, Aldo?
Yeah, it's missing the previous one.
Well.
Wow, that's a nat 20, a 29 total ride check. Holy shit. So yeah, you do
Is it a 30 to insta-tame?
Yeah. She just starts cooing. So anyways, you're very comfortably finding like the right area, because you're noticing how it is that she's flapping her wings, how it is that like the back moves beneath, and so on and so forth. You're very trained in riding. You've done this many times before, whether it be like riding horses, which is predominantly what you do, with the occasional stupid young hopping on the back of a bull and hitting with a prodder or whatever it is, to
even the occasional cougar,
even the occasional plains cat.
Cat, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, that's it. So anyways, you actually find a degree of comfort. It's strange at first, but you find a degree of comfort. So much so that you find yourself at some point during the RP that we're going to have here, you're not clinging on for dear life onto the feathers the same way that Aldo is. It does help that your character is a bit more adventurous in general. It does help that your character is a bit more courageous in general, and that you think more highly. Like, I'm the chosen one. Clearly, she wouldn't let me fall and die, right? And so you actually notice that you're no longer clutching on to the feathers, and after you realize that you're no longer white knuckling, you eventually can slowly let go, and your character can even sit up and just truly enjoy the flight through the air, and experience that almost no living person ever gets to experience, like literally flying. And so you get to actually enjoy that, whether it be roller coaster style, arms up, or just hands relaxed by your side. Of course, Aldo is, sitting in the front, so you are.
Oh, there's some woohoo, yeah, he's enjoying himself.
Falcor. But you have Aldo, little spoon, white knuckling the feathers still. But anyways, we'll take it to Aldo as you're RPing with her.
Right. Well, Aldo is holding on for dear life, and he just says, "Now, Sammy, when we get there, don't attack them. We had to get them to bring the eggs back from taking them away. They're keeping them warm. But we had to negotiate with them. So don't hurt them."
So you say that, you have to negotiate with them, don't hurt them, to that. Go ahead and roll me your diplomacy check. Now, the DC is not very high, as you know. This bird is more than just friendly. It seems to be helpful. Fortunately for you, the DC for helpful is not high. It is 5 plus their charisma modifier. So as long as she has a charisma of 19 or lower, you're good to go with that. But you can modify if you care to do so.
I think at helpful it's 0 plus charisma.
It's 5 plus. It's always
5.
based off of factors of 5. Yeah. So if hostile is 25, then helpful is 5.
His first 2 rolls combined are a 20. So that's 2 20s to start the year. It just takes some of us a little bit longer to get there.
So
you wait till we're in combat next. It's just a 1-1-1 from you, all right?
You're not wrong.
So anyways, Aldo, are you happy with your 9?
I'm not. I don't want them to attack. I'm going to use one of the +2s.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So you just bring that to an 11, which is your average roll.
I'm comfortable with that.
Cool. So you guys have 1 +2 left. Thanks for the hype train, everybody. So you have 1 +2 left, and you are able to say these words. And she doesn't give you any form of like caw or any look back at you, no winks, no anything that indicates that she seems to understand you. If anything, you guys can actually both go ahead and roll me a sense motive check if you would like. Now, you are going to take a -4, which I'll do mental math afterwards, because it is not a creature that is easy to understand. It's a magical beast, so it's outside of the normal. Whoa, hello. So one of you still got a 13, but the other one still got a 17, which is awesome.
Don't let it go to your head, man. It's 1 roll.
Aldo, I assume you're happy with your 17?
Yeah, I am.
Cool. So with your 17, you actually notice, so you don't get anything, Koa. With your 17, Aldo, you notice that after you say these words, there's a second pause, and then she seems to fly with a bit more, like a more directed path. Like she's no more, so beforehand she was kind of like flying about, like you can imagine she was more scanning the area. Whereas you're like, explain where it is that you're going, what it is you're doing, and so on. She actually picks up a bit of speed and is now more beelining it directly towards the area that you were suggesting anyways. If you were to use a word to pick this up, focused is what you get from her. So anyways, unless there's anything else that you guys care to do, I'm going to kick it over to Keegan or to Mikhail.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm stomping on the ceiling over my head. Aurora, she's 9 years old, weighs like 60 pounds, and she walks like a goddamn rhino. Like she's the loudest person I know. Anyways, so the
She'll be better as a teenager.
I mean that I tried teaching. I tried teaching her that. I'm like, listen, you have to learn to walk light of foot. I was like, you don't want your parents hearing you walk. What are you talking about?
My sister as a teenager, man. No, it was like a whole stampede. She stomped off, slammed doors, broke doors. Oh man.
It's just
her temper was unrivaled.
I am by far the heaviest person in the house at 210. I have by far the lightest feet in the house, and that's not how it's supposed to be. Anyways, so moving on. The where were we? You guys are flying that way. Mikhail, you were traveling with the other 3, right? So it was you traveling with the Roxanne and the other 2 hobgoblins on the way back. Now to describe this, describe this travel with them. As you know, there's the 2 of them didn't really leave much by way of bush for you to burn to try to have a fire to keep things warm. So you guys had to like scramble to find those items. Fortunately for you, you don't need to make any survival checks. They are the ones that know this region. They know it well. They taught it to Koa, so Koa can get through here making checks. So they're able to backtrack through here pretty quickly, and despite the fact that they're not able to move at the same speed because hobgoblins don't move the fastest, and 2, they're not on horseback, they know the best path. They take the best path, which isn't the same exact one, if you can even realize that, as what your friends took beforehand. They know a couple of like little shortcuts or whatever it is that save a bit of time. Now, to describe these eggs, because I've never actually described them before, so the giant eagle, is a pretty massive bird, but the eggs themselves, as they're starting for like what the eagles come off as, you know how big an ostrich egg is in real life? Like you've seen at least pictures of an ostrich egg. Imagine about 50-75% larger than an ostrich egg. So it's a pretty massive egg. It's not like it's this like it's like they're carrying around like literally an entire backpack as an egg. That'd be ridiculous. But it's about 50-75% larger than an ostrich egg is what they have. And so the backpacks that they have, and each of them have their own, the backpacks are completely packed with like straw and hay and various other like insulating items inside there. And what they do is every time you light a fire, they put a bunch of stones over as close to the fire as possible. And then they'll remove the stones, like right as you're getting ready to pack out. They toss the stones into the backpack in a certain way that keeps it from being able, not smacking into the egg itself, and then it insulates. Hey, thank you so much for the break. So it doesn't smack into the egg or crack them, but it keeps it nice and warm in there with the insulation to keep it so the eggs are good to go. So you see them do this, and they actually, as they're going about this process, they have a very practiced, deliberate way that they're handling the eggs, the stones. They're repacking. If they ever stop for like a meal or whatever it is, they'll barely open the top just to make sure most of the heat stays in, and they double check it. You'll notice if there's a period of time where maybe they're getting warm from the walk, you remove layers as you get warm when you're hiking. They'll remove a layer and throw it over the outside of it. Like, they're doing all these different things to try to make sure that it is well kept. It's almost sad that that they're spending so much time, care, and attention for like literally effectively, capturing these babies to keep them. It's like
yeah.
If only that kind of a consideration could go to something more productive. Anyways. So do you try to have any degree of conversation with them as you go? Is this meant to be like a quiet march, or do you try to socialize in any way? And if so, how?
What's the? I want to try to get a read off them first to see if I can just kind of get a sense of if that seems like it might lessen the tensions from earlier, or if it's like I should probably just let them be.
It's a DC 20 to get what's the word? A hunch?
Hunch, yeah. We'll check. Let's see.
I mean, luck can get it. If you grab one of those twos, then luck has a 75% chance of grabbing it.
Yeah, not important enough for that.
It's 25% chance, just luck, not worth it.
We only have so many, don't we? This season, right?
Yeah.
Probably not then.
Yeah, all good, man. I will tell you there's 6 remaining that have been unpurchased, and I don't know how many you guys have left inside of the campaign. So whatever you guys have left in your pool, plus 6 is the maximum left in the whole season. So
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
we might need those for something else. So it wasn't that important.
Cool. Awesome. So then what do you do?
In that case, yeah, he'll probably he'd probably talk more to Roxanne, but like out loud. So if anyone else, he's not like trying to butt other people out of the conversation. But he'd say, where'd you learn how to transport these?
Yeah. So you're asking Roxanne this?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So you ask Roxanne that, and Roxanne says, "It was taught to me as young, and I had taught the same to my eldest."
How many, if you don't mind me asking, how many generations of your people have done this practice? I thought just a few of these would carry you for a few.
Few would carry for a few, sure. But you assume that every time you go hunt, you hunt just for you. No. Sometimes it is required of you. For Drazstone to continue, everybody that lives in Drazstone must pull their weight. There is value in having a trade. And Drazstone, those that rule it, will require you to use your trade to bring value to Drazstone.
He nods, understanding. Says, "Oh,
But
okay."
as for how many generations, it is not all in my family have taken to it. For instance, my oldest, I had taught the trade because they wish to learn. Unfortunately, my oldest is with the gods now. I have none left in my family that do this trade, so it is on me. I cannot retire. Unless, and then kind of like lets it drop off.
Yeah. It says, I'm sorry for your loss. Maybe we can change the subject. I didn't mean to dredge that up. Speaking of trade, what are the kinds of things Drazstone may need? I mean, we want to put in a good word for you in Leshev and maybe facilitate something. It'd be good to know what might be of more value.
What do all people need? A warm place to sleep in the winter, a cool place in the summer, food to fill their bellies, water to give them strength, love. What do all people need? Weapons to defend yourself, and so on. There are those that would expect more, but that's what we need.
That's fair. I was honestly thinking something like lumber. I know Lachette is near some woodlands and just kind of gestures around. It's a little harder to come by up here.
Maybe up here in the mountains where we are, but Drazstone is not far from where some trees grow, and there is trade to bring lumber in as it's needed. Predominantly we use stone. Stone for building and coal for burning. But we do trade for lumber or cut when and where needed.
Huh. Nothing you can think of that is specifically lacking or in short supply, difficult to get?
The issue is that you are asking questions that I just simply don't know the answers to. My job is to see to my family, like anyone, but also this, the hunt, and the patrol.
He nods. Huh. Okay, I'll think about this some more then. That's all I'll say, unless anyone else addresses him.
Nobody else is going to. I mean, with your 16 sense motive, I will say that you can see that when you speak to him, they are listening.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't necessarily mean they give a shit. So
right, yeah,
they are listening.
Okay.
Norway, you definitely have channel points, so I'm not sure what you're referencing there. I think you have 10,000 channel points when I looked earlier today.
You can exclamation point and knit to see if you want.
Yeah, that should tell you what your total is. Or if you go to the store, which other people have pressed like the button to make it pop up, you can see how many you have while you're in the store. Yeah, there you go.
We can combine forces and we could unseen each other.
Hold on, wait. Let me do mine.
We die off. We unseen Jaaek. Win.
Yeah, win
Oh,
D&D.
man.
We can do it.
There's so many channel points. What do I do with that? Oh, man. All right, let's move on.
The end scene will be Aldo flying on top of the bird and then just
shitting on Koa's grave.
Cool. So is that, if that's all you're doing, Mikhail, then I'll cut back over to the other two. Could the two of you go ahead and roll me your perception check, please?
I had to talk shit. Now I'm getting hit.
Because you're a twat. Hey! Oh,
it
you're
might take
half
2
the
rolls,
thing.
but I'm catching up to you.
All right, cool. So you guys are with your perception checks. So Koa, you're just enjoying the experience. Let's be clear.
It's a great time.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, it's cold. You're in the mountains. You're literally flying at a higher speed. Actually, this is not faster than you've ever moved before because the bird's moving slower and you've ridden a fast steed. So you've absolutely traveled like in a gallop faster than this before. But because the two of you are weighing her down some. But you can, Aldo, from on high, you're able to look down as you're trying to see where your companions are as they're approaching. And looking down, you're able to see out as you're about to leave the valley and get to the area where the trail is that they're traveling on. You're able to look down and see the camp of gnolls that are there. And you can actually get a pretty decent view of it. Now, you can ask her to get lower so you can get a real true view of it, or you can say, let's stay up high where it's safe and just give me the details I can from here.
You would probably say, can you get any closer so we can get a better view of that camp. There's so many.
So you say that to her, and say like lean forward and you call that out to her or whatever, and you can feel like a second or two later, the muscles twitch beneath you, and she kind of like ducks down and drops into a bit of a dive. To which you, Wade, this is like being on a toboggan or whatever, like ah!
Oh, this is like the most thrilling moment of Koa's writing life. Free falling almost, that feeling. I would hate it. Koa is absolutely loving it.
Yeah. Well, that is until your next best ride, right? When you get back to Hod Glen. So you are able to go on this kind of like free dive for a bit there, and Koa is just enjoying the shit out of it as you're able to look down and get a proper sight of this. So for you, Aldo, you can see down there. No, that estimation of several dozen. I think Wade had written something like 54 or something like that beforehand. Somewhere along those numbers he had said last session. I don't remember the exact number.
30 to 50. It was a few to several dozen.
Yeah, that's what he was saying before. So looking down there, you can see that the number down here, as you're looking at it, is upwards. If you like, maybe even cresting triple digits. You know what I mean? So it is upwards 100. However, with a 20 perception check and her diving down and so on and so forth, you can get some more sight. You can see that some of these gnolls are actually significantly older. You know what I mean? Like you can see that they're graying, so on and so forth. And they're always walking around with weapons in hands. You can see some of the gnolls are young. They're small. They're literally youthful gnolls that are down there. So that are kind of like running around down below. So this is a full true tribe that exists. And I don't know how much your character knows about tribes. It's more of Koa knowledge, if you will. But you know that this is a full-blown tribe. So if this is triple digits, that doesn't mean that everybody there is a combatant, right? There might be a number of non-combatants. How many? Again, that's a different question for a different time. And them being gnolls, like literally their mouth and their hands are far more weapons than yours are. Maybe even the non-combatants are combat capable. You don't know. Gnolls are pretty horrible creatures as far as you understand. But you're able to kind of like absorb this information. But with her diving down to get into this proper site there, you can actually see one of the gnolls down there. So some of the gnolls down there have noticed her diving down and have looked and have kind of like reacted to her coming down. So reacted so much so that a whole bunch of them have hurled spears up into the sky after her. Spears, javelins. Ready. They don't even get as high up as she is.
This is when you're playing the video game and it finally loads in and the enemies are just like, this was really lazy coding by the devs where the gnolls are just standing around like, just in case. There!
So the spears fly up and they go nowhere. It's not dangerous at all. But unfortunately, you do see I do have a die in my hand and I'm not doing something uncouth on the internet.
That's doubtful.
And one of the gnolls does levy a crossbow, which you don't notice until, because there's so many of them moving, you don't notice it right off the bat. So one of them levies a crossbow, lines it up, and takes a shot with a heavy crossbow, and that bolt comes flying up, and you don't see it because like a bolt is too small, moving too fast, and for the distance, whatever. So you don't see it, but you literally hear the sounds because you are a very trained crossbow expert. You hear the sound of a bolt fly by. It probably missed you guys by maybe like a dozen plus feet. You know what I mean? Like a few meters. It missed you by, but absolutely you heard the sound of a crossbow bolt whiz by as you're flying. And so I don't know how you would react to that.
Woo! You see how they're just like, oh, they're shooting at us.
Oh, perhaps up.
Sammy, it's too dangerous.
Okay. So you say that, and there's this moment where I need you guys to make a ride check for me. Wonderful. Good start. Oh,
nice.
This is great. No, this is awesome.
I am so proud that Aldo's been paying attention.
I mean, he's Little Spoon. You can just say you hug him tight while gripping with your knees.
Is it worth a luck for pride? No.
So anyways, your characters, you say, Sammy, it's too dangerous. All of a sudden, she tucks in one of her wings, and she actually barrel rolls over. So there's a moment where your characters are actually upside down for a double flip as she barrel rolls over, then opens her wings and drops into another dive to like gain speed to fly in opposite, like a different direction away from where they are. So she like rolls to the side to make sure no shots being taken at that moment can possibly catch her. And then she just opens and does a hard angle from where you guys were and takes you away from the gnolls too quickly for them to even be able to be considered combatants still, right? So she does this, and as she does that roll, both of you guys just like perfect. I imagine Aldo, Koa instinctively just like grips with his knees, hooks his heels underneath, and just like throws his arms up like, yeah, like it's the best thing ever. Again, I'm thinking like Falcor, you know, and then you have what's his name, Aldo, who I imagine like lies down on his belly, grips hard with white knuckles, the feathers, and he's like, ah! Rolling's happening. Anyways, and so you have, what is it? You have you bent over in front and Koa and back going like. So, anyways, as she pulls away, once things are kind of like settled out, she does immediately turn back towards the path that you guys were trying to get to, but is a much lower altitude than she did beforehand. So instead of being like, at about the same height as the peaks or much higher, being able to look down the pathway, she's actually flying through. Almost imagine like an X-wing coming in on their target, is flying at the upper part of like a trench, if you will, that she's going into to meet with the others. I don't know if there's any RP you guys want to have with one another. Or I can just get to the next spot here.
I don't think anything crazy from Koa's perspective.
No.
Okay. So as you guys are coming into the area, making your way there, you actually don't make it far in, 300, maybe 400 feet or so into the actual trench or the goat path. She's not even had an opportunity to gain altitude up very high when she's coming round a corner, like trying to gain altitude so she can go over corners. Hasn't quite made it yet. So she's coming round a bend at the same time that, like, as you guys are flying, comes round a bend. And Mikhail, down below where you are, all of a sudden you can see that the people around you jump into reaction. You can roll your perception check. They jump into a reaction to immediately, like, because as she comes around the bend, their instinct when they see a giant eagle coming their way, you can imagine what that is. So she comes around the bend and they immediately jumped into action. But you happen to have heard right before that, like you heard something, like, what is that? And maybe there was the first one, you didn't quite know what it was. The second one, like, that sounds familiar. Then you heard like the third flap of the wings just before she came around the bend. And it's like your mind clicked what it was as she came into view. So you're able to react like immediately. So as they're like, and like scrambling to grab the crossbows are already loaded because they're in a dangerous area. Yeah. But as they're scrambling to get the crossbows up and leveled and getting ready to take a shot, you can react immediately.
You just hold, that's them. Relax.
So you just kind of like yell out, hold, that's them. Relax. Trying to get them to calm down. Roll me a persuasion check with that one. Diplomacy.
Ah, yes. Diplomacy. I should probably open my character sheet. I had a macro for perception.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You know what's, with that macro that you made for perception, we should actually have like a... people like pressing their own things, but sometimes it's nice to have a macro, like one you click it and it does for all the PCs. So it's like perception checks, everyone. One click, everybody. But
it can be nice.
Just take away the fun of everybody clicking.
We are actually level 2 now, right? Or am I pretending I'm level 1?
Yeah, you're level 2. Yeah, you're level 2. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that means versatile performance. So I roll perform strings for my diplomacy.
Because we rolled health points last session, right?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We could roll for them again.
Whoa, hold on. You roll performance. Okay. I obviously am familiar with this ability, but all of us, because this is a new ability that we're seeing, you need to describe for us, just like if you were casting a spell for the first time, how it is your perform strings takes over your diplomacy ability. So go ahead. I understand the ability.
Oh, God. Yeah, I was booping it for people to be able to read it. Yeah. So I didn't interpret it as just like he takes out a lute and starts playing as he's talking. It's more just like a mental switch, kind of knowing the different tones and how they can affect how a person perceives what you're saying. So he doesn't speak in like a more musical way, but his expression is more dynamic. So just like the like intensity of saying like, hold, relax is like there's even more emotion in it than normal. So it kind of strikes a chord, even if like you didn't know what he was saying. It's like, oh, you kind of get the sense of what he's talking about, which just comes from that like musicality, like understanding that interaction of people to tone. But he's not like making guitar noises with his mouth. That would be weird.
I'm just thinking of like a scene from like Pitch Perfect. You know what I mean? Your character's out there just doing some acapella shit.
Yeah,
it's them.
I feel like I'd be penalized if he just broke out into song randomly as his way of persuading.
It'd be funny if like we just got Tyler on the call, and every time your character went to speak, you just mute, and Tyler just starts playing guitar.
Tyler was in the call,
or he just has like his own background theme every time he talks,
like a WWE like heel or whatever.
Right.
What were you saying, Wade? I'm sorry.
Tyler was in this house today.
Oh, was he? Aw, nice.
He was in town for the holidays, so he was over here last night for New Year.
It sucks how all of my internet friends live so far away. like it's not easy to see any of. It's not like, oh, we talk on the internet and you're in town. It's like, no, you're all far away. So
also a 12 is kind of bad. You guys want me to roll luck?
12 is kind of bad.
Yeah.
I mean, worst case, the hobgoblins and you get attacked horribly.
Or they start shooting at you guys.
I do love me. I'll leave it up to you.
Oh. All right, I'll roll luck. 14.
I'm convinced. I just hear like Seinfeld music bops when you're like trying to tell them to do stuff.
Okay. So
baseline.
And you didn't take the other two, so you just have the 14 total. So you kind of like say this out and strike a chord with them. I saw you slip that in there. You are able to kind of get them to like pause for a second. It's actually what happens is almost immediately, what's his name? Roxanne pauses. Then there's the one that you're able to like do a really good job convincing. I think you used a hero point or whatever it was before as a reminder for viewers, when they level up, they actually gain back a hero point. So all of them are at 1 hero point right now because they had leveled up. So everybody's reset to 1 there, which is very exciting. They rolled health points at the end of last session, and everybody has chosen their level up abilities except for Jaaek.
I chose it now. We're good.
Oh, you did finally? I know you were contemplating. Can you just DM it to me?
Yep.
Because the one that you DM'd me earlier today, I wasn't saying no. I was just saying, oh, what is your option so I can like wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're good.
It's actually so God, tangent. So Jaaek actually originally pinged me. This is a fun thing for anybody here that wants to play Pathfinder or that sees the things. Jaaek had actually pinged me earlier in the week. He was like, hey, I leveled up. I get a rogue talent. I'm playing Unchained Rogue. A lot of the Unchained Rogue talents just kind of suck because for like my concept, because they don't have they're very combat oriented. Their abilities I just don't give a shit about. Like, could I look at some of the other rogue ones? And I was like, well, there's actually rules around that already. Let me know what you were thinking. And specifically, the 3 that he chose are not ones that Unchained can choose. And the reason why, and so a couple of Unchained classes were released later on in Pathfinder for like giving people like new ways of playing old classes. And a lot of people think that like just across the board, they're better options. But fun fact, Wade actually chose Original Barbarian over New Barbarian, because even though the New Barbarian is the Unchained Barbarian safer when you're raging, the other abilities around it are actually kind of weaker and didn't play to the style of character that Wade wanted to play. So he went old school. And Jaaek, he chose Unchained Rogue because it makes combat, like being able to add dexterity to your chance to damage and whatnot, is like really, really nice. Borderline doesn't exist in Pathfinder normally. It was great for him, but it removes a lot of the abilities around, like, say, social skills and whatnot, because you are more focused on the physicality of Skill Monkey and physicality of combat. So, like, fun thing, work with your GM, DM, whatever, when you're playing your campaign, because one is not just straight better than the other. They're just different. All right. So you call out, and Roxanne almost immediately. What's up?
Except monk. Unchained monk is pretty much.
Oh yeah. Well, that's just because a regular monk is just stupid.
Yeah, they just made a lot of mistakes. Yeah.
All right, so Roxanne stops almost immediately because Roxanne was already had it in their heart, right? And then when you call this out, your words are quick enough to get the second person to stop. Not only just stop, but also you see the third person takes a shot, and the second person doesn't just stop, looks over, and then smacks the crossbow so hard it goes wild, and the twang goes off. And unfortunately, they smacked it as it went off. And so the crossbow actually like ripped up alongside their arm. And you can see they're now like grabbing their arm and howling in pain. And so as this happens, the bird up top immediately does like another, like just does like almost like a halt. They can't stop short, right? They don't have perfect maneuverability, but they do like a hard flap with their wings just to like slow down their speed. So they're doing hard flaps. And so you guys, instead of being like on a horizontal bird, you're at a bird that's a greater than 45-degree angle as they're flapping hard, trying to slow down, and to like almost like wing beats to bring to bear that it is there, and so on and so forth. So like, as you're witnessing all this chaos and everything, Mikhail, with your great perception check, you're also able to notice that the person that's grabbing their arm several seconds later, you even see a bit of red dripping between their fingers to the ground because of like how it is that the crossbow like ripped up their arm, because the power of a heavy crossbow is not something you can fuck around with. It is very, you can use fingers in it. So they're holding the back of their forearm as the like crimson is dripping between their fingers to the ground. So you guys up top feel her just be like and you almost get like thrown back, almost like as if a horse were to rear up on you. And so Koa, you are able to hold on. You don't need to roll, you just don't fall off. And you can hold Aldo in place. So Aldo is like a steadying hand on his shoulder, so he doesn't fall off either. How do you guys are immediately reacting to this? I'll take
trying to look and see what it is we're stopping for.
Yeah, you look down, you see what it is you're stopping for. You look down below, and it takes a moment because you see figures down below, and you in your mind, I imagine, immediately think like, okay, is there danger? Then you realize as your eyes focus, because you can like really see well down there. And let's be honest, Mikhail wears some bright colors. You were able to see it is Mikhail with the 3 hobgoblins.
That's them. That's them.
Well, that was quick. Sammy, remember, don't attack them, please.
You say that, and I'll give my response after Mikhail tells me what he was doing.
I'm gonna grab a blood block because I don't think we've used any.
Sure. Yeah.
And start applying it to dude's hand.
Oh, sure. You're gonna rush over and go ahead and apply it. A quick thing about that before you roll.
Quick, huh?
Yep. I just sending a message real quick before he rolls, and he's gonna go ahead and roll that for me. And I was reading what Jaaek had sent to me. Oh, Jaaek. That's cool.
I don't like how that went.
That's cool. The extra tag there, I'm not a big fan of, but all right, moving on. So, so good. You can roll, sir. I think you get a +5 for the blood block, right?
Yes. Just there. Do you want me to put the +5 in, or just mental math?
I'll put the +5. It's an item we know. Oof. Oof.
For fuck's sake.
Well, at least you got an 11, right? So you go over and you you pour the blood block on the wounds. Like you quickly make your way over and try to pour the blood block on the wound or whatever it is, trying to get the person to steady. Now, the reason why you have a hard time here isn't because you don't know what you're doing. You know how to apply blood block. You've done it several times at this point, right? It's just that what happens is the words are said, and then all of a sudden she dives down. Like she goes from like they're trying to fall back to, it takes a moment for her to like reorient her body the right way, but she drops down in a bit of a dive and lands kind of hard on the ground, especially with all the extra weight on her back, lands kind of hard on the ground, not far away from where everybody is. And so the hobgoblin that you're trying to treat the arm of, trying to be kind to, they like at one point like start trying to pull away from you, like, no, stay still. Almost like trying to treat the wound of a child that's, I don't know, scared or pulling away. Like they start pulling away, like, no. And so it's like some of the medicine spills to the ground, but it still does its job and gets the wounds to seal up enough for you. Anyways, so she hits the ground hard. So hard even that Koa, you just feel like, okay, you slide off the backside. Go ahead and make me a ride check, and same thing for you, Jaaek. The DC's 10 for this. To not hit your ass. I think Wade, the minimum he can get is a 9.
I superhero landing.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. So she hits the ground hard, and you actually expected it. So before she even hits the ground, you like put your hands like between you and Jake's hips, and you just like push off of her. So as she hits the ground hard, you're already hitting the ground like at the same time, like a couple steps behind her, so she's not in your way. Whereas Aldo, kind of like slides off the backside and lands on his feet. It's not like he stumbles or falls and looks ridiculous. It's just it was hard for him to even maintain balance, but is able to hold his balance as he gets down, as he lands. And then when she's on the ground, she immediately like throws her chest up and starts, batting her wings, like very threateningly at them. You can see her feathers are like very poofed out as she lets out a couple of stubbing toes. As she does this. The two of you can hear and see it, but from the backside, so it's less frightening from here. And then she like finishes it with like taking a step forward threateningly at the others, like clearly being like, I can rip you all to shreds. That all being said, Mikhail, you're on the receiving end of this. You see that the Roxanne absolutely recoils back, but even Roxanne has like white knuckle grip on the crossbow and is pulled back, and as the crossbow aims not directly at her but down by her feet, tosses like a sidewards glance at you, like you got this, because like there is definitely fear in Roxanne's eyes. That said, the other one that had like their arms slapped to the side and shot, they are fumbling and trying to reload their crossbow. Give me 1 second to see how well they do. I actually rolled that one. They are fumbling, trying to reload their crossbow, and as they're doing so, they end up like jamming it up and they drop the crossbow bolts to the ground, and they can't even pull the thing back to get it prepared. Like I said, the other one whose arm is in your hand, they're pulling away, and eventually, fuck it, they pulled away and recoiled back. Mikhail.
So he starts walking forward. He's not armed or anything, but he looks back. He's like, "Weapons down! Weapons down!" And then he kind of puts his hands up and sort of like waves, show he's not armed as he approaches.
Okay. She is going to, not even acknowledge you. She's just looking threateningly at the other three, like looking at each one of them. Her head doing that bird scary twitch thing where it's like doesn't look you straight on. It's like side of the head and twitches weird to the side or turns sideways, and occasionally will take like a step forward, but as she does so, like very much like birds have little legs, right? But compared to like the length of their body, but like definitely like taking like a stretching step forward so the talons can very much be seen as part of the stretch and whatnot. Like she is very much presenting herself as being something that is willing to tear them apart. But you step forward and say this, and she does not take any actual steps towards them beyond like what was defined there, and they are not attacking her yet. How do you guys approach the situation?
From behind, you go just like, "That's right, we come in peace," and like walks forward.
Aldo has his hand on like the side, probably the wing or something, as he walks forward and kind of like pulls his hand along, and he says, "Sammy, they think you're a mindless beast. Let's show them how wrong they are."
Okay.
Yeah. And
they are
to the front,
let's just say an attentive audience. The one that fumbled and dropped the crossbow bolt, they are still trying to get another crossbow bolt, but as they bent to pick it, they're so feared at the moment. So they saw one of their friends die recently. There's now this even bigger than usual bird. It's not like a whole size category larger, but it is bigger than the usual bird in front of them. Like the whole scenario is absolutely scary. As they bend to pick up that bolt, they end up dropping 2 more. They fumble, they grab one. They're trying to reload the crossbow. They finally get it locked back, but please, go ahead, guys. Koa left.
I guess Aldo. Yeah, I guess Aldo walk over to.
Koa's like, and
Mikhail.
now I must piss. So, go ahead.
Yeah, Aldo walk over to Mikhail, I guess, and say, well, that was quicker than expected. I'm glad you guys have got here.
Yeah, I think most of the speed was on your part. You told her that we're not killing them, right?
I did. She heard me, and I think she agrees. I hope they don't give her a reason, he says as he looks over to them and they have crossbows in hand and stuff like that.
I think they're just scared. He'll look up at the bird and say, Al-Sāmiyah, we've brought the eggs. They're listening, but they're afraid right now. If you could maybe relax as well, that might help.
She, you say that, you can, this is, even though she's helpful, this is not going to be an easy diplomacy check. You can go ahead and try.
All right.
Because, like, she literally just saw one of her family dead, an egg smashed, and they have more eggs. So it's...
Oh, yeah.
You're reasoning with the unreasonable, you know?
Yeah, she's pissed. I get it. Man.
Yeah, 13, just without telling you, you know that's not going to be good enough.
No.
The best you could do is take a +2 and then add a luck and hope for a 19, but it's up to you, so whether or not that's worth it.
I'm just worried if the tension stays as it is, then somebody's going to do something stupid. What do you think, Jake?
I
Think we have some room
think maybe
to
pushing it to a 15 at least, so on some level it's like maybe you know, might keep everyone calm for another round or 2.
Yeah. We only have the one other +2.
We have 1 +2 and then luck.
All right, I'll take the +2. Fuck it, I may as well do the luck too in that case.
Okay, so you're at a 15. Oh, you got a 19!
Hey.
You got a 19! And technically speaking, it's kind of a weird spot to throw this in here, but technically speaking, Forensic did throw out a Penance of the Arbiter, which does give you a +1 to skill checks. So that does technically mean that you got a 20. So you say this, and so you step forward and you're saying these words or whatever it is, and you can actually see, like, you're saying these words, and she's like, looks at you, like you grab her attention as you're talking to her, and she looks at you, and you can see like the way the pupil dilates and looks at you, like it's very focused on you, and you can see there's aggression, there's anger, there's pain in her eyes, very obviously there. Then she looks back at Aldo, and Aldo just kind of gives like another one of those, you know, like pets, like a soothing pets, and just gives her like a knowing look, an apologetic look, and as Jake has been describing him being sympathetic this whole time. Then she looks at you, and you can see that she gives you a slight nod, and then she'll take one of like those steps that she's recently taken. She'll take one step back, and her feathers will remain ruffled, remain raised, but not quite as raised. She's not taking any more active steps towards being aggressive. She's prepared, clearly prepared, but she's going to calm down a good bit from here. So, Keegan, feel free to take it from here as you'd like, but you got her attention, you calmed her down. The DC was in fact 20, so you just crusted it. So, yeah, I told you it was not going to be an easy one. You're dealing with somebody who's dealing. There's a lot riding on this, so you literally calmed her down. And please take it away. It's yours.
I'll look back at the others, and I'll look at Roxanne and say, the eggs.
Roxanne, you can see that when you say that, they look at you, and again, there's a moment of hesitation, not because it's just like you can see, if you will, like there's a lot of history behind what it is that he does, and so on and so forth. He's trying to be the good person. He believes himself a good person, so there's a hesitation that's there, and he doesn't immediately reach for the bag. So you say the eggs, and you can see there's a hesitation there. Do you say or do anything, or do you just give it pause?
He will just say, we need to at least show her.
So you see the eggs, give like a second or so. We need to at least show her. And you can see like there's like a deep breath, and as he exhales, he does grab the pack off his shoulder and lowers it down in front of him and places it gently on the ground. As he goes to start releasing the first drawstring, he looks to the others and kind of gives them, and Glenn gives them the command to do the same. And as he's like undoing the first drawstring, removes some of the insulation, and then, pulls out like the second drawstring or whatever it is, you can see that of the other two, the one that again like has their arm messed up, they're doing so slowly because now their arm is injured, but they are slowly, behind him, but are undoing it. The other one, however, has not yet pulled it off their back yet. In fact, they've taken a few steps backwards and are looking, staring at the bird with fear, but also looking to the other two like, what are you doing? Like they're not saying anything, but they have that look in their eyes like, this is, you guys know this is psychotic, right? Like what we're seeing right now, like this is crazy, right? And so they've taken a couple steps back. They've got the crossbow in their hands. It is aimed at the bird, but they're not like, up and getting ready to shoot, but it is aimed in the direction of the bird as they're more like wide-eyed and panicked, stumbling backwards, doing so. How do you react to this, or you just continue to let it play out for a moment? And this isn't just to Mikhail. Other people can as well. We'll go to Mikhail first.
Mikhail's just watching him for a minute, and then like as he starts to step back, he'll say, look, this is delicate. You're about to ruin it.
Aldo, Koa, do you guys do anything? I'll go to Aldo first. Go ahead. Sorry.
Koa steps forward almost to get like between everyone in Al-Sāmiyah. Seeing them like produce the eggs, he'll like probably give up and give her like a nodding look, and then whenever he sees the other one not grabbing right now, he'll see Mikhail talk to him. And I think if he doesn't start producing the egg, Koa will start walking toward him. But I'll see how he reacts to what Mikhail said before I do anything else.
Okay. So you step in between and so on and so forth. And then we're going to go to Aldo. Are you doing anything?
Aldo is just watching, but he just has one hand still up on the bird. And he's just watching what's going on right now.
Okay. So he's just continuing to be like almost like a bombing force for her, which is nice. Okay, cool. So for you, Koa, you step between, and for you, Mikhail, you say this, and you say those words to him, and you can see he's just kind of like, he's kind of like shakes his head ever so slightly. One of those things, if you weren't actively watching him, you might not even notice the shake of the head. And you can go ahead and roll me your sense motive. We'll mental math all the details as needed. You go ahead and roll me a sense motive, but you do see that Roxanne does successfully, slowly,
Both
very
of us or just
carefully.
him?
Huh?
Both of us or just Mikhail?
You can roll as well. Does
Thank
go ahead and successfully slowly pull out the egg that's there, but not completely out, because if he is to do so, that'd be exposing it to too much cold, right? Mm-hmm. So it pulls it out so it can be seen, so it can be shown. It's almost like one of those "show me what you got," before you pay for it kind of things. So Koa, you happy with your 18?
Yeah.
Okay. Koa's actually getting the impression that Broman Dudeface just might book it. Just might turn and sprint. So you're getting that impression from the other one as Roxanne successfully pulls out the egg and shows it to her. Now, of course, she sees the egg, and instinctively you can feel her weight under your hand or over your hand, Aldo. You like start to lean forward, and she goes to like get ready to start moving forward towards the egg. But once again, because your hand is there and you're like that bombing force trying to calm her down, the counter pressure that Aldo's hand gives to her as she goes to do that, it's like It's almost like somebody half your size is like, you're lucky they're holding me back, yo. You're lucky they're holding me back. But you're actually, again, that bombing force that's keeping her from acting a fool at the moment. All right. Koa and Mikhail, are you guys doing anything?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
think Koa would probably act first.
Sure.
Koa notices that, and he will say, "This is what we had talked about, meeting up with Al-Sāmiyah. You return the egg like the others. If you turn and run, it will not end well. We have her calm at the moment because you're being agreeable. Continue to do so."
Not only are you being agreeable, but he looks back at Al-Sāmiyah. He says, I've watched them. They've done a very good job of keeping them warm, making sure that the eggs are well cared for. Even now, and he's kind of gesturing at the bag being like only half open, they still treat them with respect. That's part of what's helping us here. And he's looking back at dude who's thinking about running.
Yeah. So Wade, dude who's thinking about running seems to be at that point of not willing to be reasoned with. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't reason with them. That you might be able to get through. I'm going to have you roll a persuasion check to try to persuade them. Mikhail has already gotten a 20 for this whole scenario, so he's giving you a +3. And you do have a +1 from the penance. So you can go ahead and roll a persuasion, throw a 4 on there, mental or in the check.
Is it persuasion or intimidate?
It's diplomacy.
It's diplomacy, to be clear. And it is diplomacy because you didn't say anything threatening.
Other than it won't end well for you, but yeah.
Well, sure, but it wasn't that intimidating.
Has he seen me?
I mean...
And Big Bird.
Because Koa's about ready to side with the bird and go attack this dude if he doesn't give it to him.
I don't want to say you're wrong. It's just maybe I miss... So the tone that you used, I heard as being more convincing, being more calming. Like, buddy, come on. This is going to go poorly if you don't.
I'm fine with that, but I was intentionally trying to ride the line of it will not end well for you. Like, I'm being nice, but if nice doesn't work, it will not end well for you.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I was hearing the words as like, come on, please don't, as opposed to don't make me do it. And there's a big line, even though you're effectively saying the same thing.
I guess it was how I said it was like the calm words, but like the way I pictured Koa is he's like stepping forward, like almost bracing, like prepare. If he was preparing an action, it would be to run this guy down. It's like
speak softly, carry big stick.
It's like I'm not gonna try to go hurt him and risk breaking the egg, but I will go try to like grab this dude. Like I will run him down and stop him in his tracks. There's a look of like, don't do it.
Okay, cool. I am actually going to take this one. I'll let this be a quick 1-minute poll. I'll let the viewers decide this one. 1-minute poll, go.
And I'm really fine with whatever decision, but
no extra votes, just one vote. Let's see what people say. Cool. Anyways, so back to the, where we are. And Aldo, you're not making any checks, correct? You're just kind of like preparing in case you have to take an action. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, more or less, he's just being, like you said, that pillar there for the bird. But he's taking everything in. He'll interject if he needs to.
Cool. Awesome. Sounds good. At this point, we can already see that this is skewing so heavily one way that I'm just going to make the assumption that the intimidate worked.
I've not voted.
Yeah, so we'll give it like 6 seconds, and you can go ahead and roll, Wade, just to see if like a spam of diplomacies happen. And it is very unlikely that would happen. You can go ahead and roll your intimidate whenever you'd like. It's the +4, don't forget.
Intimidate 1. Thank you.
Yeah. It was 14 to 2 to 2. 15 to 2 to 2 even. Awesome. So that includes the +4?
It does.
Cool. So a 19 total intimidate. Are you happy with that result?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So at 19 total intimidate, you can see that the person, you say that like more or less like this threatening words, and they blurt out something in Glyn. I don't know if you guys want to respond because you don't understand them, but he blurts out something in Glyn, but like a panicked. So their tone comes off as ultra aggressive, but you can also sense that because all of you speak a different mole language. You guys can sense the panic in the tone. Like the aggression is from a place of panic, not a place of anger. right? So, do you say anything or do you wait for like a translate?
No. I'll let him go through whatever he's going through.
Oh. Koa will be like taking steps forward, but he'll look to like Roxanne or one of the others if they're like,
okay,
see what their reaction is.
So, Roxanne, like says something back and like a almost says it in a hushed tone, but it snaps back at him almost like a crack of a whip, right? And the other person just gets like rigid at that. As you can see, it's almost like he's being given an order. And then he just like, hisses back and he's like, and he says this one in Perrin, so you can actually understand it. The eggs, promised eggs. And so Roxanne will sit up if you guys don't say anything, and he'll be like, as he's tucking the egg back away, which is, again, you can feel Jaaek under Aldo's hand, her like the egg coming out got her excited. Now the egg being put away is almost like made her more excited. You're putting away from warmth. It's okay. As Roxanne's putting the egg away, and as he's taking the care to make sure things stay warm in there, we'll say there was talk about maybe wyvern eggs or something of that sort for safety.
I believe after we return her eggs, maybe we can have a civil conversation. But as of right now, the delicate balance, don't you think?
Roxanne nods and says, "Just trying to translate."
Oh, right. Okay. See, that's Koa's answer is our answer at the moment. We'll talk to her about it, but right now, these young are away from her, and one of her kin is dead. She's not as reasonable as she could be.
He nods. He says,
Mikhail will also look back at Al-Sāmiyah and say, and I don't blame her, since obviously she can understand him too.
Mm-hmm. He nods and he says, "You said not beast. She seems to listen to words, but there are hounds that do the same. There are birds that do the same. All but perhaps cats, the worst creatures in all of Eroth, will do the same. You said that she is of strong mind. You must show it. We have understanding, and I'm trying to listen."
What would be a good show for you?
He shrugs and says,
Aldo yells out at this point, and he's like,
shrug.
Roxanne, come and speak with her.
You say that, and there's like his eyes widen because again he's holding his cool as calm because he knows you guys well enough to trust-ish the scenario. You've convinced him, right? And then Mikhail's done his effort the past 2 days to try to maintain some degree of open dialogue, friendship going on. But then you're just like, hey, you remember that thing that you like fought a bunch of times in your life and you've literally seen kill people that you know, love, or care about, or whatever it is? Like, come have a chat. Come on. Like his eyes widen and like pupils that like fear definitely settles in. You can even see he gets a bit flush, which is funny because hobgoblins are red. So you can see that he just gets like a deeper red, as you say that. So he gets flush and, kind of gets a bit rigid and like adjusting himself. He's like, here's fine.
There is no easier or greater way than to prove what we said. I know it's scary. We were scared. But there is only one way for you to be sure.
You gives that like panic sideways glance to Mikhail, who is the strongest relationship out of the group of you at the moment.
I'll stand with you. Get closer, but you don't have to walk right up to her.
he looks to the other hobgoblins, to which the nicer of the two, the one with the injured arm, says something in Glyn, almost seems reassuring, like a go ahead, and the other one like literally just gives like a ha, at him, like almost daring him. But again, like you're seeing, it's not just because it's like trying to be a dick. It's like he's using this kind of emotion as like he's panicked, right? And he's just grasping
he's like
on
terrified.
Yeah. So he's kind of grasping onto what he can. So anyways, so you can see that this happens, and he stands up and he's like, okay, I will. And he like instinctively just goes and adjusts his belts to like where his weapon is at his side. It's just like, it's not threat. It's just instinct. Like I'm prepared, right? And you can see she notices that, absolutely notices that. She's no fool. And then he goes to take a step forward, and you see he's like leaving the backpack behind as he's walking forward. I don't know if anybody comments on that.
Koa's, I think, still approaching where like they all were, and he's just getting himself in a position to make sure that the one doesn't do anything stupid.
Yeah. Mikhail will say, kind of quieter, almost just so that you guys could probably hear him, but mostly just so Roxanne can hear, and he'll say, "That's gonna keep you safer than that." Saying the egg will keep him safer than the weapon on his belt.
Huh?
As like a reminder to pick it up.
Yeah, and we'll pick it up. Perception check, Koa. You only get the +1 because of the penance or whatever. So he picks up the thing and we'll start walking towards her. Koa, as you're walking towards him, like moving over there, now you're not walking directly at him, but let's be honest, you're trying to play it off. You're walking into the central area, but also making sure that you have a clear path to get to him if you need to.
Oh, yeah.
So you not being an idiot, know that you wouldn't just have to chase him. You might have to run through him, right? Just to get to where you need to go. So you're looking past to the terrain beyond, and something catches your eye that you probably didn't even think of because you were flying on a bird before and forgot about the numbers, if you will. And you actually see behind like a decent sized boulder back there, tucked away down behind a decent sized boulder, grasping their battle axe in both their hands, is Yara. Also ready to have popped out and taken him out at the shins if needed to, had he turned and ran. So you're like, oh, okay. Even if he did run, there was still somebody that was ready. All right. It's like you look over, you see her. She probably doesn't even notice you see her unless you want her to. But you see,
he'll like ready. Throw a wink her direction, but then like just turn around and like face like with everyone kind of in front of him. To continue to look at like what's happening, because this is also important, like how this thing goes down. Yeah. But he's definitely making sure this dude's like within, I don't know, 10 feet of him, 5 feet of him, whatever, and it's like his eye is like, yeah, I'm watching what's going on, but like you're a problem.
Yeah. Nice. Cool. Awesome. So you see that, and it's like, there's that moment in your head, you're like, oh, all right, cool. Even if I was
gonna ask where she was, I was like, she was not mentioned at all this whole time.
Hafue, man, they slip away nice and quick. So Hafue actually have, because they're small size, they automatically get a +4 to stealth checks, and then if it's a class skill and you put 1 rank in it, that's 1 +3 for being a class skill is 4 +4 for being small size. You have a +8 to stealth without any dexterity modifier. Like being a Hafue that sneaks is really, really, really useful. So she
Jake, we were going to play one night stand characters. We should have played Hafue.
Slip away. Might be disappointing a good number of people though. So you are
or surprising them.
Oh, hey, yeah, fair enough. Good point.
Hey, big packages come in small things.
Makes me think of the character because of how crass he is.
Don't clip that.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Wow.
Don't clip that one.
So moving on. So back to the game. So yeah, you go and you reorient yourself so you can keep an eye on things, but also are watching the situation. So back to the game. He picks up the pack and he makes his way over there. He never gets confidence in his step. It's a slow and steady walk forward, like you would imagine somebody crossing a plank, right? Not like off a boat, but like a plank between,
he knows what he did. Yeah, I'd be fucking shaking too.
So he walks over. And you can see as you get closer, his pace does slow down just enough that he falls like a half step behind Mikhail, as opposed to being there. And for anybody that's watching him, maybe not Mikhail because he's a half step behind Mikhail, but anybody's watching him from behind, so like a Koa, or looking at him directly on like an Aldo, you'd be able to notice that, again, you don't think it's meant to be threatening, but instinctively his hand would go and like adjust his like right where his like sheath is to his weapon again. Just almost like this instinct for him to do so as he like walks over there and adjusts or whatever. And finally, he's standing before the bird. And then there's that moment where he's standing in front of her, looks over at Aldo, clears his throat, and then looks up the 15 feet or whatever she is to see her, or 14 feet, however tall she is. Like looks up her to see her because she's massive, and like at any point in time she could just lean down and go, you know.
It's a terrible day for rain.
Yeah.
Well, it's not raining, but his one pants leg is.
So back to you guys. What do you say or do anything to lead this?
I was just watching the dude.
I don't know if Mikhail does or Aldo does.
Honestly, this is as close as Mikhail has been to her, so...
Oh, good point.
He's just keeping it together. He's like, I'm not going to speak.
Don't forget you get the +1 for penance. Oh, by the way, you guys should have penance as a buff on your sheets.
Okay, I'll add it in a second.
I'm sure he'll be nice enough to write it and share it with all of you.
Yeah. Buff's the other thing I get versatile performance for. So
This is why. Chat, just so you know, if we're ever doing level ups or anything like that, and you're trying to decide who to cater to out of the 3 PCs, Keegan plays as mommy for the 2 of them for like many different things.
And mommy's happiest when her children are happy.
No notes. Nice.
Thank you.
I tried Keegan. His Christmas score was too high.
No, he got that one. You gotta let him make it. Okay.
So good. All right. Anyways, what were you going for again?
Bluff to not show that I'm kind of fucking terrified.
Sure. Describe how it is you're using perform strings. How it is that you're fiddling your bluff.
In this case, he's definitely humming. he's just kind of humming. It's like a tune to himself, and then like it's not at first. It's a little bit audible, and then it's just kind of in his head as a way to like fixate part of his brain that would normally be afraid, or like overthinking. He's just kind of occupying like the anxiety and
Dan or
internally.
Valiant Few?
Oh my god, I was so going to ask. Is it Dan?
It's probably Valiant Few because that's what he's working on. Yeah.
No, not working on. Worked on. Successfully
that's what he's worked on
and shared, right? Like
that's the newest one.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, that's how it's like playing out for him. So nothing obvious.
Cool. Great. So you're going to do exactly that, and you're going to walk over there and play calm, and you are holding your shit together so much so that when he tosses that glance your way, your calmness eeps over to him as well. Hi Train. So your calmness eeps over to him as well, and he is able to what was I gonna say? Kind of like echo your calmness and stay a bit calmer himself. Now, I assumed Aldo is going to leave the RP at this point, but thanks Forensic too. And Wade apparently. I assumed Aldo was going to lead the RP at this point because he's the one that called him over, but Jake probably had to run off to the side to get.
Mommy has to make sure children are happy because they're on break.
Yeah. Maybe he had to go drain the snake, whatever it is that he's doing. I don't know. So we can kind of like pull away from the in-game thing for a moment just to kind of step back while we wait for Jake to return because I assume he's going to lead it. Wade, do you want to share with everybody what you got with your level up?
Oh, sure. A lot of health. I like doubled in health.
Oh, yeah. You rolled that on stream. You got what, plus 13, was it?
I rolled a 10 out of 12 on the second. So I got one reroll. I rolled a 10 on the second one, which gave me a 13. So I went from 15 health to 28, I think it was.
Yeah, you're fucking huge. Yeah, which is awesome.
Yeah. I had picked Invulnerable Rager, so I think at this level I finally get DR1.
Yeah.
Fortitude saves up to a 6. Bab went up, all that fun stuff. And I took a rage power of Intimidating Glare. I was between Reckless Attack and Intimidating Glare. I'm still kind of in between the two. Because one more to attack, like, I don't know. I'm going from like a +4 to a +5 or 6 when you're raging to like a +7 with power attack. Like just stacking those chances to hit seems very nice. And when your AC is already as low as like a 12 or a 10 when you're raging, it's like what's a 9 at that point? So it's kind of like, do I really care about being hit versus do I just want to make sure I smack? But Intimidating Glare is pretty cool. It gives the shaken condition, which I don't remember all the things. I think it gives a -2 to attack rolls, skill checks, and saves.
Yeah. And I think, and saves.
So it's kind of one of those things where I took it if we were in a particularly difficult fight, it's like, okay, well, at least this will weaken the enemy a little bit. Maybe it gives Mikhail or Aldo a better chance of doing something, Mikhail with the spell saves and stuff like that. So I like the idea of +1 to attack, but Shaken seemed like a good debuff to have too. It's only one enemy, I think, at a time, but still seems pretty...
And you can do it as a move action now, right?
Yeah.
There's a really good feat.
Because normally it's a standard.
Sorry, no, my apologies. It's not a feat. There's a trait, I think it's called Omen, that allows you to do it once a day as a swift action. That's like really nice because it's only once a day, but as a swift action, it's so nice, right?
And I've got a +5 Intimidate, which isn't the best in the world, but a +5 is still pretty strong, I think, for our level. So it's like,
I don't know. Do you know how it works? Do you know what the DC is?
It's pretty low.
So wait, just so you know the way this gets calculated, the DC, top of my head, it is 10 plus their HD plus their Wisdom modifier. So if you assume that they're an HD2 creature, right? Like so like I think a gnoll is an HD2 creature top of my head, so that's a 12 plus whatever their Wisdom is. Let's assume it's average of 10. The DC is 12, and then for every 5 that you beat that by, it lasts an extra round. So
it's
if you
1d4 rounds +1 for every 5.
Oh, cool. Well, there you go. Even better.
Nice.
So
it's a minimum of 2.
Yeah, that's awesome. So.
Sorry, I had to step away for a sec. Did I miss anything big?
No, we paused and
going
started
over
talking
our
about
build.
level up.
You're getting ready to talk to either. Well, it's up to you whether Aldo will talk.
So
to
he approached,
whatever,
and Mikhail, even though it's his first time seeing the bird this up close, Mikhail is actually holding his shit together pretty well. It's up to you whether or not you want to roll a sense motive to see who through his bullshit, or if you just want to accept it. But seeing how calm Mikhail was, even the hobgoblins kind of like, it's calmed him. So even if whether Mikhail is actually just genuinely trying to bullshit, or if he was just trying to act as a bit of a leader, he's calmed by the calm of Mikhail. And so he's walked up, and it's you are the one that called him over. So I anticipated you were the one that would lead this chat with her yourself situation. What's up?
While we're at it, do we want to get the other two's level ups out of the way so everyone can just have them, or?
We'll get to those later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just me.
Oh, also, what kind of bonus is penance?
That's actually, I believe it's unnamed, but I can check later on.
Untyped? Okay, cool.
Yep, untyped, sorry. I believe we can check later on. Jesus Christ, you guys are almost about to hit a level 5 hype train, which would give you huge bonuses for the rest of the session. Jesus. That's awesome.
Do you ever get ability points when you level up in Pathfinder?
Level 4.
Every 4.
Yeah. There are other things that we're doing. As you know, I started with a much lower attribute total than I normally do, with the anticipation of giving them to you as we went. So you can have these little like gobble level ups. All right. Jesus, everybody. All right, go ahead, Aldo.
Right. Aldo, not so much addressing him as addressing Sammy. He says, be calm. He wants. We're going to bring him to talk with you. I know there's been a lot that's gone on for a long time, but this could be the first step in a change over generations. Hopefully this could lead to an acknowledgement or agreement between you guys so this doesn't happen again. Just hear him out.
You say anything to him?
Then I'll turn to him and I'll say, you wanted proof that she's sentient, I guess. Well, he just like gestures. He says, no, why don't you get to know each other?
Okay.
This is, and he'll say the bird's name. What is it?
Al-Sāmiyah.
Al-Sāmiyah. Yeah.
Yeah, I can actually give you a pronunciation of it right here. I don't care if things are pronounced however is easiest for you to pronounce it, but this is technically the name. I'll share both in Roll20 and in Twitch for everybody. Well, as it stands right now, looks like you guys are going to be getting some +5s coming your way, which is fucking awesome. Two of them, so it's pretty cool. There was a whole bunch of gift subs that were given between when the hype train could start. So whatever the number comes up to, I'm fine with adding on an extra 30%. So I would see that as counting as a 60. So if it stays there, that's fine. That's great. But if it only gets to the 70%, I would count it as a completion because there was a whole bunch that were wasted, if you will.
Hey, Pat.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Pat. How you doing? Because it was in between the
Happy New Year.
The whatchamacallits. But anyway, so back to the game. So yeah, you say that, and he looks up the bird, and he kind of like does like a simple wave and goes like, "Hello," to the bird, and then he instinctively, just because he's afraid, so he's just in his own head, he starts speaking to her in Glyn. You know what I mean? So I don't think any of you guys understand Glyn. So he just starts talking to her in Glyn. Does anybody say or do anything, or do you just kind of like let it play out?
If she
I won't have my new
Glyn,
language till
I'll
after
shoot myself.
downtime, right?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I won't have my new language till after downtime, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Then no, I don't speak it.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. So he starts talking to her in Glyn, and so there's like moments of, he says something, and she just stands there and stares at him, and so he says some more stuff, and she just stands there and stares at him, and there's a moment when she's just like literally watching him talk and like blinking, and then he just keeps talking, and it's almost like the first, if you will, it's like a first therapy session. The first few like lines or whatever it is, it's almost feels like forced, like I have to do this, but they're doing like the silence type of like, I'm not going to guide you, I want you to guide yourself, and then eventually kind of like pops the cap, if you will, and is able to just start flooding out more speech, more happening. And so he starts speaking to her more frequently, more words each time, so on and so forth, trying to truly speak to her. Now, while you don't speak Glyn, you do speak both Perrin and Tal, which Glyn is a cousin language of the two of them, so there are shared words and whatnot. You are welcome to roll a linguistics check, Keegan. It's G''Lin, Glyn, as in goblin.
Duh, idiots.
All right, that's a pretty solid roll right there. Oh, wait, did you rate +5 bonus to assist translation Glyn from native speaker? What is that?
I don't know. So you gave it to me for something. I can't remember what it was. I think it was when I was trying to figure out what the ring said.
Oh, it was probably specifically
like,
for that, and you just left that there instead of in your notes. Okay. I know this is notes, but that's not for all rolls. It's specifically for the ring, not in general. Yeah. Okay. I was like, wait, is this like a strange +5 right here? Okay.
It was specifically for linguistics, so that's where I put it. So,
or for the book.
Because otherwise I'll lose it.
Yeah. I have a permanent +5. It says for this roll only, but it still says it for every roll. I don't know.
Yeah. So Keegan, my apologies. For you, sir, did you
Because it's like an old Glen or whatever.
Yeah,
but no,
yeah.
I'm keeping that.
Okay, so you're fine with the 20, taking that into 5. Okay, cool. So you're actually able to understand that he's at first kind of like talking to her, like you can hear that's very what's the word I'm looking for here? Superficial conversation. Like not literally these words, but like how's the weather? Like those kind of very superficial conversations. Small talky, thank you. That's the phrase I'm looking for. Small talking kind of conversations. But then eventually he opens up a bit more, and you can hear him saying something about family, something about like tradition.
Does she have like a Dr. Phil thing where like Aldo and this dude are just like, and that's why the color yellow makes me sad, like out of nowhere.
This bird is freaking motivational interviewing them. Like, just...
But he like puts her wings together like this when she talks.
She's listening to him as he's trying to most likely it sounds like, again, the vibe you're getting from this is he's explaining the reasoning, less about asking for apology or asking for sapience, but going before her and explaining to her why he has done what he has done, so she understands like his reasoning. Not that reasoning is going to be any fucking help when you slaughtered somebody's family. So you're telling me that generationally you've slaughtered my bloodline. Like you're telling me that that you in your whole history have found success in your existence by murdering my bloodline. Cool.
Does it seem like she understands him?
Great question. You guys know her well enough from both Aldo directly and you guys understanding from what's been described to you.
Oh, we've known her for at least hours. Yeah.
You know her well enough that, yes, you can see the intelligence in her eyes. You can see that she's listening intently, that she is understanding. And so...
It'd be really awkward if all of this happened and she was just like,
Squawk?
What?
so she's listening intently to everything that he says there. And then after finally he's done explaining so on and so forth, she just looks down at the bag and then looks at him. And he's kind of like one of those, he's like, oh, and he's switching, I should say in Glen, he like gestures at the bag and you can understand he's saying something as if, I assume you want this. And then just one simple nod. And he's like, oh, yes. And he picks it up and he looks at you and he gives you again like almost like a panicked look, like do I have to go and put it in front of her? Like, do I have to get any closer? Like he gives you that kind of like panicked look.
She rubbed his nose on it.
Mikhail just says, he says, I'll walk with you.
He says thanks. And then we'll walk with you up as he goes and puts it down and in front of her. She will then almost immediately as his hand leaves it, he like recoils back and like jumps back quickly. And again, it's instinct for him. His hand flies.
Yeah, because he's...
She like drops down quickly, and this time Aldo's soothing hand is not enough. She snatches up the bag very quickly and brings it over and nuzzles it underneath her. And for those of you that are paying attention, I don't know if Aldo's sober enough to do so, but for those of you that are paying attention, she actually nuzzles the egg, not just underneath her, but specifically underneath her on the side where Aldo is. So it's just inside of her leg, but right close to where Aldo is. And then sits back up and then almost dismissively looks away from him and looks at the next one that had the injured arm. And so
the new Aldo, I think, is sober enough to definitely know what's going on. Aldo, like a month ago, would be like, oh, thanks for bringing me breakfast. Cracked it open and started eating. So thoughtful.
I mean, Jake, for the sake of your people, you've eaten emu, right? Well, you have to have.
I have not. I've eaten kangaroo and I do not like it at all. I hate it.
Oh. Like, what is it, gamey?
It's quite gamey, but it's just bad. I just hate it.
Okay. I mean, hate.
It's been that long. Yeah. It's been that long since I've eaten it. I just know that I hate it.
Your kangaroo also has a kick to it.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Wade. Anyways, moving on.
Boo, bring back the other jokes.
Yeah. Those are bad. Mom thing. Go back to mom jokes. So
Holy mother.
You she looks like almost dismissively looks at the next one. And so everybody like, takes a moment to gather this, and then he'll look over at them and say, bring her the egg. Like he says it in Glen, but you can kind of get what he's saying, at least Keegan you can understand well enough. So like bring her the egg. And they look at the bird and they the bag is already off and resealed, the egg is already put away. And then there's kind of like, and they say something back that you get imagines like you do it. And he's like, and so he'll go over and he'll walk over there. He walks away with a bit of a briskness to him, but then when he picks up the bag and he turns to look back and he realizes he has to make that whole walk back again. It's like, ugh.
Is he gonna get both or just do it one at a time? Because he's doing this to himself.
Right. I stay where I am, so I'm still over in front of her.
Yep.
So he just has to get back to where I am.
So he picks up the bag and he does bring it back over to where she is and puts it down and settles it there. And so when he does so, like he puts it there, she's same idea. She snatches the thing up and rests that one next to the other one. And then she will again look dismissively and look at the other one. And you can feel Aldo again with your hand on her. She leans in. There's like an intensity between her and the other one. And he turns back and he says something to him and Glenn. And they just kind of like panic and they said, again, you hear the word wyvern or wyvern is what you hear, but the rest of the words you don't understand. You can imagine once again, kind of like we were told we get another type of egg, like, but again, panic in the voice. And so he's like, again, we're responding in Glyn. Probably now is not the time for negotiating, sort of a thing. And they again, recoil back like a step, and they're clutching onto the pack, and they're like, "No, no." You can see them shaking their head, like, "No, no, no." Like we were told, kind of a thing. And so again, I don't know if you guys react at all or.
I think Koa, like while they're discussing it, if it looks like this guy's gonna be a problem, Koa will walk over like to where he is.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine putting a, in parentheses, friendly hand on his back. Now's the time to return that.
So you don't need to make another check. You've already done so earlier. The physicality is enough to push it over the edge. And he's like, he looks to you, and he's like, "You promised." He says that in, accented but Perrin.
We paid, and we promised there'd be a discussion, and there shall.
Like, there's not hate in the eyes. It's more panic in the eyes that presents itself like this I don't know. You just getting the vibe like this person could just go off the handle at any point in time. But Wade, you do recognize that their panic you can use to your advantage. They might not give you the pack, but they also might not stop you from taking it either.
He will reach in then and grab it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hand it over.
Okay. So you just kind of like grab the pack and pull away. There's a moment where you take the pack, you remove it from their shoulder, and as you pull it away, they actually grasp it, and there's like that moment where it's like in the air, and both of you are holding on to it. So you can choose to either like, I don't know, punch them in the face, rip it out of their hands, talk up to you.
He will just give a look that drops all the pretense of being nice when he puts his hand back on it.
I will let you roll intimidation on this one. You continue to have a +1, please.
We'll add that on that.
Intimidating glare.
He trips himself when he says it with a 7.
So he says it, but he doesn't realize it's been so cold and windy. There's a bat in the cave. And so it just removes all pretense of dignity are dropped, like you said, right? So you say it, and so you try to just give a glare, but it doesn't loosen their grip at all. You realize maybe a look isn't enough. You're going to have to either take it from them or convince them a bit more.
He'll put
forcefully.
his other hand on the dude's arm. I will take it by force if I must. And then there will be no discussion of anything.
Can we hear you speaking?
I'm trying to be quiet here because I don't want Al-Sāmiyah hearing that things are not going well, because I don't want her to be like, "Oh, give me a," like, I don't want her finding a reason. So this is kind of like a, let me handle this to keep the mood
She
calm.
barely needs one.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, Aldo and Koa. So he says something to you in Glyn, but it's like he's found a degree of focus, if you will. It's almost like holding on to this bag. It's like, not that the panic is gone, but he's able to push it down enough that he can have more focus on the anger than he can on the panic. And he says something to you in like an angry tone, almost like a hushed, angry tone. But it's in Glyn, so you don't fucking understand it.
I don't understand, nor do I care what you're saying. Let go of the bag.
He will like kind of like much like almost like barking it at you, so loud enough that other people do hear it. Saying the person's name from before, died for it.
And so did her kin.
You say that, and that's when he like looks up at her, then looks at you, and again, just being a fucking idiot, says, "It's a bird." And like when he's like barks that out in Perrin, you can feel Aldo. No longer do you have to hold her back from like leaning forward. She rears up and starts to flap her wings like she's about to take flight. Like immediately things start exploding into
Koa,
action.
with a hand on his arm, will go to either like, he'll go to remove the arm at this point. This is like I'm going to hurt your wrist or whatever I have to do to get you to let go.
Oh, this is a CMB. Yeah, CMB to like rip it out of his hands. Yeah. That's perfectly fine.
Aldo just yells to her as she does that, and he just yells out, "Sammy, wait! Let us handle it. Wait."
Sure. So you're calling out Sammy, wait, so on and so forth, as you're like, doing that, grasping, trying to like calm or whatever it is, you can see Koa like, you can describe how it is that you get it out of the hand. I don't want to put words in your mouth on this.
This is he uses his strength to grip the dude's arm to the point where the guy like, ow, like let go.
Mm-hmm.
And then he pulls it out. And he will prepare if the dude goes to like attack him or do anything else, there will be a punch to the face at this point. This is I've got the bag, I'm going to leave. You've done your deal of stupid. Next time I'm putting you down.
Yeah. So you like grip really hard on the shoulder or arm or whatever it is. So you like recoils and the grip loosens from that, and you rip the bag free. And you can see as soon as like your grip is let go of them, that they're like, you fucker, and they like go to lurch forward, like they're gonna recoil at attack at you for what it is, like strike at you for what you just did. It's like in that moment, that's where you just like will full on, like flat end of the hand, just like side of the head. It's like, open palm him, so they're like distracted for a second. But in this moment, you're like, Sammy, wait, we got this. Sammy does flap to the sky for a moment, one of her talons instinctively grabbing the two bags that are there and like grabbing them like in a protective way. She does it's not like she doesn't fully take flight. She just hop forward because of her size and her speed. She's able to hop forward like 20 feet or so very quickly to get to close enough that as she does that, so there's a big like hop over your heads, if you will, to land close enough that she then quickly like drops down and goes to snatch the bag out of Koa's hands. So fast this happens as he's like smacking the guy in the side of the head. Koa almost doesn't see her coming in time to retaliate, which I imagine when you see her snapping at the bag, you quickly let go with your hand so that
she can have it
there. Yeah. So had you not noticed, because Koa is very perceptive, had you not noticed her coming, she may have like removed a finger or 5 with how quickly she snatched that bag out of your hand when you did that. So she snatches it and she stands up. And with this, then she immediately will take to flight. Like now that she's one in her beak and the two in her hands, she immediately starts beating her wings and taking to flight to go up from there. Does anybody say or do anything of note?
I mean, at this point, I think Koa will turn to the other guy again. One more stupid thing, and you'll join your friend.
Fair. Anybody else?
Mikhail takes his hand out of the satchel on his side. Good job, Koa.
Okay. And so she will take to flight, and she'll immediately, after she gains enough altitude that she can choose her direction more easily, she will then start turning to fly back away from you guys, heading back to the valley.
Aldo, we may need a ride.
Aldo looks at her he looks at her flying, and he'll yell her name, but there's, you know what I mean? It's just probably a voice on the wind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
gonna be a longer walk to have that conversation. Yeah, sort of.
So with the situation resolved, the other two of you would notice when you stop looking up at her and looking out of the scenario, Yara will step out from behind the rock where she was, and will, come walking up behind the guy with her battle axe in her hands. But then once she sees he's going to have some sort of angry words or whatever it is, but the first person to snap at him, unless Koa chooses to do so, first person to snap at him will actually be Roxanne. Will start yelling back at him. But again, when he yells, it almost comes out like the cracking of a whip, and the guy instinctively gets quiet, and then maybe will bubble up to anger again. But after Yara sees that the scenario is handled, the situation's handled, she goes and puts her battle axe back away to however she has it holstered normally, and we'll just walk up to join the rest of you.
Completely switching demeanors, turning to the other two that were more forthcoming. Well, that went well.
Could have gone better.
Yes, it could. Now switching again, it could have.
Roxanne does say to Mikhail, more under his breath, so that the other two don't necessarily hear. He says, "I understand what you were trying to describe before. I think I see it." But he looks back at the other two, then looks back at you and says, There's a long journey with pain and difficulties and a fallen friend. For some, fallen family. And there's nothing to show for it. I know some coin. I know what you've chosen to give, but this is not going to go well.
It is but a first step. You've met Sammy now, and we will go back and we'll speak with her, and I dare say if you would venture it yourself, it would be good for you to see her again as well. But from here, you can build. You've hunted these eagles for generations. And it's due to that fact now that wyverns are more prevalent here. If we can strike some kind of agreement or understanding with Sammy, there may be opportunity to work together in, getting what you wanted.
Mayhaps. But she was not one for words. Just listen and took. I understand why she just took. But she just took. And those eggs, they are close. It was a danger even bringing them here instead of keeping them warm. She's likely not to leave her nest for some time. And if you look to the skies, you can smell it on the wind. It is not wise for us to stay here. The cold will do more than just take the eggs. It'll take us as well. We must return to the warmth of the stone. We must return home.
What if we meet you in the spring?
Yes, in the spring. Perhaps we can speak then. You say that time heals most wounds. And then he looks over at the other person after a bit of a pause, and looks back and says, and festers others. Let us hope for the right balm.
We will.
Well, Roxanne, you have the chance to spearhead this, to change something that hasn't been changed in a long time. I don't know you well, but I've got a judge of your character. And I hope you'll continue in the same mindset and work towards building something that could be greater than anything that's came before.
Gives you, not a very expressive person, I'm pretty sure you've picked up, but gives you like a weak smile, like almost like a if only you understood smile, and then says, mayhaps. Will you join for the travel to warmth, or I assume you have your horses to collect since you rode in on the bird? He says, looking at the sky where you rode in on, and it's like the way that, like, a moment, even as you're responding, he shakes his head to like listen to whatever your response is. It's like one of those like, I can't believe I fucking saw that, like
Right.
But go ahead, Jake.
I guess we will need the horses.
Yeah, our destination, I guess our return is eastward. If the weather's getting as bad as you think, we do need to move soon, but we can visit Al-Sāmiyah on our way through. It won't change anything now, but maybe to make headway for the spring.
Nod.
On our way here, we did come across a large gnoll camp. More of them than we expected, many old, but not 3 dozen, more like, what would you say, Aldo? 80, 100?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. They have both young and old. Yeah. There was a lot.
As they grow in numbers, they may grow bolder and expand, and it may become more of a problem for you than whatever this encounter caused.
We see them sometimes, not in the valley. We don't come to the valley. We see them sometimes in the paths, and do what must be done. But
if their numbers continue to grow like this, they'll have to expand out of the valley.
Depending on what it is that they eat, how it is they stay warm. Yes.
Everything. Meat. Themselves, others. From what we could tell.
They seem well fed.
Nods.
Fortunately, we've seen the results of some of their eating habits.
Well, thank you for the warning. It is appreciated.
They're taking slaves as well. Prisoners.
He looks to you and says, "This much we knew. But we knew not where they found a home. We knew not how great their numbers, but we know their ways. And we've not hunted them before. But maybe there are those that'd be willing to sponsor such a hunt." You can see that they're continuing to talk like they're going to maintain being in this conversation, but their heart very much isn't in it. Their mind is somewhere else. It's like there's a lot, because more or less this whole trip across the board that they were the leader of has been a capital failure, right? Now, you are, from a perspective of a goodly person, obviously there's a degree of like huge progress that's had here, but good luck. Hey, what's up, Molly? Good luck explaining that to somebody that it negatively impacts, right? It's like telling somebody, no, listen to me. I know we're increasing your taxes by 3%, but think of all the good it's going to do for these people that you've never met before and don't give a fuck about. It's like, awesome, you know?
Yeah. Well, we did give them the location of that one mole hideout, right? The mole hideout?
Yeah, which is beneficial, yeah. I was going to say, actually, a better example is, like, the town that I live in, for... God, over a decade now, every time it comes up for a vote, I think it's over 15 years, every time it comes up for a vote, they always vote to not increase spending on the education, because most of the people that own homes here are older and their children have already like grown up and left the town. So like they don't care about spending on education because it doesn't affect, they're not in school, their kids aren't in school, their grandkids don't live in the town because, you know, so on and so forth. So it's like, why am I going to spend more money on that shit? It doesn't affect me. So anyways, that's what you're saying. Like he's going back to be like, no, really, everybody, it's great. This tax is going to be great for the kids in the future. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
So.
I mean, yeah, to an extent.
Yeah.
It's
more of enslavement of sapient people. But again, they don't see a bird as being sapient, right? It's a further stretch. So.
But also keeps the wyverns away. I feel like if someone was like, hey, we're going to increase taxes so there'll be less flying death beasts in the sky.
That's your theory.
You know?
That's your theory, right? Like, you don't have necessarily evidence to prove that. And even still, you could have evidence, and there are those that have their alternative facts. So, that benefit them personally, you know? But anyway, so moving on. Back to the game. So you can see that he's going to maintain the conversation, but his heart's not in it. His mind is elsewhere. So feel free to continue asking questions and whatnot. You did, as you said, point out what that mole location is, and that will be beneficial for them in the future.
Noticing, I think, picking up on that, if we all did, Koa would, like, try to, like, even let him know that he's doing that if he doesn't realize it. Boxon, I understand that what just transpired is, at least in the short term, terrible for you, and terrible in ways I probably don't understand. But it was the right thing. And it will benefit everyone.
He nods. He says, "This, I understand."
If there's anything we can do to make things easier, other than trade negotiations and so on and so forth, there's something we can bring in the spring other than living eggs that we may not have access to, we will do our best for you. You've done us a great service from our time trying to find the valley up to now and returning the eggs.
He shakes his head and says, "Nothing I can Nothing I can think of now.
Well, perhaps in the spring you will.
Perhaps in the spring. The world becomes anew in the new year. The world is a place of joy in the new year. Thank you for the enlightenment. I will speak with my others, and we will leave. I suggest you find shelter from the mountains or within them soon. The weather is going to get... it's going to turn very quickly. Be out of the mountains soon. If you can, within a week. If you must, within a few. But soon.
Do you know of a path to the east from the valley? Out past the mountains?
Thinks for a moment and says, no, the old paths, they travel to the north and to the south. And normally I would invite you to travel to the north with me. But he looks back at the others and looks at you. I think perhaps the journey to the south is a safer one for now.
Understood. Thank you again for everything, Roxanne. We look forward to seeing you again. And hopefully in better circumstances for all of us.
Nods appreciatively. And then he turns to walk off. And then he does stop and thinks for a second. And looks back and says, you have given me warning of growing concern. Rumors. I suppose something I should share with you. When we were at the fire where we met, we had not just arrived there, but had been there for a few hours, repacking our goods and seeing through that we had the best stones for warmth and bringing warmth to them. I spoke with others. Rumors came through. A name I'm not familiar with, but carried with it, brought fear. Said to be in the region. What was the name that was said?
Orsugo?
Yes. Yes, that was the name that was said. Someone said rumor that they heard of this person being in the mountains. Or this creature being in the mountains.
Jeez, that guy gets around.
So you're familiar?
I've heard stories. Seen some of his work. Not the kind you want to have to appreciate firsthand.
Nods and says, yes. I can imagine so. Anyways, I wanted to give you the warning, in case you hadn't heard it yourself. You've been removed from people. Traveling through the mountains, for what purpose I do not know. But here nonetheless. And they kind of like mumble through some religious statement or something to Jerusalem or whatever it is, and they will turn and go to leave.
After like they make some distance, if you guys don't interrupt or say anything else to him, to you two, Koa will say, "Well, I guess a long walk back then, Like in a joyful mood.
Seems like it. Good thing it's nice and warm.
Oh, it's only going to get worse. Very soon, probably.
Well, maybe we'll run into Orsugo. It'd be nice to meet a living legend. I hear he wields fire. That might be helpful.
Is he a classmate of yours or something?
No. I think I talked about him when we were traveling.
I've heard his name here and there, and fire or whatever else, but it seems like anytime there's just a disaster of some kind, people ascribe it to this Orsugo. Perhaps there's no Orsugo at all, or perhaps very strong and powerful and would make a good ally, or fearsome foe.
Well, I don't know. He locked a family in their cottage and burned it to the ground, so I don't know if we want to be his friends. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. But no, guy's got a hell of a reputation. Supposedly he is fire and all sorts of stuff. But I don't know why the hell he'd be in the mountains.
Maybe to melt the snow. I don't know what that would do, it's just my first thought.
Yeah. I doubt it, but I mean he was out east. Either way, we probably won't run into him.
Well, we've run into everyone else that could exist in these mountains. They'll say, like, noticing Yara here, the hobgoblins, a sentient bird, a ghost.
Oh, Yara, have you heard that name before?
Orsugo? In Hogwen, yeah.
Anything more than rumors?
I hear he's a massive orc, but they all like to call themselves that. If you know a real orc, you know it's not true. I hear he commands fire, but that's not saying much if you've met the druids that travel through Aroth. And I know that they say he will flay people alive and eat their flesh, but that's just home.
It's another Tuesday for you, eh?
She nods.
Well, remind me never to visit your home.
Yeah, it sounds exciting.
Obviously you're welcome to travel back with us, but what's next for you?
She shakes her head and says, well, hopefully we're going to find a cave to put our friend in.
Well, yes. If we're taking the same path back, which is what was recommended to us just now that we took here, he'll like pull out the map. We did stay in a cave around this part, and well, it does connect to the place that we told them about, but there's other caves around that we can look for, but in worst case scenario, there is also this one.
Nods. Says, then after that's done, your question's a good one. What do I do next? I hear in these parts there's a group of people that hold Vroga pretty close to their hearts. As close as, say, me and mine do. Or did. But you've probably heard of them, the Free Folk. Vroga is pretty close in their hearts, and so I intends to maybe visit some of them and see if I can find some that are, willing to work together.
The Free Folk. That's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Mikhail's just looking to see like what face you're making.
He like gives you a wink. I'm just kidding. I do know them well because, well, I'm one of them.
She looks at you assessingly and says, and the rumors are true.
Yes, and typically if you go north from Haldwyn, there's a bit of plains and forest up that way that they travel around in, and that's why I trained Nightstorm after all.
She takes like a slow, deep breath, and after an exhale, like a contemplative exhale, she says, they travel through forests. I have to say, it seems a bit more comfortable than where we've been as of late. I'm sick of mountains and broken lands. I wouldn't mind the comfort of a canopy and a trunk or two to break the cold wind, especially with winter coming. At the very least, that or a bottle of wine next to a fire. I think maybe we should get moving.
I
Yeah,
assume we're traveling. Yeah.
to the keep we go. I will say though, if you're going to return to the Free Folk, I do want to go back myself, but well, there's a couple of places that may be worth avoiding up that way. They'll like show the map of like the two keeps that are kind of like surrounding where.
Sure. And as you pull out the map and you do that, you see like one or two snowflakes fall on the map. Look up in the sky and you're like, you don't think it's going to open up and start snowing again proper. It's just like a dusting happening. But either way, so you show that to her. And she says, I'm in no rush to get there. I don't know if any traveling beyond whatever is the closest inn is what I'm willing to do in the winter anyways. I'm not as big as you folk are. And it's the warmth doesn't cling to me quite as long.
Extremities probably get less cold though.
She just kind of gives you a look.
Aldo also gives you a look.
I don't even know why I said that out loud. He just pretends he didn't say anything, keeps walking.
That was a bit awkward.
And you guys just walk now. The next 10 minutes
It's like
of silence.
after it's like been silent for like 30 seconds, he'll just like slowly take out the lute and start strumming.
Awesome. Everybody, perception checks, please. Not immediate. It's like as you're traveling. Oh, sorry, Wade. I know you rolled me a perception. You were welcome to roll survival if you would have preferred that. Are they the same modifier or are they different?
Same modifier.
Okay, then we'll use your result as it is. I'm only make you reroll if it's a different mod. And with this, we'll have this be the last that has the penance giving the +1, right? And so everybody has a 16, 12, 17. Is that appropriate? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. So Aldo notices something that's on the ground. So Aldo notices like a strange marking, whatever it is that's in the ground. And kind of like, I don't know whether if you just like, call somebody over to glance at it, or if you were just staring at it long enough that it grabs Koa's attention and he looks. But however it plays out, your attention is drawn over to a spot where you do see a very fresh print in the ground. And it's a very strange looking print because it almost looks canine, but there's only two. It almost seems to be walking 2 feet and they're large, not 4 feet and smaller. And so after like a few moments of looking it over and then checking out the area, you realize that it seems as though gnolls have come through here very recently. In the past maybe 20 minutes or so. You're getting the impression, just putting 2 and 2 together from what you experienced in the recent past, when you guys flew overhead, flew low enough to get the attention of the gnolls, and then flew into this area. Some scouts had come in here very recently, kind of checking things out, and have already like returned back or are returning back from here. And because of that, it is possible they're returning back to the whole tribe to let them know like stuff has happened here or whatever it is. Now this isn't like as soon as you walked away from where you were with the others. You've been traveling back at some point, but you've left enough tracks or whatever in the area that they've been able to notice X, Y, or Z. So
is it possible to get a read on how fresh the tracks are? I know you said like a general, but like...
Yep. You're welcome to actually stop and do a survival check with this one. Somebody else can assist you if they want. Oh, never mind. You're not going to be able to get it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I mean, they can assist you, get you a +3, and they might decide to use some of the other bonuses that you guys have. So let's see if somebody assists you.
+4 or +5, right?
You have 2 +5s right now, yeah. They actually hurt your cause. You're actually currently sitting in a 7.
I'll take the L.
Yeah. Like, how fresh these
I was
tracks?
waiting to see if Aldo would do it.
Like, it's hard to tell. Fresh powder on them and all that. Within the hour. So you just don't know.
Does Aldo say anything before I start?
No. He kind of just like pointed it out to you, right? And then, yeah.
Somewhat fresh. Been within the last 30 minutes to an hour or so. Probably not worth trying to hunt them down or anything. I think we just keep our eyes open, try to get back to the safety of the keep. If we'd been able to catch them off guard and stop them, that would have been one thing, but I just don't know how recently they've been through here.
Yeah, that's probably the best plan right for now.
Well, we better pick up a pace then.
I miss Nightstorm. Or Al-Sāmiyah.
I guess we keep going.
Okay.
Oh, Mikhail, did you come across the dagger?
Did I actually reach that point or no?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I got even close to that far. Yeah. The dagger?
Maybe we're not that far in yet. It's hard to tell since we flew back. I left some sticks with a dagger on it to let you know something.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. But just keep an eye on as we're walking back. I'd like that dagger back.
So,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see it.
you guys are making your way back, but you're trying to move quickly, right? So, of course, you have the three of you plus Yara plus two of the horses are already gone, right? The two riding. So Sandstorm or whatever its name is, plus the other riding horse who's
Pull out the loot.
Simone is the other is gone. So you just have the donkey and the other pack horse.
And Simon. Yeah.
And Simon, yeah, are with you.
But your memory is worse than your height, dude.
I'm 5'11". So anyways,
Haircut looks great. Haircut looks great.
Thanks. So
We're a tiny, sad old man.
So
there's those redeems from 20 minutes ago. You're welcome.
I believe you. Yeah, totally.
Just one after the other.
Oh yeah.
So anyways,
Marion forensic, of course.
Are you guys actually trying to move more quickly to get back there? Are you trying to move a wider berth to get back there? What's your plan? Both?
How late into the day are we at this point? Because I have no idea what time it is.
It is getting later, but knowing how far you are from the keep, you can get to the keep before sunset. Even traveling at your normal kind of hastened pace. That's without really trying to hustle, rush, so on and so forth.
I think it's worth trying to hustle a little bit. Koa would be pushing for that. One, because his horse is left in a place with a dead body and the door's barely cracked open and there's hungry gnolls. Two, we want to talk to Al-Sāmiyah. And three, gnolls.
Yeah.
So you want to hurry your ass up, but do you take that wide berth too?
You mean wide? By wide berth, you mean not a direct path back, a different
path
not
back? The same exact way back that you rode through last time. Try to go even more curved around where you believe the camp is, or you've seen the camp to be, the tribe to be.
Yeah.
Try to go further around the camp specifically. Okay.
I imagine that's kind of a judgment call. Probably. I imagine when we get to the point where we're getting close to where we think that camp was, it'd be kind of take a moment, look around, listen, see if it sounds like it's safe to go the same way, or maybe we even try going the other way to mix it up. I think that would be a judgment call when we get close enough to think about what's going on.
So just to put this into perspective, we all know that the valley is ovular shaped, right? So it's a big egg. You originally came in from the southeast, right? It was southeast is where you originally came in. Where you guys left out of was northwest. So more across the way, other end, so on and so forth. Northwest is where you left out. The gnoll camp is actually to the more, so it's northwest, if you will. So you're gonna have to travel south past it, and it's going to be to the west of where it is that you guys are coming out because again the curve of it. So it's up against the edge of the valley over in the areas where the camp is the tribe is currently set up. So so you know that what you could theoretically do is hug more or less when you come out, because you're going to come out north of it, just head straight east and then straight south from there. So it's a wide berth as much as possible, but just makes it slower for you to get back to the keep in time before dark.
I think to be safe, yes, I would push to probably do that, to stay further away. But I would still, whenever we're getting close to the area where we're going to be forced to be the closest to it, slow down a little bit and take a moment to listen, see what kind of activity there is, because we know there were scouts going back and forth. It's okay, are they sending more? Are they going to go after the hobgoblins? Are they just bird pieced out? It's over here. Kind of what's going on around this area now? Do the number of gnoll tracks pick up as we get closer?
Okay.
Koa would be looking for those things as we approach.
Okay. No problem. So, anyways, you guys are doing exactly what you just said there. Make sure I got this right. So you guys are going to do exactly that. Wade, go ahead and roll me a survival check to try to do this the best way possible.
All right. Anybody want to assist before I roll this time?
I can.
Great.
All right. Let's see what I get.
So close to being helpful.
Yep.
I can't use your strings for this.
Not an option, unfortunately.
Okay. So
I'll beat that by 1. Is this worth using a +5 on? I don't know if it is or not.
I mean, it's a whole gnoll situation. So he is not giving you a +2. You're literally sitting at a 9. And it's about a matter of trying to get as far away from the gnolls as quickly as possible.
I really don't fucking want to run into those things.
Jake, you think +5?
We have 2 +5s?
We do.
Yes.
Yeah, if we can avoid like the knocks, it's probably best. So
yeah,
I'll make it a 14. Launch a 2 or just take the 5 and be done with it.
So a 14 is not a bad roll. Might not be it's obviously not the best roll by any stretch of the imagination. It's a middling and high middling.
You guys think getting it to a 15 would make a difference? You think just take the 14?
A 14 is way more comfortable, but God, those things could just be such a huge problem. You might do the luck.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I was like, a 16 would be great. That's even better.
Okay. So 17 it is. Solid roll. You guys are making your way. So as you're traveling along, you do realize, like, once you see, like, so to be clear, you're not going to go and recollect that dagger because you're going to try to go wider berth than where that dagger was towards. You know where it is. You can always find it again in the future if you need to. But you're going straight east from there. So as you guys are traveling along, you're making that way, and you realize at some point in time during this travel, that was the wise decision. Because as you're traveling down towards the keep, you actually realize that the hunt is on, and they are in fact chasing you. Because at one point in time, it's actually Yara who says something. She goes, "Did you hear that? No, shh. Did you hear that?" And then you guys hear like the off in the wind, you hear kind of like that howl kind of laughter, that creepy kind of like chittering laughter in the winds, like Mikhail had heard, the night before you guys got attacked.
Or
and
is
stub your toe.
You know that no, it's not a screech. So that chittering kind of laughter off of the winds, that suggests that there's still a good distance behind you, but close enough. There ain't no time for resting. You got to fucking move. And had you gone straight, they probably could have been able to cut you off. And maybe they even tried to cut you off before. But because you had gone straight east and then south, that made it so they didn't know which way you were going. And so you actually kind of like made them have to double back and find out which way you went and then chase after you. And they move faster than you guys do. A gnoll has a higher speed than Yara or your dopey friends here. And certainly hyenas do. So they are able to catch up. And so when you guys come to this realization, Yara pointing it out, you fucking hoof it to get all the way back there. So I just need from all of you guys, go ahead and make me a Constitution check, DC 12.
Indeed.
I can guarantee it with the other +5.
Right.
I'm gonna like it.
I'm probably gonna roll a luck, but I have to wait to see if you do the +5 first. I think is the rule, because luck has to be last. Because I'm not gonna take the +5.
Well, you guys are two separate rolls, so you guys are welcome to do it separately.
This is for what, fatigue?
Yeah, it is fatigue and 1d6 on non-lethal damage. Yeah.
Oh, is it determining how fast we're getting to the place in general, or just if we're fatigued when we get there?
If you're fatigued when you get there, you guys, because of the check that you made earlier, you got the 17, you are going to get there. So there's no question in your mind about that. You are going to get there. Now, if there's any additional dangers after that, and whether or not there's fatigue, you have to kind of determine. But you are going to be able to get there.
I'll take the 8. I'll take that fatigue, I guess.
Okay.
I don't want to use the +5 on this. We might need it for something else.
Keegan, fatigue as well.
I'll just eat the fatigue then. Yeah.
Sure. And so you guys are hoofing it, trying to get back there as quickly as you can. But unfortunately, with everything that has transpired, how hard you've pushed each other yourselves for the past few days, maybe you just skipped a meal and didn't realize it. Whatever the case may be, your characters just kind of like run down at the end of this jump of this hike or whatever. So by the time you're approaching, the sun has already finished its is already low on the horizon, and so it has like long shadows coming from behind you. So as you guys are like hearing the laughter getting closer, as you're hearing it getting louder, you can feel that stitch in your side. You can feel that your breath is drawing harder as you're making your way. Oh, but by the way, you two roll a d6 to see what your on the list. But you can feel the stitch in your side. Yeah, you can have somebody in chat. Yeah.
Snaga hurt me.
There you go.
I should ask somebody in chat.
Yeah, don't hurt me that bad.
So anyways, hey, and Wade, that heals in only 1 hour now that you're level 2. So anyways, you feel the stitch in your side. Your breath is drawing hard, and as you hear the laughter getting louder, and then as you guys are like, we can see it's only like less than a mile away. We're getting to the wall. We're almost there. You like look back, and you can see them, like the sun is lighting them up from behind. You can see the silhouettes chasing you, and you're like, oh shit. And it's at this like last like less than a mile. Everybody turns like, go, go, go. And you can see that everybody just starts sprinting, running to get as quick as they can. Yara, because she's so small, even runs up to like the larger of the two pack animals with less on it, literally just kind of like jumps up, and she's holding on to the opposite side of the horse while sticking a foot straight up inside one of the saddlebags and like sloppy riding off the side of the horse as it's moving along. And you guys are running as quick as you can so she doesn't slow you down because you're not concerned about her. And everybody's trying to make it as quick as they can back to the camp. But as you're getting closer, it's less than half a mile away. It's about a quarter mile away. You can see the hyenas are now riding up on the sides of you. So they're getting ready to try to pull you off. They're trying to get ready to stop you as they're coming up on the sides, trying to make it because they move even faster than the gnolls do, as the gnolls are drawing in even closer from behind. So as you guys are getting there, the keep is only like 200 feet or so away. You see the gnolls are maybe about like 400 or 500 feet away. When you guys, the keep is only 100 feet away. The gnolls are only about like 300, maybe 400 feet away. Finally, you're getting to the door. You can actually see the door right there. It's going to take a moment to get there. But as you're getting to the door, literally one of the hyenas starts running into the side and goes to take an attack at one person randomly. For which person it is, we have 2 horses and 3 PCs. One of the NPCs is on the horse, so it's kind of 5. But what we'll do is we'll have Yara be an option 2. So Wade is number 1, Keegan's number 2, Aldo's number 3, Yara's number 4. Each horse is 5 and 6. So mule 5, horse 6. Can I get forensically to go ahead and roll me a d6? And let's see who it is that the hyena takes a snip at. Get my d20 out.
How many of them are there total going after?
Only one is able to ride in sideways enough to jump and take a bite at one of you guys.
I just mean the whole hunting party. How many
at least 2 hyenas. At least 2. You're not 100% sure. The gnolls behind you looks like it's up to a dozen that are chasing after you.
Okay, I don't like those.
So like not numbers that you would feel confident even if you weren't fatigued fighting against, right? A 1. Hey, Koa. Cool. So as you guys are rushing in, and like we're talking literally the door is maybe 50, 60 feet from you. For you, Wade, that's a double move. That's 1 round of movement. You could get there. As you guys are rushing towards the door, a hyena kind of, you're running, you look behind you, running, look behind you, running. Obviously, you see it coming from the opposite direction. Just like runs in and like jumps at you to take a bite with its teeth. Oh, Jesus Christ. I rolled another natural 1. So like literally run. It jumps at you to bite you with the thing. And like I said, you were looking to the right, and all of a sudden you see it coming in from the left. As it runs to bite, the Koa is very sure-footed. He's very good at this, despite the fact that he's get a stitch in his side. He's out of breath moving. He sees the thing coming, and he just does one of those, like he's running forward and then just double plants his feet and like throws his arms out wide not to lose balance. So the thing like jumps sideways to jump and bite at him. It just skims by right in front of him, and he has to stumble forward to not fully fall on his ass. As he stumbles forward, the thing skitters to the side off to his right as he continues like jogging, holding his side because of the stitch over there, past the hyena that like literally missed him because he stopped short to make it go fly by. See all the time in football, it's just hilarious. Somebody just goes,
I was speaking of football, I was imagining he fucking stiff-armed it. Like he was sprinting by and just boom, just fucking knocks it back.
Would Koa stop to attack the thing?
The egg. I could have Heisman'd it.
Right.
Would Koa have stopped to attack the thing, or would he just keep moving?
No, this is a keep moving scenario.
Cool. Who's going to try to get to the door first? Because technically Koa moves the fastest, but he's getting attacked. who would try to get to the door first to open it, and how would they try to open it? Because you guys mostly closed the door. You left it ajar.
I'd probably try to run up and use the stick to open it. Our very useful stick that we found.
So it's a push to get open. So you're just trying to like more or less run up, come to a stop, and try to wedge your stick in and try to like.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I don't want to hit the spikes.
Go ahead and make me a yeah. So you get up there. Go ahead and make me a strength check.
I would assist him. You could imagine he gets the thing out, and then Aldo will grab hold of it too and just like push with him.
Oh,
the fact that you said that means you can roll the strength check instead of him, and you have a higher strength score than him at the moment because he's fatigued.
Exactly.
Draw his sword and just try to be ready.
I don't think so. We're probably the same.
Mine's an 8 now.
His is normally an 8. Okay, both of you guys roll. And we will. So then because of the same, we can say that you assist. And so he gets the real roll, you get the assist roll. Wade, you were trying to say something while they're rolling?
Just holding. I draw my sword and I'm ready to defend if need be.
Perfect.
While they clearly get the door open.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they closed the door.
Yeah. They get a 4.
God damn it.
That's funny. So they rush up to the door and they're trying to open it, and unfortunately it does not go well. You draw your sword as you're moving forward and trying to get there. And stop, and of course the horses and what's her name and what it is, she hops off the side of the horse to the best of her ability, and you see them coming in. So unfortunately now it's at a point where we're squared off and initiative needs to be rolled to see who can get the door and whatnot in time. Don't roll it quite just yet. I have to make sure I clear it. Where's a knit? It looks weird now. There it is. And remove all turns, clear. Go ahead and highlight your mini and click initiative, please.
We're on the map. We don't have minis, or we.
Hold on. I don't think I have you on the same page as me. My apologies. Let me go ahead and fix that. Oh no, I'm trying to. Again, it works different now than how it used to.
I see somebody over in like Peril. I don't know where,
from, like, the top right.
I am.
Regroup all.
Right.
And did I do it right?
Yeah, we're in a place now.
All right, cool. You guys are just on the blank map.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, now we're initiative ready.
Yes, you are. So I have 2 hyenas I'm rolling for, to be clear.
That was the fatigue's fault.
Cool. I just let the computer roll for initiative. The rest will be in my dice, in my hand. Everybody rolled.
Hyena.
Yep.
Cool.
There's something about PC initiative that's never good.
Wait, where happened to my second hyena? Oh, my. Weird.
14 and 17 or what I said.
Did you roll the same one twice?
I think I did that. Yes. I'm sorry. Were you saying something, Jake?
So we might need Yara to roll in here.
Oh yeah, we can totally do a Yara. I'll do that with my hand. Oh wow, I rolled a natural 18, and she has a +1. She has a 19 total. She actually gets to go first. Nice. Holy shit! That's.
Is it Nightstorm in this keep? Is it Nightstorm in this keep? Can she help us open this fucking door?
No, because you have to push from the outside, and she can only push from the inside.
Okay.
So Yara actually gets to go first. Let me just go ahead and add this on here as a turn tracker item for Yara, and bring her to the top. Good call there, by the way, Jake. So there's Yara's on here. So seeing everything that's happening, Yara's gonna also go and stand defensively over by you guys at the door, and is like, "Can't you open the thing?" And we'll stand and prepare an action for in case anybody comes up to attack. As she moves over, drawing her battle axe, and does that. It's now one of the hyenas' turns, and it's going to rush forward and try to attack. But because of you guys being together, as it rushes forward, I'm actually going to attack Wade again. She uses her prepared action to attack the hyena first.
Didn't I technically prepare an action before we rolled a knit?
No, because you didn't get into initiative in time to prepare. You were running up to the door, drawing your weapon. Okay. I rolled a natural 20. Let's see if I can confirm. It's a natural 19. That's going to be a confirmation. So a battle axe for a small size creature is only a 1d6, but a battle axe.
Thank God the hyena didn't go first.
A battle axe is a ×3 weapon, which is 3d6 damage. So, so right off the bat, I rolled 9 points of damage. Plus, she gets to add strength and a half, which she doesn't have a huge strength. She's a small person, so it's just 12. So she said just to add that times 3. So plus 3 is 12 points of damage. Hyenas have 13 health. I'm just making sure I'm not missing something from her. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me just check one detail real quick. I just have to switch websites real quick. Sorry, chat. Unexciting, but give me 1 second. Favorite enemies against gnolls?
I wouldn't doubt it. She was a reindeer or something.
Magically, his favorite. It's like, do you know these gnolls? Oh, I heard about it once. I think sometime before. No. Give me a second. I have to pull it up.
Let's get the hatred trait against them.
I'm surprised the crit only does 12 damage with a battle axe.
Almost there.
It's triple, so it's whatever he rolled on 3d6, and then I guess she only has a +1 strength.
Correct. So that times 3.
So it only adds 3.
Yeah, because remember, she's an NPC. She doesn't have super high stats. So,
But you rolled 3d6, and you got a 3 total?
3d6 equaled 9, plus 1 strength times 3. So 9 plus 3 equals 12.
Oh, the crit only does the strength times 3?
So hold on. A battle axe is 1d6 for a small sized creature.
Gotcha. Okay.
Hence 3d6. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Dude, if it was a 3d6 weapon normally, holy shit.
Woo!
They're dropping 90s, they're dropping fireballs in people's faces.
Yeah. That's
oh my god.
Like, what, a large greatsword? Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, no, she does not have any additional abilities to assist in this. So that is all she can do. So she does 12 points of damage, which is great. She just doesn't have her primary weapon. She only has the battle axe at the moment.
I don't think penance does damage, does it? That's just
No, that also wore off. Penance only lasts normally a minute in combat or whatever, and that was
it is damage
hours
typically,
ago.
So.
It
It is damage typically, though.
is, yes, but that was hours ago, unfortunately. Yeah. So anyways, back to the game. She does 12 points of damage. She fucks up a hyena, like absolutely fucks the thing up. Technically speaking, it is still able to. So the way that it works is it attacks, which provokes the attack of opportunity. So I'm already in the middle of the attack action. Otherwise, I would have just turned and ran away. But I'm already in the middle of attack action, so I have to attack Wade.
Does it stop it or hurt its attack to get crit as it's coming in?
No, unfortunately, it does not. But I did not beat your AC anyways. I only beat an AC of 11, which you have a higher than. So
what did you roll? Total?
8 plus 3 equals 11.
I'm fatigued.
What's your AC when you're fatigued?
11.
Really?
Your AC is only 11?
Your armor was better than... Oh, right, because you dropped... Yeah.
I've never had better armor. I've got the starting level 0 armor.
Oh, that's awesome.
You want to switch it out.
So I hit you?
Yeah, your dex
11
drops.
hits.
Oh, that's awesome. Sweet. I do 5 points of damage and a CMB.
I fucking hate hyenas.
You take 1 less of that.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You only take 4. That's right. Good call. And my CMB is a 3. It doesn't say I get any bonus on this. So it is a 13. What's your CMD? Because your fatigue, it's probably lower.
12.
Because your fatigue, otherwise it's a 14. You get tripped, so the hyena bites you and
dude, I'm having fucking Groundhog Day of this hyena bullshit.
Only you took the +5. All right, so anyways, that is the hyena's turn. It is now Mikhail's turn. Mikhail, I assume you're going to try to strength check again?
There's fucking hyenas attacking now. Do I only see the one, or does it look like there's 2?
There's
2
a
hyenas
second
up
one
on
coming
us,
in.
and there's gnolls like in the distance that are charging up.
Okay. Are the hyenas in a position where I can try to sleep both of them at the same time without hitting my allies?
Yeah, great question. I would say that in this exact moment, the answer is no. But if you prepare an action, you can see a hyena running in, and it will be literally the next initiative. So you prepare an action to do that. 100% it will move up.
Yeah, I'll just say to Aldo, I just go, shit, you got this. Like I reach into my pouch, like I'm gonna cast a spell as I prepare.
Awesome. I didn't find that right. Cool. So you prepare to do that. I move up to the position. So 100% you are able to do that. I'm just trying to find a button real quick. Where are you? There you are. Oh, fuck you. Boy. And there you are. Take a moment to get there. So Koa, you're gonna have +1 to attack rolls, +1 to save or sphere, and 8 temporary health.
Thank
points at
you.
the moment.
Who did that?
nice.
Forensic, I think. Nope, Solo Wolf.
Thank you, Solo.
All right, sir. So I have to be a 14 on my will save for 2 of them.
Yes.
I have a great will save. That does not pass. And actually, that one does. So
Gross.
the hyena that's extremely injured, who's the closer one, so I did that one first. That one fell asleep immediately.
First one
and then so it's like bleeding and sleeping. And then the other one, I actually got a 15 total. So they were able to resist the spell. So you see the hyena is like moving up and it just kind of like slows down for a second, shaking its head, and then continues to move forward. And it's actually going to attack at Yara this time. So the other one attacked you. No, you're on the ground. It's attacking Koa. It's absolutely attacking Koa because it's a +4 chance to hit. Absolutely, I'm attacking Koa. What am I talking about? Okay, here we go. I got a 21 total. So that definitely
that
hits.
misses.
It does 9 points of damage. So the good news is
I'm feeling
thing
very
leveled.
free level 2 again.
the good news is you reduce it by 1, and you had 8 temporary HP, so you take 0 damage.
That is
God.
true.
Ugh. And that is, it rushes up and it attacks you. So it's more or less you're on the ground because the other one kind of pulled you down. It just starts burying its nozzle into you and just starts ripping and like grabs you by your thigh. It's ripping and pulling. And had the armor of your, like right above your thigh, had that armor given away, its teeth would have just absolutely like clamped into like the flesh down beneath instead of ripping at like, muscle, tissue, arteries, whatever is beneath there. You don't know how. Somehow the stitching of the armor, despite the way it's ripping, you can feel the stitching ripping, you can hear the snapping of the stitching ripping. Somehow it did not rip off. The armor has somehow protected you. As its teeth are like buried into one of the plates of the it's not brigandine armor. What are you wearing? What's that called with all the plates on
I think
it?
it starts with like a
Lamellar?
or something.
Lamellar, yeah. So its teeth are buried into lamellar, and some of the stitching hasn't given away as this thing's like pulling at you, and finally rips its head off and it's getting ready to spring at you again. Okay.
Do I
this
roll
goes
to go
Aldo.
unprone?
That's on your turn.
No, for it does the CMB attack. Maybe it undoes what the other one did, right?
I didn't make a CMB.
Throws me back up.
So Aldo, we got a blessings of Vroga. I thought it was going to be over super fast. I thought his sleep was going to work and I was just going to refund it. But unfortunately, things are not going well. Would you like to use that blessings and that way we can see what happens next? There we go.
Wow.
Well,
Really did it.
I mean, honestly, he can legitimately use that to get into a flanking position and fuck up a hyena. Or you can just choose to continue trying to rip this door open now that Mikhail has abandoned you.
Yeah, well, there's not much I can do, unfortunately. So I've got the staff in one hand. I guess with my other hand, I pull out my pointy hat, I put it on, and I just push.
You gotta have the pointy hat if you're using the staff. That's the rule.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
9.
a whopping 9. You have a luck die and you still have a random +5.
The DC can't be that damn high.
The door's
Open
open.
Yeah.
It is an
So-
open door.
I'm not disputing that. It's a big, heavy, rusted old door that is open and just needs to be pushed or wedged
Just
open.
luck
I
it.
agree with you.
I'm
Just
not going to
like
luck it because we're really limited on luck, and
I
I don't
know
know when
we
this
are.
resets.
We are. That's true. I just don't think he's gonna give it to us with a 9.
Do you
Probably
want to
not.
Do you want to use the +5 turn
We'll
it into a
see.
14? It's the last one.
That's totally up to you.
It seems a waste of a +5, right? But at the same time, luck is like really.
How far away are the
finite thing
gnolls
right
at this
now.
point?
So when you were 100 feet away, so they were like maybe 3-ish, maybe 3-ish, 100 feet away.
I think
So you
it's
guys
4 to 5
have
with
gone
3.
the rest of the distance here. So they're probably about, so I have to do their speeds at this point. Probably about 200 feet as you got here and started struggling. Two
So like
300
still
feet
2
as
to
you
3
started
rounds
struggling.
away at least.
Yeah, but their speed is, I think, a gnoll speed is what, 40?
If they're running, they're going to be here fast as fuck.
So their speed's decently fast, and if they're running, they can run at ×4. But running, you also can show up fatigued yourself. You know what I mean? You can also show up winded. So you got Wade. You think maybe 2 or 3 rounds before all of a sudden you're swarmed by a bunch of gnolls. Sorry, Jake. Okay. What were you doing?
I mean, I can use the +5, but it's up to you guys because I'm not going to use a luck on it.
We technically have another round or two. I mean, it's just the hyenas at this point, which sucks. But like, we do have a couple of rounds before the gnolls get here. If you just want to keep trying,
that's true.
I'm just face down, ass up. That's the way I like to.
Only one's attacking you now. Only one's attacking you now. The other one's asleep.
That's great. Tell that to my thigh that it still has a bandage on it from yesterday.
I don't use the +5.
Yeah, maybe 9's enough. So open an open door.
You using it?
No.
Okay, cool. With a 9 total, you're able to wedge the door open enough that you... hold on, wait, what the fuck does this say?
What's it?
I'm straight up not going to use the exact ruling that's there. I'm going to make an alteration to what was suggested there. Because it doesn't fall in line with what makes sense. So either way, so for you, with a 9, you do not get the door fully open. You get it pushed open enough that you definitely could slide through the door if you wanted to. But holy shit, those barbs are going to rip you apart if you don't pass an acrobatics check. So you can get through the door at this point. You can actually even see the horses on the inside. They're like, but it is not open enough that you can simply just walk in or whatever. You're going to have to make an acrobatics to get through. Funny enough, you still have your move action. You can attempt that now if you'd like, or you can wait.
No, I'll wait.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Koa, it is your turn.
If I try to stand, I provoke an attack of opportunity, right?
If you try to stand, you provoke an attack of opportunity.
Correct.
Yes, because there is 1 hyena still over you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they do get the +4 on that AOO.
Yeah.
But if I tried to attack from the ground, I take a -4 on the attack roll?
Yes, sir. Yes, exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to do that anyway. I'm going to try to attack from the ground.
Oh, blessings.
Blessings of Vroga. It's a 3. It's a 3. Yes! Look what it says!
I stand up.
You're up.
As a swift action, you stand up. You still have your move and your standard action. Let's go!
This is the one up.
This is the one we were kind of shitting on too, wasn't it?
That's the best roll I could have had. This is the only time in the campaign we'll ever be happy about a 3, but I'll take it.
No, that's not true. That move 5 feet as a swift action is pretty awesome. So anyways, yeah, you stand up from pro. You're standing directly in front of us.
I go to rage, but instead I yawn. I can still power attack though, right?
100%, absolutely, yeah. I assume not the sleeping one.
The what?
Not the sleeping one.
There's 2 on you. There's
no, not the one. That was so stupid. My brain couldn't comprehend what you were asking me.
Fair.
Are Yara and I side by side? Or are we to the point where we're kind of flanking this thing?
So Yara was adjacent with you, so you are not currently flanking the. So my apologies. Let me put this. Yara was adjacent with you when the first one came in and attacked. This one came from a kind of a wider angle. Yara would have to move to flank. You moving would not really benefit at this point, unless you would try to like if you wanted to free 5-foot step over. You might make it slightly easier for her to get around.
Wait, power attack doesn't do chance to hit. That's damage. I don't want a power attack.
Yeah.
I want more of a chance to hit right now.
Fair.
Well, I guess I don't have much else I can do right now, so I just swing my sword. 11. I doubt an 11 hit.
I can't remind you from last time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like a 12 or a 13. I don't want to really.
Oh, we have +1 from aid, so that's.
You have +1 from aid. That's true. So you have a 12.
It's a 12. Yeah. As a 12.
I think I just keep the 12 and hope that we can do something in the next round because I don't want to waste the luck for that. So let's see what.
Yeah, we have a few turns before it gets to do anything.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a 12 misses.
Yeah,
now,
I thought maybe
before we do anything else, all of a sudden what catches your eye as Yara is taking her action. She's going to take her action, and she is one of the PCs at the moment, so I will give her Blessings of Vroga. So as Yara's taking her action, you guys are going to see something happening in the backdrop. all of a sudden the sky lights up for a second as there is a huge blast is maybe slightly an overstatement. It's more of an unfurling of a giant flame, both wide and rolling up into the sky, very tall, from pretty far behind you happen. So as Yara's taking her action, it probably pulls your attention away. It's up to you whether or not your attention's pulled. Pulls your attention away to whatever it is Yara's doing. As you look over, and you can definitely see the dozen or so hyenas chasing at you in front of you are very much lit up, because way behind them, such a large flame kind of like rolls up in the sky. Now, not behind them like 100, 200 feet, like way behind them.
Like toward where their camp is?
Like maybe even as far back as their camp. You know what I mean? Maybe not quite that far. It's hard to tell because you don't know how big the fire is. So it's it's in the middle of the night, so you don't really have depth perception well enough to identify where it is. But a massive flame rolls up into the sky that definitely catches you. You're like, holy shit, as you see that. And you can see the gnolls, which not only are there 12 gnolls coming after you, but you actually see jogging between the gnolls, or at least 2 more other hyenas are moving with them as the gnolls are coming at you. So they all light up, and you're like, what the? But Yara's going to take her turn. She obviously there's the other one that's down by you, but making sure that this problem is like solved. She knows that you're fighting the living one. She's just going to fell the one that's on the ground. So it can't, because she doesn't know that you cast a sleep spell and put it to sleep. She saw it like flop over randomly, but it's still breathing. So she's going to finish it. Then she's going to move around to flank with you. Okay.
Yeah, that's so nice of her to hit the sleeping one.
I rolled onto my. Okay, I hit it, and I did 2 points of damage to a creature with 1 health point. So she killed it, or dropped it. And then she uses her move action to move over to...
The sleeping one was full health. It was the hurt one that was still awake.
No, the sleeping one was the one that was...
Am I wrong? Oh, I am wrong.
Yeah, he rolled for the super
the one that attacked
one
is
first.
the one that fell asleep.
Yeah.
That's right, because the other one got to attack. That's right.
So either way, so that one's down, and then she's now flanking with you for the other one and prepared to attack it or whatever. But she just killed the one that was in front of her first. So you guys didn't even necessarily catch sight of that. All of a sudden, you like look back, and you see like she's now there, like with the axe ready and ready to fight, to aid you there, as that whatever that shit was took place. So that first hyena, I'm going to remove him from the initiative. It's actually Mikhail's turn before we do anything else. Mikhail, obviously you saw that too, and you get to roll the last of the Vrogas before we do anything else.
Neat.
Oh, okay, cool. It's if you need to make a skill check, like a strength. Well, it says skill, but it's really should be, I would say, ability check. So it applies to things like strength or dex rolls. I'll modify that now.
I would, but I don't want that fucking hyena to get another turn. I'll take the 1, because I'm going to do something else anyway.
Sure.
I am going to scream at the hyena, but only he can hear it.
I think I get a save.
You do.
I failed that save. 4 points of damage.
Oh shit! Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, per 2 caster level. So yeah, it's still just 1d6. So yeah, 4.
Okay, so it takes the 4 points of damage as the first damage it took, so it definitely like reacts to that. Like it definitely takes the pain from it. But now it can see like it is flanked on either side. It has you did the ear-piercing scream or whatever to it. Like it's now outnumbered. Its partner is dead. That big fire took place. Hyenas are pack hunting animals. They do not like being outnumbered. The fact that it even came up only 2 against all of you, and then the whole area lit up. They prefer using the cover of night because they have superior vision at night. They have low light vision. Most people do not. So this scenario is no longer a good scenario for it. So it's going to take the withdraw action, and so it's going to make its current square not provoke an attack of opportunity.
Did it fail its save?
It failed to save. It took 4 points of damage. What happened?
So it's also dazed.
Dazed. Not dazzled.
It can't do anything.
I can't do
it's
anything.
losing an action.
Yeah, it's got no actions.
Oh, it does not take the withdraw. It just stands there and looks stupid.
Yeah.
When something's dazed, doesn't that also affect its AC? Can you check that for me real quick? And
I think that's stunned. Let me check.
Aldo's turn.
I think stunned is the one that does the... Yeah, no penalty to AC for dazed.
Okay. Aldo, what are you doing, sir?
I'm gonna try and continue opening this door.
Okay. So you go ahead and make me a strength check. It's a lower DC now. Because most of the way there.
There we go.
But you easily are able to push it the rest of the way open. In which case, you are welcome. Wait, if you have a move action, you can call Night Storm with it. And Night Storm is fast enough and close enough to assist in combat if you want them to. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else you turn, Aldo? Like, do you want to try to slip into the door to, like, get the fuck out of the way so other people can get in behind you?
Yep. That's what I do.
We have to get, we still have to get the horse and the mule in as well.
Yeah, that's not Aldo's problem. That's a you problem. and so he pushes the door open and runs in. Freaking stick with him. Woo! All right, wait, it's your turn. Koa's turn.
I swing big sword.
Do you want to call Night Storm first, or you want to storm?
Oh my god, I just realized what this is. The fire in the sky, a Balrog is going to come down, and I'm going to have to face it and stop it from getting inside.
Yes.
I knew this is where you were heading, Scott.
Yes, that's exactly.
Get your beard put on.
Yeah.
We're flanking now, right?
You are flanking. Get the +2 from flanking, sir.
Excellent. Even if I take like the thing to hit, I rolled a fucking 1 on damage.
Did you I don't know.
It'd be 4 damage.
Did you roll double ones?
I rolled a 2 and a 1, and I only have a +1 because I'm fucking fatigued as usual.
Oof.
I'll just take the L.
Yeah, that's
again,
rough,
man.
buddy.
Yeah, that's some rough stuff right there.
Can I use my move to try to direct the other 2 horses to go in, though?
Yes, you may, or you can tell Night Storm to attack, whichever one you prefer.
Right now, our goal is to get everyone inside. It feels counterintuitive for me to pull Night Storm outside.
Sounds great. Move action, handle animal check.
I will remove flanking. I don't think that affects my handle animal, but I'll remove it before I roll this anyway.
Nice.
I was going to say you get one of the horses in, but with a fucking 25, you get both the horse and the mule to go in there, no problems. In there, getting away from that fire, going to safety inside, no problems. They easily go into the tight squeeze, and Aldo's surrounded by ass. So, anyways, you are able to get them in with great ease, Wade. Wow, only that was on your attack roll. It's now Yara's turn. Yara, reacts to the fire. Was like, in the name of the gods, let's get inside. Like, has no idea what that is. She will attack. I rolled a natural 13, so that's a 15 from flanking plus her modifier. So she absolutely hits this thing. It has only taken 4 damage so far from Keegan. It has now taken 6 more, so it's taken 10 points of damage. So she does hit the thing, but is not going to abandon you. She's like, finish it, Koa. And it is now Mikhail's turn.
Of course, yes. That's my time. I was simply toying with it. It's all because I taunted Jaaek early in the session. He literally told me I wouldn't hit a damn thing in combat. This is the true curse of the valley.
Because I'm going to attack. Because I'm good at that. So, yeah, I'm going to draw my rapier as I move up, and I'm going to try to stab this Huggy, the heinous,
you come
whatever it is.
Fall on it and kill it.
Which I definitely can't flank this thing, so I'm just going to swing.
Does it count as flanked because we're flanking it already?
It's got to be a straight line through
That's
it.
a whole trick and blah, blah, blah.
Weird.
Playing is opposite sides.
I rolled a 13. That's what I have.
Okay. 13 total?
I believe so. I don't think I have any other bonuses. Aid was only on Koa, right?
His kill.
You need what? 3
Oh, I do some damage.
Roll 1 still alive.
Don't roll a 1, yeah.
if I hold on.
Okay.
Well,
I was gonna say I have a -1 to my damage right now.
I think I had 13 health, right? So I think a 3's enough.
She's like, finish it, Koa. And you step round, drawing your rapier, and you just stab it in the side. And she's like, works for me. And immediately starts like running past you to go inside the place.
All right, that's my turn. I just go, let's go. That's it.
I will on my turn.
No.
Oh, okay.
Initiative's over. You guys are able to run inside.
Oh.
I imagine as soon as you
good.
go inside, you immediately grab the stick or give it to Koa, and start pushing the door shut. Okay.
Yes.
When you guys
Koa
are
helps push with the stick.
when you guys are looking out the door and seeing like what's happening out there, you can see like that fire, just like in real life, if there was like an explosion, like the fire rolls up at once, but then it continues to be like little bits of, there's a continuing fire closer to the ground, but a few like waves will come up off of it afterwards that like are disconnected from the primary fire down below. So if you see a couple like disconnected waves like rolling up and kind of dissipating as they go. Your characters have probably never seen anything like this before in your lives. This is insane. So looking out and seeing that, you're just like, holy shit. And so like you're mesmerized by it, like staring at it. So as Koa is like focused on shutting the door, you guys are able to look out and she's like, holy shit. And then luckily he gets the door shut in time and then wedges the thing in, starts cranking it to the side to lock the door up so you guys know you're secure.
Do we hear a splat as they all run into the door and die to the spikes?
Yeah, great question. Actually, for those of you that were able to look out the door, so not Koa because he was distracted locking it, the two of you, if you want to roll perception checks, you're welcome to do so. If you were assisting him, don't roll.
Now you roll an 11. Really lancing it over there, Mikhail.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta.
So actually, Aldo, you're able to see that that they had stopped and turned and were looking back at the fire that was going on. They actually completely stopped their travel at you because they were looking at the fire that had happened. So that you guys actually had even more time to get in because they were like, "What the fuck is that?" And then you swear, Aldo, you saw just before the door shut, you thought you saw them starting to move back the other direction. Not as quickly as they were chasing you, like legitimately like chasing you. You think you saw them moving back the other direction, Aldo?
I think they're leaving.
Should we try to get up top to get a better look?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that fire was.
I don't.
What fire?
Insane. There was like a whole. It was like a cloud of
I saw
flame.
a bit of something, but there was something gnawing on my leg at the moment. I was a bit distracted. Good work on the hyenas, everyone.
Yeah, are you okay?
Yes,
How bad
somehow
it get
this
you?
armor held. I'm not sure how. I got one good hit on me, but otherwise,
Like after you say like, yeah, I'm good, he's like already moving to the stairs. Like, oh, okay, whatever. See what the hell that is. Like disappearing.
So
just make sure you watch all the markings from the traps.
Yep, the chalk.
as you guys are doing that, what's her name? So you're starting to move up, and I imagine Aldo's moving up with you. You're probably taking a moment, Koa, to check on the horses, make sure they're going to be okay, make sure Nightstorm's okay.
Let Yara know what the hell is happening too, because she's not really explored this place much.
Yeah, well, that and also Nightstorm. You were hoping to get Nightstorm a chance to like walk around after being like, "I'm sorry, girl, you're gonna have to stay in here till tomorrow." That whole bit. So after you're doing all that, Yara's actually gonna come up to you. There'll be a moment where she says, "Hey, Koa, are you okay? You took a nasty couple of bites out there."
Unfortunately, it's not the first time I've taken a bite from one of these creatures. Just hope doesn't get infected, but the bite itself didn't get me too well.
She says, "Well, that's good. Good that it didn't hit you too bad, but we should probably take care of it so it doesn't, as you say, get infected. Fortunately for you, Rogue is in your heart. Come here for a second. Sit down on the stairs." She'll say, kind of like making her way over to them.
Right, just not that particular step.
Huh? Oh, the markings you were talking about. And you go sit down and she'll like look at the wounds, and then she takes a moment where she puts her hands together, and she leans in and she like whispers to her hands, and then as she takes her hands apart, you swear you see a couple of like little sparks, almost like fireflies, going off for a second between her hands as she pulls them apart, and she'll place them right on your thigh where one of the attacks were. And as she does so, you can feel like this warm, soothing feeling rush around your leg as some of the pain immediately starts to subside. When she pulls her hands away, you've healed 2 points of damage that you've taken so far.
Yay.
And then
Nice.
she'll do it one more time, where she puts her hands together and she's like, let me see that wound as well. She does the same thing, and she'll go over and she'll place her hands onto another one, and she'll place her hands
It's all
over it.
thighs, man. I only get bit on the thigh.
Yeah, actually, this one was the glute, the gluteus minimus. Get in there. No, so she places her hands on another wound, and this time you'll heal 4 points of damage. And then you can see as she like pulls away, you can see like she's like stretching out her fingers, and almost like if you were to give a massage after a long while of giving a massage, you can feel like your joints, your hands, everything kind of like aching a bit. She's kind of like flicking out her hands like she can feel a bit of pain inside them, and she's like, I hope that's better.
Much feeling like I did right before we got into that scrap, really.
Good. It's best to keep evil at bay. Should we start climbing?
Yes. We're only gonna go up about halfway, and then there's a. Well, you'll see.
And she'll let you guys follow. And I don't know if there's any RP at this point, but you guys can make your way downtown, walking fast. Faces past as you're homebound.
Sure. I mean,
Mikhail's
Mikhail's fixated on getting to the thing to see what the fuck's up with that fire.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Koa
guys-
will yell up while we're walking. This fire, I didn't really get a good look at it. Do you think it's that Orsugo character?
if it was, then there's definitely a reason for those legends. I've never seen anything like that.
I wish I wasn't getting my thigh gnawed on at the moment. I wish I'd gotten a better look.
You ever seen a waterfall?
Yes?
I imagine it in reverse, but all fire. And bigger.
It doesn't sound like a waterfall, Mikhail.
I know. Because it's fire.
And in reverse, but I get the gist of what you're saying.
Or like a cloud lifted off the ground, also made of fire. It's hard to explain.
Do you think Orsugo's tied up in all of this cursed land stuff?
Hold on, I'm trying to find the... Oh, here it is. Yeah, probably.
Oh,
You can
shit!
wait for me. I can open the door. Oh, don't move that pole. That's there for a reason.
Oh. Yeah, I left it.
That was more to Yara, because I think... Well, you might not have been there. I don't know. Maybe it was Aldo. I don't know who was...
Oh, wait, no, I was there. That's right. I wouldn't have done it.
So anyways, you guys are making your way up. She says, you've never seen anything like that before.
To him or to after they've
She
caught
says
up
that to
us?
you guys.
Okay. No.
I kind of have. Well, it's hard to explain. I have seen similar things before. It's a ritual that's done in parts of the, I guess you would call them the barren lands. That's not entirely accurate. There are different Karak that would do different rituals, but to start off a ritual for different reasons, they would start the ritual with a giant fire. So they would prepare the pyre with, all the kindling, with all the wood. They would soak it in oil and so on. And then they would ignite it, and it would do a huge burst to the skies. And that was to awaken the gods, and so that the spirits and the gods would be aware, to warn the spirits that were around of kind of the power in the area. That is not unusual, but while I've seen that before, to do something like that takes many people, days if not weeks to prepare. I've seen the preparation of it at one point, and there were many people that were gathering the supplies for it and digging the trenches and doing the work, and I wasn't even around when that pyre lit. And then there was another time where I saw the pyre lit on the horizon, and it lit the skies around it. But again, not something that just happens immediately. If this is anything like that, if this Orsugo did it, either he's been here for a long time with a number of people preparing that, or maybe the rumors are true, like you were saying.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I don't really
So-
want to... Oh, go ahead.
Be so close to the gnoll camp. How would they have just had a gathering and preparation. You saw how quickly the gnolls had followed us up to where we had the meeting with the hobgoblins and how quickly they had tracked us to the camp before. There's no way they could have gone unnoticed that close to where hundreds of the gnolls are just sitting and waiting.
She just, nods to herself if anybody even notices, but doesn't respond.
Yeah, that's sound logic. Yeah, I have no idea what it was. Must have given Kraylene a smirk, though. That was something.
I hope that there's something to see when we're up there. If the gnolls are all gone, then good riddance.
Okay. She doesn't respond to that. So when you guys continue making your way up there, it is not an easy journey. You have to slowly go up the steps. You're as careful as possible. And finally get to where the ball is, and you have to it's like a 30-degree slide. So it's literally you have to carefully work your way up there to the best of your ability to get where the slide is, because now there's a boulder in the way and stuff like that. And you haven't reactivated it. You want to be there with the boulder. Well, actually, no, the boulder did go up.
Yeah, because we're using it to get on the rope.
So if you reactivate it, you can actually take the slide up. That's right. And so the slide can actually bring you up from the bottom, which does make it easier. And then you guys can hoist each other to the rope and climb up the rope or whatever it is. Again, no checks need to be done because speed does not matter here. You can all take 10s or 20s or whatever is necessary to get up there nice and easy. And then finally getting good over to where the pit trap is. And same idea, if you're not in a rush, with the pit trap you can take a 10 and you can cross it because I think the DC is 7 or some shit like that. So you can take a 10 or whatever it is.
DC 5 climb, I think.
Or maybe it's DC 5, whatever it was. So you guys can take a 10 and take your time to get across or what have you. And eventually you're able to get properly into the camp and rush your way over to see out there. When you do get out there, there is still a giant fire happening far across, closer to the gnoll camp than it is to here. So I should say closer to the north side than it is south. Maybe not necessarily the gnoll camp, but closer to the north side than it is the south. When it comes to the east-west, more central, if you will, as far as you can see the valley for the small amount of light that's still on it. Because the sun's down over the horizon, the color's gone. There's still some light from the sky, very, 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 very little. It's a dark, dark blue, but mostly stars and moons or whatever. So anyways, looking down, you see mostly central, east-west way, but there's a fire burning. And the fire that's burning, it's not just like a giant pyre. The fire that's burning, it's like a giant ring that's burning.
Holy shit.
What does that mean?
It's just like an expletive to show I'm surprised.
No,
and
not
impressed.
what you said. The circle of fire. Why? What?
Well, I know of one circle of fire that happened before that I know of. I didn't witness it, but I heard of it. How familiar are you with the lands to the east? You know the Barren Lands. Everybody knows the story of the Barren Lands. But have you ever heard of Kajinxi?
Maybe the name in passing, but not much of it.
Yeah,
Kajinxi is a nation of sorts, and it's comprised of a bunch of tribes. There's this one tribe. It's called Densho. It has a nickname called the Ashen Lands, because the ruler there, warlord, is the term that they use, translated to Perrin. Warlord is a term they use. His name is Densho, and she thinks for a moment, trying to remember what it is. Varix, I want to say. He goes by many names. He's supposedly some legendary thing called the Ashen Orc, or so. Anyways, so he got into this a big fight at one point in time with some other massive tribe leader from the Barren Lands, and supposedly the tribe leader was made out of spirits trapped in a body, and the Ashen Orc was able to burn and consume them. And the way that he was able to do this was a ring of fire. He was able to trap the other tribal leader, able to trap all the spirits so they couldn't leave his body because of the sacred fire that he was burning. And after the fight was over, even the spirits tried to break free from his magics, from the spell, and even tried to break free from the body, but he was able to hold them down and consume them. And so the Ashen Orc got even some more of those magics as well. It's the only ring of fire I know of a ritual, and it specifically pertains to that. Anything beyond that, it's not my culture. I don't know.
Think someone might be able to try to replicate that?
Shrugs and says, I hope there's nothing here made out of spirits trapped in a body.
Yeah, me too, but we've been getting a lot of surprises lately.
We know there's
I assume we're up on that like balcony area. Are we where Al-Sāmiyah is?
Yeah, the balcony where she is. Oh, my apologies. I didn't even describe. She'd be in the nest. So I totally skipped that because obviously the fire.
Yeah,
was
I thought maybe she wasn't here when you were like, oh yeah.
Yeah,
she's actually in the nest, and as you guys peek through the door, she would actually turn her head to see it's you guys or smell it's you guys, whatever. And as soon as she sees it's you, she immediately just turns away from you and snuggles down into the nest, like you not even like your dog would see you walk in the room. It doesn't give a shit about you, and then just like puts its head down. Sometimes they run at you, and sometimes like, oh you. Like one of those scenarios.
You're not a murderer, okay?
Yeah. Oh man, poor Aurora. We had a sleepover for Rory a couple nights ago, and her friend was over, and her friend's afraid of dogs. And so it's always one of those fun scenarios. But she finally got this sleepover was the one where she was so good with our younger dog Marshmallow, the crazy one. She was literally riding her like a horsey and stuff like that, having a lot of fun. We're like, oh my god, thank God. Because the parents aren't dog people, she's not a dog person, all of her siblings aren't dog people. But we finally broke through, thank God. But then she put on her pajamas, and her pajamas were satin, like blue satin pajamas, which are swishy and shiny. And Marshmallow didn't know what they were, and so immediately went to growling and barking at her every time she saw her, because she didn't know what it was, and so she was scared. So she's growling, and then immediately erased all the progress that was made. And even the next day, when she was dressed normal and Marsha wasn't acting that way, was still afraid of her again. I was like, "Fuck, we finally got there." Now she's more afraid than she was before the sleepover. God damn it! Ugh.
Damn, that sucks.
Fucking dogs. But anyways, so sees you guys come in and ignores you effectively.
Al-Sāmiyah, do you know what the big fire is?
You said it to Al-Sāmiyah, and so when you said her name, she lifts her head up slightly, not all the way. And when you ask that question, there's a simple shake of the head, small, but then you can see the way that she nuzzles back down into the nest. At this point, even though that is unusual, even though it's something to be concerned about, does not care. The eggs are home.
Right. If there's anything you need from us, thank you for everything. So, Mikhail, can you do that? Running back to the fire.
He looks at the fire, looks at you, looks at the fire. If I could, I'd have probably done it by now.
I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Kind of glad you don't.
You see a burst of flame all of a sudden come up from the center of the fire. You actually see some of the ring of fire. The ring of fire drops low, continues to burn, but very low to the point where it gets really dim for a second. But you can see all of a sudden, shortly after that, almost as though the fire was invisibly consumed for a moment, it just does a huge burst upwards from the center, like a line, like a pyre of fire jumps from the center and stretches up, I don't know, maybe 100-200 feet, 300 feet, something like that, into the air in a straight line. It just looks absolutely insane. And you're like, the fuck was that? As you see it. Sorry, keep going.
No, just, things like that giant group of gnolls we just saw would have been a good way to deal with them.
That's not something we should go take a look at, right?
Is this maybe the curse?
No, nothing in the curse seems to refer to fire like this at all. And even Al-Sāmiyah doesn't know what it is, so if it was the curse, she'd have seen it before.
Perhaps no, I doubt he knows about anything outside of... I'm not really sure what we do about this. We can't defeat fire.
I don't even know what the cause of it is. I mean, on the one hand, the scholarly part of me really, really wants to know what and why. But also, it's clearly very dangerous, as fire is. And even
Is the fire spreading?
No. It was just that burst that went up, and then of course it dissipates because it's in the sky.
When it dissipates, does the rest of the ring get big again?
Great question, actually. Yeah, it takes like a few seconds, but yes, it does seem to regain. It's eating its fuel or whatever it is to get tall again.
Like it fluctuates.
What do you think's actually happening there? Why does the circle get small and then the burst and then it gets big again?
Not sure. I mean, obviously this isn't a natural occurrence, so...
I'm not trained in this sort of thing, but even I put that together.
Can we see anything else, like,
Great
around?
Perception check.
Okay.
It's easier for you, Wade, than it is for them. Or I say you can get more detail with the same result than they can. Oh, great. I'm glad you got more.
Oof. Good.
So with your perception check, Wade, specifically, you can see it's far away. So things are small because it's far away, right? But you can see more detail around the fire because it has more of an illumination for you where it is. And you can see that the fire is not without its attendees. Well, no, attendee insinuates that they're working on the fire. No, maybe voyeurs? People watching the fire? And it's not a small number of them. There's shapes moving down there. You can't make out what they are. You can't see if they're gnolls or not gnolls. It's even hard to tell if they're humanoid or not humanoid. But there are those outside the ring of the fire that you can absolutely tell are there. But then all of a sudden, the ring of the fire starts doing these small explosions around it. Every time an explosion happens, right beforehand, you can see right where the explosion is going to happen, almost like a dip in the fire happens. So it's it drops like a curved dip right down beneath it for a moment or two, and all of a sudden an explosion goes off almost like a firework. It happens kind of right above, maybe 10-20 feet or so above where that dip happens, but an explosion goes off, and then this continues to go off, and you can see even more light again, Koa, from that to see that there are people or at least shapes that are around it, and that they're not that they're mobile because sometimes they move away or move closer or just move in general. Again, you can't, it's too small to make a detail of how they're moving. Is it reverent or is it fearful? It's too far away to tell. But you can definitely see that there are seemingly living things around the fire right now. Moreover, at another point in time, there's another kind of explosion that happens. Once again, most of the ring of the fire seems to draw low for a second. And then from the center, there's a twirling, almost imagine how a special beam cannon is a single shot that goes up and a spiral that goes around it. That sans the straight shot, there's a spiral that goes up. Not quite as high, maybe only 50 feet or so from the ground, but much wider than before, and puts on a display. And it does show there is somebody in the center of the ring. There's an individual that's there, or at least something in the center of the ring. So you can see that now that it's lit up from that little, action that's happening. Keegan, roll me a spellcraft check if you'd like. But you can see this happening. But you can't, again, make a detail of what they look like, what they're doing. If it's actually a person or an object, you can't make that out. Keegan, are you happy with your 16, or do you want to try to modify that in some way? You know that spellcraft DCs are higher. There's nothing near a 10 when it comes to spellcraft.
No.
I think the lowest you can even hope to get.
We still have a +5 if you want it for that. I don't know if you do or not.
That's fair.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if I should use it for this.
This is getting later in the session, but it's up to you.
We are later in the session, but I have a feeling we're still going to go for an hour and a half. So this is usually that's how it's gone every time. Something like the second, that's maybe. Fair. I don't know if you guys want. If you guys don't care, I'll use it. I'm really curious.
I have no idea what the fuck's happening in or out of game. So curiosity has me wanting to know, but is it worth using that on? I don't know.
If Jake has no objections, I'm doing it.
I have no objections to it, but isn't spellcraft for identifying things like that really high?
No.
They can be depending on what they are.
It could be anything, yeah.
Yeah, we'll use it.
It's usually the lowest. I don't think I could be wrong. I just have to double check the rules. But I think the lowest DC for spellcraft is usually 15.
Yeah.
Like that is an entry level. Anything below 15 doesn't even exist, I believe.
Yeah, because to identify a spell specifically or spell effect, it's 15 plus caster level. Or not, 15 plus spell level. And then for if it's being hidden in some way, then there's caster level on it.
Yeah.
But so
it should be good then.
Yeah, 16 would be really low. All right, yeah, I'll take the +5.
Okay, with the 25.
I'm not going to eat more luck though.
You're watching as you watch the spiral happen. All of a sudden, it clicks in your mind. Those little explosions that you saw, not the initial like burst, and but watching how the fire drips down and watching how it's reacting to it. The whole time, it's just curious for all of you. This doesn't like trigger it. But then watching the little explosions that were happening earlier, those seem like, I guess, vaguely familiar or whatever. Not that you've seen them or whatever, just like it sparks some thought, some memory. Then as you're watching the spiral happen, you now remember literally seeing a diagram inside one of the books before. No, literally your school. You saw it inside one of the books before. Something about this. There's specifically a song that it's literally there's a song. You can't remember the name of it. It's some composition that it's so raw and so powerful that it speaks to the fire within people and it gives you the ability to control fires on the outside. How a lot of bard magic works. Anyways, so wait, there's specifically a spell. The Arcane Congress name for it is pyrotechnics. And it allows for you to do things like take fire and turn it into massive displays. It requires pre-existing fire to do. You can't just do it from nothing, but there's limits to it. Like, don't get me wrong. Like somebody using magic can do something like, I don't know, affect maybe a bonfire, like a massive bonfire, or maybe like a huge hearth, or the fires inside of like say what's it, like a forge or something like that, right? But like this is bigger than that. Mm-hmm. So it gives you the vibes of pyrotechnics, but this seems something more robust or mystical or whatever beyond that. But magic is strange. Like, even though you study it, magic goes beyond just what one person's interpretation of it is, and that's Arcane Congress training. You know that there are those that have magics beyond what the Arcane Congress teaches, even if it's wrong and dangerous, though you don't fully understand the reasons why, because you studied it and you know the lessons, but you just know what they taught you. You don't fully understand the reasons why, right? Yeah, anyways, back to you.
I'm not personally AC.
Yeah, exactly. You just know like these are the 10 Commandments and what, right? You don't know, know the detail around. So by the way, this gives you like a really powerful version of like pyrotechnics kind of vibe to it. So not that pyrotechnics is an illusion. It's not. It's a trick, if you will, but not a trick in that it's fake. It's real. It's literally transmuting the fire as it exists and can make it very dangerous. But it does require a source of fire. It's not evoking it. It's manipulating what's already in existence. So you believe if this is Orsugo that's doing this or something else, you believe that they are working with a pre-existing fire, however they got it there, whether it be what Yarrow was suggesting before, which, as Koa suggested, would be nigh impossible to do without being fucking approached. They are manipulating a pre-existing fire, you believe. Anyways, go ahead.
I would have told you about the person in the middle and the people around that I saw moving.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So he says, okay. I think that fire is pre-existing. I mean, I think they would have had to have created, like, set it, used materials to make that fire. I don't think they just conjured that.
Or, Yara interrupts. Or at least use materials to keep it burning.
Yes. And even to, of course, stoke it and get it to this size. Because all these tricks, like this spiral, the way that some of these smaller bursts are going off, it reminds me of a spell that I've seen in a book. I don't know it myself, but I've seen the diagrams. Pyrotechnics. It can do a lot of these things, release smoke and shape flames that way, but it doesn't create them. They had to have done something to make this much fire in the first place. It's not just pure magic that I know of.
What would the purpose be?
I mean, if there's a lot of people surrounding it, someone in the middle could be celebratory.
We're not exactly in the middle of a tourist destination here. I mean, the Valley of Doom, where bodies and people disappear. There's 100 gnolls just around the corner, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of this valley, we've come across hobgoblins, Yara herself. What is so popular about this place right now is winter's falling, and now a fire show in the middle of it.
I don't know if it's popular. Maybe the attraction in this case is the fact that it's not. I mean, you can't do this on the city outskirts. And you could, but...
It just seems awfully convenient that all of this is happening here now, and whenever... From what I understood, this place was a place people avoided because of all the dangers and death.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, though, we're apparently tied to some grand destiny attached to this. Spoke to a centuries-old spirit.
Yes, but I don't want my destiny to be in the middle of a fire like that.
Could be.
Something just feels incredibly off about such a display happening right now. It's getting colder. The weather's been terrible.
That's called winter.
Gnolls. Everything with Al-Sāmiyah here, just so many things, so many paths
You're
crossing.
right. It'd be strange to be a coincidence.
And there's so many moving shapes down there. I mean, if it's the gnolls, then their weapons were shitty.
They also seemed pretty surprised, I think, when it happened.
How did all of this transpire, get inside of their borders without them realizing it, whenever they've been able to smell us from miles away? And it...
I have a thought. You're not going to like it.
Well, I'm up for any kind of understanding.
Well, we know the curses in the land are resistant, I guess is a good word. They kind of push back against being broken. So maybe the fact that we've showed up, now that there's people meant to break them, there could be opposition. That's also
they have terrible aim if that was meant for us.
I don't know that that was meant to be aimed at us. More that it's just a symptom of whatever's actually shown up. I mean, if you said it's a person standing at the center of it.
It looked like it. There's at least a shape of it. You see how far away we are, yes? It's hard to make out exact things, but
yeah.
It looks like it.
I don't know. It could be a lot of things, but it does seem connected in some way. Not in a way that makes me think we need to go investigate it, but might not be the first time.
It's so close to the gnolls, and yet not where they are. Is it to threaten
could it be
them?
a scare
To
tactic?
intimidate them?
Yeah, could be. I mean, can you imagine this happening near your home? The free folk are a different sort, but I mean, for most people, like, they wouldn't want to fight whoever did that after seeing it. They'd do anything to not have to.
It's just hard to know what the target is. Is it to make Al-Sāmiyah notice? Is it to make the gnolls notice? The eagles in general? None of the above. Is it just an odd place to do something weird? And if it's just a show, is it to claim this place for themselves, or is it to give a display of power for, like, bow down before me?
That last one would be pretty effective, if that's what it is. I mean, one of those little hamlets we rolled through, the one I was talking about that I almost got attacked in, they were terrified of Orsugo. I mean, clearly at the very least, he commands a great deal of intimidation.
When I was escorting Phil and his family through the forest, there was a night where I saw a large fire. I think it was a large fire in a distance, but it was hard to tell if it was a... It was late, and with the distance and everything else, I couldn't quite make it out, but something about that fire struck me as well. That would have been between Rid and Leshev.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been
around the
there.
southern half of those forests.
That would have been around there. I don't know if that's connected or not, but wouldn't surprise me.
Well, if it is Orsugo, let's hope we don't run into him, hey?
Well, thankfully, we're going the other way. Right?
Yes,
that's north of us. We're going south. Okay.
But if he was making his way west, all just to come out here to do this and lighting fires along the way. Why?
Because he can. Sometimes people don't need more of a reason than that.
Well, I mean, it gets him something, you know. Took supplies, took whatever he took from that little hamlet. Here, I mean, I guess he could be... I mean, who would he be targeting other than the gnolls? I mean, it's not close enough to Drazstone to matter to them. And they seem... I mean, the fact that they're kind of cowardly or opportunistic at the very least, they could be controlled by fear. Maybe he's using them as fighters of some kind, pressing them into service.
I suppose it's a lot to think about, and well, it's not as if things like this will be subtle and overlooked. There will be stories told every time something like this happens.
Oh, for sure. And displays like this are... How do I put this? Like, I understand theatrics. This is someone who wants their name to be known.
Hold on. It could be more than that.
It always
what
is.
if it's religious?
I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, it's...
Even you said Kraleen would be proud.
Yeah. I mean, and look how organized it is. It's a damn circle.
She shrugs and says, "It's not unusual for those who worship Orsugo to have Kraleen in their heart. She is known for passion." Sorry, Orsugo. For those who worship Vroga to have Kraleen in their heart, she is known for passion.
Yeah.
Not be among the guilty.
Wonder who else they worship. Or what?
She shrugs.
Marta, Moretz, Kalindra, Aldo, Naga.
She gestures out and says, "Well, that screams Kraleen."
That definitely screams Kraleen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that could be good or bad news. It means they might be very creative, they might be very passionate, they might be both.
Well, it's taken as a blessing that it got the gnolls' attention so that they're not slamming away at the walls of this place trying to get to us. But, it adds to the many things in Adir that perhaps we'll have to one day worry about.
Yeah, we should probably set up an actual watch, even though this place is pretty secure.
All I know is that I'm going to keep it in my mind that this is something to do with faith. Because if it has nothing to do with faith, the alternative I find Concerning.
That mention, and when she's like, you've been talking about the gods for a while now. When she says about faith, you see Aldo literally, his eyebrows raise, his head goes back, and he just like walks away.
He's an odd one, isn't he?
Yeah, always has been. You know, I can't help but also, even if it is about faith, it's still concerning.
I mean, that's a lot of fire, and it happened so suddenly. We didn't smell oil.
Is it
No.
celebration of passion, or is this a ritual of conflict?
She says
we
under
can
her
tell.
breath, that's what I was afraid of. Subjugation.
Yep. That is what I keep leaning towards. Ugh. I really hope they stay put tonight. Like, we can't solve every problem. Not right now.
I tend to
As long
hope
as they
they
stay the
run
hell
one
over
at a
there.
time into the door.
I mean, that would be one solution.
Well, those doors are hard enough to open that it caused the death of 2 of my friends. Let's hope they're hard enough to open that they can keep us alive.
Yeah.
This place, inside and out, is meant for pain and death.
Looks
That boulder that we climbed in on
Mm-hmm.
was almost the end of us.
It doesn't seem like a pleasant place, but one where we're have to spend the night. I think maybe we talk more in the morning.
Yeah. At least it's secure.
A couple of the horses, including Nightstorm, well, you know, they were inside, so when we sleep downstairs, just be warned that, hope you don't mind the smell.
Downstairs?
Why are we sleeping downstairs? You hear Aldo yell from across the room.
Yeah, Mikhail's just shaking his head and says, you can sleep downstairs, if you like.
Don't leave the animals alone. This is why they try to bite at you, Mikhail. Also like that.
I was one of 3 people, and besides, it's only the mules that are evil.
I'm not even sure they've been fed yet. So yes, I'll be going back down to make my camp down there.
You don't have to sleep in their area to feed them.
Oh, they're our companions.
You can visit them. I mean, I don't sleep in the space of all of my companions all the time. Look, if you think that's best, you're the horse guy. I'm gonna trust your judgment, but I'm
Aldo,
not
wait
gonna
up.
sleep down
This
there.
place looks like it has a bunch of rooms. Maybe we can just grab our own.
Yeah.
Wouldn't recommend opening some of the doors.
Yeah, definitely don't.
Oh, those doors don't
Over
open,
there.
right?
Oh,
not
we
supposed
don't
to.
want them to. Something
Yeah,
terrible
let's not
behind
try.
us.
Not yelling back to them as like, you don't want them to. As she's like jogs to catch up to Aldo. She says, Aldo, why not? As she goes to like walk in with you.
You know what? You explain
Why
it.
don't they open?
Yeah. Or at least why don't they want them to? Walks through the glass past the bird. Takes a
Sure.
wide berth of the bird, whereas you probably pet it.
Yeah. He's like, I'm not sure. They spoke to some ghost, and apparently they said not to open them, or they don't open or something.
That's right. You said there was a ghost here. You want to show me that room? I wonder if Rogue can help me to... Want to show me that room?
Yeah, sure. Through here.
You guys still talking outside?
Mikhail, maybe make sure that, you know.
Yeah. I'll go follow them.
Okay. You gonna keep watching the fire, Wade?
He was going to head back downstairs to the horses to feed them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
They can relight the fire.
So you can go in, head down to the horses. You have to slowly, carefully walk down all those steps all by yourself.
I got nothing but time.
That's true. All right, so you and her will go walking into the room and just kind of like chatting or whatever it is. You open up the door to that room that was discussed beforehand, and aside from the open chest that's like broken or fallen apart or whatever is in the ground, the room looks exactly as it was the first time you ever walked into it. It's an empty room with a table on it. She's like, as she like goes over to the table and has to like get up on her tippies to like look over at it, she's like, wow, this thing's beautiful.
Yeah, it's certainly like nothing I've ever seen before. The quality craftsmanship that would have made it.
To be impressive. Mikhail's like now in that hallway, like walking down. So, you know, because you guys would obviously have a torch or whatever, so you guys can see what you're doing. Mikhail would see them at the end of the hallway, so he's probably like 80 or so feet behind you, 100 or so feet behind you guys. Sees you guys in there with like the torchlight around you. And she says, let me see what I can see. So he can't hear us talking because we're quiet enough, but he can see us, like our backs or whatever, up at the table. And so she says, let me see if I can see anything. And she closes her eyes and like prays to herself for a moment. And then she opens her eyes and you can see she's like, well, this room... oh my... And she like quickly grabs like to the edge of her clothes because she doesn't wear... Unfortunately, doesn't like... Oh, no, she would have a cloak for traveling. So she grabs her cloak and quickly holds it over her face. She's like, the smell. It's putrid. What is that? And then she like looks around the room, like eyes darting around the room. And then she whips around.
Don't look at me.
She whips around the room to like look down the hallway, and you know, Keegan would be Mikhail would be getting significantly closer, and then her eyes like narrow on Mikhail, and then like as they narrow on him, as she's covering her face, as she's covering her face, and then she like takes a step forward and puts her hands to her the base of her battle axe, and says, "Mikhail."
He turns around like super quick as if there's something behind him.
Yeah. She's like,
What?
Mikhail, get in here, quick!
I dart that way. Did I see anything when I turned around?
No, nothing behind you.
Okay.
So you come rushing into the room, and as you rush into the room, she's going to quickly push the door shut behind you. It's like slam it shut behind you. And like she's going to whip around and uncover her face and like take like an awkward step close to you to like sniff you as you come in.
Wait, she grabbed the door and didn't get spike handed? This
door doesn't have any spikes. So anyways, to sniff you, and that happens, but at the same time that happens, you just hear, oh, welcome back.
Hi, Elder. What are you doing?
You say hi, Elder?
Yeah.
And so you say hi, Elder, and she
kind of
steps
turns
back
and says
from you.
that.
Yeah, and she's
then,
like, what? No, it's not
there's
you.
a
It must be
voice.
out there. What are you talking about?
There's a ghost, a spirit in here, but you have to have Perrin blood in order to hear him or see him.
There's a spirit
Or you have
in
to
here
be
now.
whatever. Yes.
She turns and just, again, like her face uncovered. She's like, it's the hallway. It's not you. That's good news. But in the name of the gods, it's putrid. And she looks out at the, across the room and says, no, I don't think there's a spirit here.
Did he? Oh yeah, I can't see him. I go.
Nope.
I mean, I can hear him
because he can't see you either.
Yeah, that's true. Says I can hear him. Koa can see and hear him for some reason. And then
Mikhail, enough of this. Hold on.
He can hear me.
It's fading. And she opens the door, and you can see like she just makes this face like it's nasty, and then she takes like one step out into the hallway, and then just like recoils because of just how putrid whatever it is she smells is, and she just goes to cover her face and like coughs because of just how bad it is. As you're, watching her do this, and I imagine you dropped off because she was like, "Shut up for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, like whatever she said, it was fading. She like shakes her mind for a second, and she's like, "Oh, that's awful. 1 second." And she like leans to the side of the door frame so you can still see her, but not because she's like bent. She's like just barely out of frame, and then you can hear her like snot rocketing for a second as she's like clearing out her sinuses. It just takes like you saw like 10-15 seconds, like snot rocketing and like finally comes back into view, like wiping her hand on her pants.
Aldo with hearts in his eyes, tongue rolling out.
Lovely.
Yeah. She wiping her hand on her pants. She's like, "Oh, that was." She's like, "There's evil here. There is true evil here."
That's why we didn't want you to try to open those other doors. They have Elder, what were those things called that are in the rooms?
They are the ones that are cursed.
The cursed ones. Cursed to remain, he says.
She's like, you mean undeath?
Probably, based on his description.
We need to clean it.
We can't right now. There's a whole process to it. See, all of the curses, he's like launching into this explanation of how all of the curses are connected. He just like starts explaining it.
Maybe 30 seconds into it, she starts to like, she's clearly listening and doing that nodding. But then like over the course of the next 30 seconds after that, she eventually is like still nodding and like looking at you as she walks away from you. Then walks up to a door and like she like will give you and like will listening in at the door and like knocks at it and listens at it. And then like maybe you're a minute and a half into your explanation as you see her unsheath her battle axe. And
wait. Wait. No. That can actually make it worse. That's what I'm trying to explain. We do it now, when it's not ready, then they'll just come back. And we're going to fix it. But right now, it's fine. They're sealed away.
They need to be destroyed, though.
And they will, once we have all the preparations made. That's a part of what's all going on. We're still figuring it out, but you can't do it right now.
Some damnation is keeping them here. Their spirit should be freed.
Yes.
Mikhail, I don't think you understand. I know you agree with me, but listen to me on this one. They are shackled here. We need to break their chains.
I don't think you understood what he just said. You can't. Not like this.
We don't have the key yet.
She gestures at the door and says, do you mind if I take a whack at it?
Yes, I do. I don't want you to ruin
then it's not
our ability to break this. It is can. You
not
can't
everything
hear
can
the
be
spirit.
handled with an axe.
Also true. But you can't hear the spirit that I can. But with everything you've seen, do you just think I'm crazy or making shit up?
No. You've talked to a bird and flown its back. I'm not going to, well, maybe you didn't, but I'm not going to argue what you're saying. She seems conflicted, and she's like, but you're not even trying.
We tried to open these on our way through, and we're told the proper way to do this is it has to be in conjunction with other curses being broken. Otherwise, the shackles will remain. Even if you destroy them, they will return. We'll solve nothing.
Oh.
See, I was getting to that. And
yeah, because you're still 23 minutes away from that point.
Exactly, yeah.
So you're saying that if I broke open the door, we could kill them, but they wouldn't actually be dead.
Correct.
So there's a hole.
They would have suffered for nothing. A hole.
The bone that I gave you. Don't use it anywhere near this place. It might just make things worse.
Good to know. What hole are you talking about?
She looks like a little uncomfortable.
You've broken the seal on it. Now I'm curious.
Your curiosity will have to wait. Some things are best not discussed in the evenings. If we're going to talk about it, let's at least have the warmth of the day.
He starts to say like a superstition, but he like stops himself and says, "Understood."
And then stares at the door, shakes her head, and says, "You smell fine." And then turns and walks away, almost like blushingly.
Huh. Kind of like checks his clothes.
Koa pops in a bathrobe with Mikhail's toothbrush in his mouth. Where do you keep your toothpaste?
Did she leave?
She will turn to walk away unless you try to stop her.
I don't. I just wait till she leaves, and then I'll turn to Mikhail. And I'll say, is, old mate still here?
Yeah, he said something, and then he was quiet. Elder, are you still around?
You're in the hallway, and you hear from the doorway, "Yes, I heard you speaking to others, and did not want to confuse or interrupt you."
I'm just nodding at Aldo as he's talking, and I'm like walking back into that room.
Ah, right. Well, we've got a bone to pick with him. You want to ask him what kind of sick person keeps bottles of blood in here? In wine bottles, no less.
Hey, Elder, why were there wine bottles with blood in them in here?
Oh, those are here.
Those are here.
Oh, the purpose they serve, I wish I could recall, but my memories are weak right now.
He wishes he could
those
recall.
serve a purpose.
He's
I'm
like
not sure
repeating
which
it
they
to
are.
Aldo, but like.
But as he hears you repeating to Aldo, he actually will break, which actually is almost annoying. Is like he'll stops to let you repeat because he can hear you repeating it. He hears you mumbling.
I'm trying to do it quiet enough, like standing by him, like quiet enough that it's not interrupting the flow of his conversation.
But unfortunately, he's courteous.
So, I'm just translating for Aldo. You can keep going.
Yes. Well, I did recall one thing, since we spoke a few months ago. My memories, they are returning to a degree. You've helped me to remember. I think
that's good, Elder. It's been 3 days, 2 days for us.
Has it?
Much shorter for us than you, it seems like.
Yesterday.
Oh. Well, my memory is not fully returned. But I have realized the more you've known, the more I seem to know. I implore you to learn, to study, not just this place, but the others. I have not seen you there.
We intend to. Studying is kind of my thing.
Nerd.
Then study faster.
There's a lot of distance between here and there, and it's also winter. Travel's difficult.
What is he telling you to do?
Study the other places. Also, by the way, as the longer he's been translating, the more he starts to talk like this, like instinctively making his voice.
As you start talking like that, Aldo like grabs you and he shakes you. He's like, "Mikhail, snap out of it!"
Sorry.
Dude's been trapped for 700 years, and you're like, it's really cold.
The weather's bad. It almost rained. My pants got wet.
It's been a long day.
You hear that squeaking? That's my shoes. They're wet.
I must say, though, I feel a joy in this place like I've not felt perhaps ever before. You've done something that has brought joy here. Whatever it is, thank you. I forgot the feeling.
No, Elder, I know what it was. Al-Sāmiyah, she had some, well, one of her kin had eggs that we returned to her. She's roosted again, keeping them warm.
Wonderful. How many eggs did she have?
There were 3 we could recover.
Curious. Well, thank you for this lost feeling. It strengthens my heart and my soul. I will continue to rest. Look forward to seeing you. No. Speaking with you soon.
Right. But before you go, do you know anything about a ritual that involves a giant ring of flame? Someone standing at its center?
I know much of the curses, or at least did. Much of it forgotten, except what I've already told you. Beyond that, though, magics are not something I've ever studied or understood.
Damn. Okay. Thank you. Oh shit, that book. Oh, well, he guess he won't know it until I may have questions for you in the morning, not that you'll know when it's morning. Just keep an ear out. Just had months pass in like a day.
It's funny, because you hear that, and he says, "Indeed, I will rest now. Please, allow me to depart and rest." You actually hear footsteps. But when you hear footsteps, you hear them actually walk out of the room and fade in the hallway.
Huh. That was new.
What?
Alright, he's gone now, Aldo.
I like him less and less every time he speaks. And I didn't even hear him speak.
Well, he's happy that we helped Al-Sāmiyah, so that's something. But he doesn't know why there's blood bottles, just that they served a purpose.
Oh, he doesn't know, I bet. Convenient, isn't it?
Not really. It'd have been a lot more convenient if he knew more of the things that he did know.
No, he knows, Mikhail. He knows. He's just not telling you.
I'm not so convinced.
Well, what's the plan? We're going to stay here for the night and then we're going to head back to Elliot? I've been thinking about it and I think we should lock this place when we leave.
You do?
I do, because if Al-Sāmiyah is roosting here, she should still be here, and it is possible if I ask her, or we ask her, she will ferry one of us up to unlock the door for the others when we return. That way we keep the keep free from those that may suffer its traps, or, you know, those that we want to keep out.
No, that's brilliant. Yeah, I agree. Locking it is definitely a much better option. I've been a little worried leaving it partially open. But yeah, I think we stay the night here and then head out in the morning to go back to Leshev and hopefully where it's warm and everything's not made of stone and covered in horse shit.
Oh my god, speaking of horse shit, can you believe Koa is going to go sleep with the animals?
I should be more surprised than I am. It just...
You smelled that. It's like it hit you when we walked in.
There's like a...
It grabs your shirt and just slapped you a couple times in the face.
How does a smell have a temperature? Like, I don't think it's supposed to do that.
No.
He's just not bothered. Maybe it's because he's just around it so much.
You're probably right. But, you know, in that enclosed little... Like, where's he even going to... He's going to have to sleep on the stairs.
Oh, it's going to get in his clothes. I'm going to have to...
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to do the thing.
I'm going to have to, yeah, for sure.
Oh, man.
How does he clean himself up to be, you know, because he's been around with, like, ladies, and they don't tend to like the smell of horse manure.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some of them do in the free folk or something, you know what I mean? Maybe they're used to it.
You know, I guess they could be, like, nose blind to it after a while.
Yeah.
So it's just, like, they just ignore it.
Yeah, could be.
Then again, I've met a lot of... I mean, at this point, we've met a few free folk guys. I've never seen a free folk lady.
Well, you think they don't exist?
I don't think that. I'm just saying it. We haven't seen one.
All right. That's true. That's true.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to ask Koa. He might be offended.
Aldo smiles. Maybe you should ask him.
Or you should ask him.
It'll be funnier if it comes from you.
It'll be funnier for you if it comes from you. It'll be funny for me if it comes from you.
Rock, paper, scissors?
Fucking hate that game. All right. I don't know how to do that over a Zoom delay.
Either do I.
Let's
just say
one person counts. They go like, rock, paper, scissors, and they say shoot. And then they wait a half beat before they reveal to give the other person that delay to go. So it's like rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That way is that like half beat delay.
Or we could just send what we're doing to like you or Wade so that you.
There's also a rock, paper, scissors in Zoom chat. Sorry, in Twitch chat. It's RPS.
How do I play it against not me?
You just won and lost.
I just
You have to RPS
myself.
his name.
Oh.
Oh.
You scissored Jake. You scissored his paper.
Koa was the weirdo.
All right.
All right, cool. I win.
Yeah, you win.
Assuming you didn't cheat. So, yeah.
Oh, well, everyone knows it's best of 3. Like, that's just a given.
Fuck's sake.
That's
All
actually
right.
that's actually a law.
You
in
count
my
this
house.
time.
You have to respect rock, paper, scissors, and it's always best out of 3. That's like a law in our house.
It's only best out of 3 if I lose the first one. That's my rule.
Oh, fuck that. Rory one time tried to go back on rock, paper, scissors, and I told Brittany, and Brittany sat Rory down and was like, Rory, this is a rule. Like, you don't, it's like a pinky promise, but more important because you won it. Like,
That's funny.
it's awesome. Anyways, go ahead. Best out of 3. Let's go.
What am I doing now?
Yeah, you can type it
Yeah.
if you want, Jake. RBS Keegan.
He didn't even have like the gall to capitalize your name. He gave you no respect on that fight. Never mind, you didn't either.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Okay.
This one's on you.
All right, here goes. With respect this time. Fuck! It's rock
Jake,
and roll.
back to you. Jake, back to you. This is riveting. For those of you that are listening, because you don't watch or on like Spotify or whatever, they're rock, paper, scissors is at a Twitch chat, and Keegan got scissors to Jake's paper. Then Jake got paper to Keegan's rock. Then they both got rock. So it's currently tie 1v1, and Jake is writing the next one. It's happening now.
I do keep missing an A.
I've already lost the plot of why this is even happening.
I actually don't remember either.
Okay.
But
No!
yay! He's
Son of a
scissored your
bitch!
paper.
All right. Looks like
So
that
Jake
one's
wins.
on you, buddy.
You said 3 out of 5, right? That's what you said?
Everybody
next round.
knows it's best of 3.
Everybody.
Fuck.
Don't worry, you got this.
All right. I'm waiting for morning. I'm really tired.
Narrows his eyes at you.
I will do it tomorrow. You have my
All right. Okay.
So, I don't know how much time will pass, but Koa will actually come back up tonight. Not because of the horse shit, but because there's a corpse we're keeping down there, and he doesn't really want to sleep with the corpse.
You know what's funny?
I forgot about that.
I was waiting for them to finish. I was gonna say, when you guys look around, you actually don't see Yara, because eventually, Wade, you hear like a couple of steps, like a couple of maybe you don't, because the horses are so loud you don't hear how soft her steps are. But eventually, you'll hear Yara say, "Room down here for one more." It smells like shit up there.
What? Like, I was just like confused.
Yeah. She's like, I can't handle the smell up there. I figured I'd just join you and the horses.
Oh, you prefer this smell? Was it Aldo?
She says, might as well be Mikhail.
Oh. Well, like, check himself, like, the smell down here wasn't particularly pleasant, and, Well, your friend is also here, and I was actually going to head back up to...
She points at your bedroll and says, "Do you mind if I just use that then? You already laid it out."
I mean, I'll stay down here if you are. I just didn't know if it was respectful to sleep next to fallen friend.
It wasn't an invitation, but if you want to be Big Spoon, the warmth would go a long way. She was assuming that you were inviting yourself into the sack with her, because you were like, "Oh, I'm going upstairs." She's like, "Oh, then I'll just use your sack." And you're like, "Well, if you're going to use my sack." So she's like, "I wasn't inviting you, but if you want a Big Spoon, sure."
Well, I think you're misunderstanding what I was... This is my bedroll after all, but if you need
Koa,
one,
are we
then-
going to have sex or not?
Oh, he thinks about Gwen. As much as that sounds like a great time, I am sort of... I've got a thing with someone. Fuck. You can have the bedroll.
She actually...
It's down there where all the horse shit is. Isn't that the way your people like to do it?
It's like the first time Koa's ever said no to sex. There was the whole downtime with all the stuff in Hot Gwen.
So it's funny because you say that whole thing and she gives you like an actual like somewhat surprised look, not disappointed, but somewhat surprised, amused kind of look. And like you can see her give the look. I don't know if you press it or say anything or whatever it is. She doesn't press the issue or anything like that. It's just she's kind of surprised and amused by your response.
Look, I'm surprised too. It's the first time I've ever said no, so... Just... Long story that you probably don't give a shit about.
She raises an eyebrow and says, "Well, you would have had time to tell me the story." And then she'll step out of the way and gesture so you can go up the stairs if you want to.
He'll like gesture some food and be like, "If Nightstorm makes a noise, this one, otherwise the other one's late, whatever, but I'll be back in the morning." Like he feels like upset at himself.
Koa's walking away as if he got
like-
rejected.
Dude, it's worse. He's like, "What am I doing?"
Who am I?
So after you leave, there's like a moment where she's down there by herself. She chuckles and shakes her head, and she says, "And he has a Vroga in his heart," like almost like disbelievingly, like Vroga is not monogamous, is it? Like kind of like questioning her own like thoughts. Like we break chains, right? Like you don't get chained down. Like that includes the ball and chain, right? Like she like in
Koa's probably thinking the same thing. He's like, "Am I supposed to be monogamous? Are we even dating? I should go back down there right now." As he's like climbing the boulder.
Yeah, right. Like, halfway up, then all of a sudden the lift goes, "Hey, welcome raiders!" But it's like all of a sudden the elevator. You're like, "I am gonna go back down there." Then the boulder elevator lift kicks up, and you're like, "Oh well, at least have to ride this to the top." Then you're at the top. You're like, "It's just one rope or two. I'm already up here."
Yeah, so by the time, I don't know how long you all are. I don't know how long this whole journey takes, but eventually Koa like finds you all in his seems like talking to himself and seemingly in a really bad mood.
You see Aldo like look at Mikhail and he's like,
Hey, Koa. You alright? Some kind of...
Yes, Mikhail, do you smell bad?
No!
Aldo just starts laughing.
Mikhail's like, won't look at you. He like looks a little offended.
Yara said
like-
something about a particular smell and mentioned your name, and then I turned down sex.
Yeah, whoa! Huh?
Yes.
Why?
I'm disappointed too. She's in my bedroll and I could have joined, but here I am.
Well, yeah, I mean, down there with all the horse stuff, that's
Apparently it smells better than up here.
She told me I smelled nice. I think she detected the cursed ones or something. Look, none of that's important. You say you turned her down?
I kind of have this thing with Gwen that's... I don't know what it is, but I just... After our time in Hobgoblin, I felt like maybe it was wrong to... I don't even know why. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be monogamous. All these gods and goddesses and the different interpretations of things, like I should be going nuts with Kraylene in my heart, but for some reason I said no, and here I am. Meanwhile,
Koa,
I don't even have a bedroll.
You said your time with Gwen, which involved talking?
Not sex.
Right. But are you guys... Is there even an expectation?
Know, that's why I'm in a bad mood. I've been questioning it the whole way up. I almost triggered 3 of the traps because I stomped my foot and started to turn around to go back down there to have the night of my... Well, the night of my night. Really, I'm not really sure how it would have gone, but I mean, with the fire in her heart, it could have only been a great one.
Well, look, good thing you didn't sleep down there, because I don't think the smell soaked into your clothes yet, so that's good.
What are you talking about?
The horse poop.
Cursed ones stink, apparently. We all smell. I guess that's the lesson we're learning.
I think she used magic or something, but he like takes something. It's fine.
What is with you two? What is that?
Nothing. Just we were talking about something funny before you got up here.
I'm glad you're having a good time. I had the entire climb up here only being pissed off at myself for saying no to sex.
All right. Well,
I've never done that before.
This might cheer you up. Let me clean you off. I mean, that might help some, right?
Clean me off of what? What is wrong with me?
You got bit.
You
there's
killed
some
another
blood,
spider
there's
on
dirt.
my back.
I didn't do that today. But we were all sweaty. You got bit, so you're probably bleeding.
We've been sleeping in caves and traveling together for how long now? And you're worried about one night by some, an hour around some horse shit?
A little bit, yeah.
What happened?
It's not good to be around filth when you have a wound. You got bit by that hyena.
Then we can clean the wound. Actually, she touched my thigh and patched it up a bit for me earlier too.
What's the skill check for passing secret messages?
Innuendo is done by bluff nowadays.
Yeah.
Innuendo used to be its own skill. Jesus freaking Christ. There's no way
Aldo looks at you and he's like,
he Mikhail gets it perfectly.
I'll auto fail because he's thinking about, like, he's got
you will. You can't pass
images of butterflies going through his head.
What were we saying, Jake? Sorry?
No, he's just like, now, do it now.
But look, just be still, Koa. He's gonna cast prestidigitation.
Hold on. What do you do with it afterwards? Because you're like, I imagine you're in the Great Chamber. It's like the big room with the multiple sets of stairs.
We were like near the balcony. I was gonna hurl it out there.
I mean, outside's cold. I don't know if you'd be outside. Yeah, I imagine you would shut the stone door between you and the the wooden door, whatever it is, between you and the verb. That way you wouldn't have.
Oh no, because I was gonna head back out that way to look at to see if the fire was still going before.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Going to bed.
Maybe you guys could have. We'd be hanging out there, so it's just literally off the balcony. Go ahead.
Yeah, just off the balcony.
So you can imagine you cast your prestidigitation, which literally scrapes all the scum and filth, whether it be bits of fecal matter or otherwise. You just, to the best of your ability, obviously it's not perfection, but, you know, because you're dealing with clothing as well, so some of it as it scrapes off the body would like literally roll up the sleeves and then off the wrists to remove, but some of it gets caught in different places. And so you pull as much free as you can, and then you hurl this like ball of gook, of like nasty just grossness that you peeled off of his clothing and his skin, and you hurl it off the balcony like oils or whatever. But again, the funny part is because you're pulling it off of the whole body at once, and he's not naked, so you can't just like pull it free. There's going to be spots in your body where some of it kind of like amasses. Like imagine if his arm is straight, maybe the
What is he pulling off of me?
Filth. Dirt.
I'm fine,
Sweat.
man. What?
Like, you literally ran into you, had a stitch
Dried
in your side,
blood.
and you're out of breath. Dirt, sweat, scab, dried blood, like filth.
What have
Just-
these two got
just
on
filth.
them?
Oh, they're filthy too.
Same stuff.
They're filthy too. Yeah, absolutely. Can you imagine there's parts of your body where it gets like
coma for
gunked
part of
up,
this
too.
stream?
So, but you became the butt end of a joke. Well, a horse's butt end of a joke.
Throws it off the balcony. He's like, see, now you don't have all that crap on you.
Have you seen yourselves?
I was told I smelled nice.
He was told that.
Let's see.
And I was told, would you like to have sex? One of us must have been a little bit nicer than the other.
I guess. But maybe she's into whatever I just threw off the balcony.
Why don't you just go back down there?
You could.
I almost did every step of the way up here, but for some reason I haven't.
Actually,
I'm
that's
out
the
here
real one.
being ridiculed by you all for some non-existent smell that, if anything, you have worse than I do.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question though. Why won't you go back down there?
Yeah, let's explore that.
Because, whatever this thing is with Gwen.
But what thing is with Gwen?
Something. I don't even quite know. Just, I enjoy
Well, yeah,
spending
I
time
mean-
with her, and it's more than just... Well, we haven't had sex. I don't know. It's something
Have you
I haven't
kissed
had before.
Gwen?
No.
Why?
Have you given her a hug or something? Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, you have. Okay. Well,
That's
Okay,
something.
my
you're
turn
just-
to ask a
In more
question here.
chast circles.
Can you press
building
attention
on
to his
something
breath?
here.
He's not even had his breath done since he vomited up blood. That he drank, by the way. Have you had to smell? I was riding on a bird with him. smelling his
listen,
breath
Koa.
for
I
hours.
understand you're trying to throw off, but let's get down to the real root of the issue here.
If you'll focus on the conversation, I'll press the dictation, Aldo, I guess.
Thank you.
All right,
Aldo
go ahead, Aldo.
salutes you. So,
Here's another one.
what's going on with Gwen then? Have you expressed to her like that you have, those type of feelings towards her? And has she reciprocated?
We flirted a bit, but no, it's just, it's different than anything. Normally, I would speak to a lady. It's just whatever comes out. We have a laugh, and then next thing you know, we're hitting it off in one of our rooms. But I don't know. With her, it's different. I get nervous.
What do you like about her?
Well, first of
Oh my
all,
God,
first
this is
sight,
moving.
did you see her?
I mean, other than that, clearly.
And she has
That's-
this little, like, shy, mousy way of speaking that's adorable. She's interesting. She has a background that's something I thought you might find interesting if you ever get a chance to speak with her, and about all this magic and stuff, and this losing of magic that she's dealing with. And I don't know, just I enjoy listening to her speak, enjoy hearing what she has to say, and I just enjoy her company.
So she's pretty.
Mikhail,
She has a
you see Aldo and
background,
he's looking at
she's
you and
shy.
he's going,
She has a place that she lives. She has a job. She's not out here living in filth. She's not. Aldo, are you particularly tired, or are you just being a dick?
"What? Oh, sorry, Koa. I'm definitely tired."
Right.
Damn.
So just accept it.
Jesus.
I don't know. What's with all these questions all of a sudden? Have you never said no to sex? I hadn't.
I have. I don't know. If you haven't, this is a pretty big deal, and so far you've just described a woman. Lots of them are physically attractive, lots of them are shy, have backgrounds, have jobs.
I don't know. Perhaps. I don't know. Maybe I want more than just the same old, same old. Maybe it's the same thing as I have with. We really want to have this discussion right now.
Why not?
Clearly do. Yeah, I think that's pretty much been established.
When I left the Free Folk, I wandered around. I took small jobs. I had a small party that I traveled with for a little while, a mercenary group with well, there were a few of us, and we just wandered around a bit of a deer, doing this and doing that, and we'd stop in towns. Then eventually they went off their way, I went off mine, and spent my times at the bars, in my hotel room, or their room, or the barn, or wherever we ended up. And don't get me wrong, it's a fun time, but after a couple of years of it, I was just going in circles. I wasn't really making any money, wasn't making anything of myself, wasn't feeling fulfilled. And perhaps our journey had given me a path forward of something other than just menial job that doesn't lead anywhere. We're doing something. And maybe Gwen I see as a way of doing that with my personal life instead of just going around from bedroom to bedroom, maybe pursuing something more with someone.
That's not a bad thing. Well, rather young, but hey, if you feel it, you feel it, I guess.
It's something. I don't even know if it's reciprocated, you know? That's the fear. I'm experiencing something I've never really felt before, and I'm afraid to say anything to her in case she doesn't feel the same way. Then it's, I don't know. I've not really known much rejection. I mean, sure, occasionally someone will say no, like the Fox girl, but not really that big of a deal. But in this case, for some reason, it is, and I couldn't even tell you why.
Huh. So, you want to try to make it back to Hobgoblin?
Oh, yeah.
The weather gets too bad?
It'd be ideal, but, I mean, what we're doing is important, you know? And,
there's ruins there.
There are. But we need to report back to, Elliot, who will probably be in the Chev, and,
Sure.
well, we have the whole situation with the, Eagles here. We have to talk to people in the Chev about the hobgoblins. I don't know what we do about the gnolls. We have to at least tell them that that's a thing that's happening here. And now we have this whole Orsugo business. It would be irresponsible to run off the Hobgoblin if there's other things we need to do. But would I like to get back there? Yes, very much so. We still have to get Gwen to the I forget what you call it, Aldo. The hideout, yes, with the alchemy lab.
The crag or whatever.
I was under the impression she wasn't really keen on the idea.
No, she was interested in going. It just wasn't the best time. I had just partially destroyed her place of business with blood and dying Casper.
No, it's Hogwarts is actually not a bad place to spend the rest of the season. Speaking of which, checking up on Casper wouldn't be the worst. We got those, I guess those passes to go to the color spray.
Making sure what's-her-face is gone.
Yeah. And again, there are ruins there if we want to explore them without having to travel.
Yes, I learned some stuff about that while I was there. I don't remember if I've shared that with you or not.
Don't recall. Don't think
we may have to bribe our way in or fight our way in. Apparently, bandits have taken that place as their own, and there's a guy who sells some kind of material to Gwen. I'd have to ask her again what it was called, but he pays a toll, goes in there, gathers something, and brings it back out, and it's useful for her medicines and stuff she works on for the hospital. But there's apparently a door that's no one's been able to get into, which sounds familiar, I know. And I don't remember. I'd have to think on it. My brain's all over the place right now, but yeah, I do have some. Perhaps I wrote it down somewhere so I would remember.
Sounds like even more reason to go. Like, all the other stuff we can handle in a couple of conversations. We're not gonna need to spend the whole winter in Leshev just to ride back out here if we want to get back out by spring. All that stuff can happen. Plus, it's easy to get from Leshev to Ogwen. I mean, rivers aren't going to freeze over anytime soon.
I'm also a bit concerned about... I'll pull out, like, the map. These two keeps up here near where my family is. I know we don't know too much about them, but, well, between Hogwen and these two, it's a bit of a triangle of death right where my family roams.
Oh, that's right.
And when you say family, Koa, that consists of...
My parents. The free folk I spent some time with, and my family are a part of them now, I suppose, but I never quite felt like a free folk, even though I was. But my parents, well, they are free folk now, or at least last time I saw them was probably 2 years ago.
Yeah, maybe something to do after the after everything thaws. Yeah, maybe that's what we do. We report back to Elliot, get him what we can, talk to folks in Leshev about the Drazstone situation and the gnolls, and head for Hogwen.
I do have some armor I have to pick up there too, and I wouldn't mind going back to the... Do you think they'll still let us go to the color stay? Or was that expired now?
I think we still got time.
It was, but within a couple of months or something? A month? How long have we been gone? A couple of weeks?
Oh, then it might be expired. We can ask.
Yeah, we can try and do it anyway.
I've met the owner. Maybe he'll hook us up. He did manage to trick me into admitting I'm from Paradel.
I
Alright.
think it's worth thinking also about talking to Jaaek or Edric or some others. Once we've gone through a few of these places, I don't think we can break these curses alone.
Certainly not.
So we're going to have to figure out what to do here to break the curse. And we're going to have to figure out at least 2 other places. And we're going to have to convince others to travel and try to time this up or something. Because
So the way it sounds to me is, in regards to the curses and such, he said breaking 3 simultaneously, was it?
Yeah, it doesn't
3
have
at
to be
once.
the exact same moment, but within a short time. And if we don't do 3 at once, then we have to do all 7, the 7th of which we don't even know the location. And that has to be done within a single phase of the moon. Yeah, cycle of the moon.
But,
So we should shoot for 3 then.
For sure.
But if it has to be done that quickly, then that means we'll have to be 3 groups. So either we'll have to split up.
True.
We still can't travel alone, so we either have to split up or else we have to have 3 groups, us and 2 others. And they have
But
to
we don't know the curse exactly and how to break it here yet, right?
No, this one involved putting a stone back into its place or something, right?
Yeah. Oh, also, I talked to the elder again, but he's resting again. Oh, jeez.
That's sometimes scary.
I'm glad Scott got paid for my rejecting of sex.
All right.
Great reward.
He's been paid. Go ahead and go back downstairs now. It's done. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Our master plan, Scott. We planned this out. How to take Joey's money.
No,
So you two
what
want
the
to
fuck are we talking about? What the fuck were we talking about? Oh, yeah.
how to break
Breaking
the curses.
So, yeah. I think first thing, we need to get more information. I talked to the elder, and now he's resting again. But the more we learn, the more he remembers.
What?
He says more is coming back to him as we uncover things.
That seems
So,
odd, but perhaps useful.
Everything...
Maybe if we...
He's very odd, but it means that there's a chance, the more we learn about these keeps, the more he can actually help us figure out how to break these curses. More details on them, at least, not just an end goal that we can't even see.
Well, then perhaps traveling to several of these ruins would be worth it, just to see what other knowledge we can get. Plus, well, you gleaned some knowledge from the walls in the one room with the boulders, and then you have the book, right? Have you read through that?
Yeah. No, I didn't read it on the way here. Precipitation, and I wasn't sure if somebody was going to try something. But I'm going to try to read over it tonight, and then as we travel.
Well, that leaves me thinking, though. If we can find at least 2 other keeps and explore them, similar to what we've done here, see what information we can find, and then look at breaking the curses, might I suggest if we can find the one in Hobgoblin? Sounds like Koa already knows there's some door that won't open. That's more than likely the place to start. And then we've already found the other one in the forest. It's just how to get there.
Yeah.
Seems like the easiest thing we could do right now.
There was a jelly inside of the ruins. There's a jelly that is used as a reactant, an accelerant, and or a catalyst, depending on what it's being used for. That's what the bandit or whatever was gathering.
Like a chemical reagent?
Sure, yes. The steps apparently are very dangerous in that place. And there's he told me something about traveling in large groups. It's a bad idea, but I can't remember why. A madness or something, maybe, or a feeling of being watched. Group. A feeling of being watched if you're in I don't know. There's a feeling of being watched, and don't go in a large group. It's been a while since we talked to him, and Gwen might remember more as well. She was there for that discussion, but it's important that if we do go in there, if we bribe our way in with the bandits, perhaps we ask them directions, because I think it's either easy to get lost or there's a wrong path or something.
So it's probably better to grease the palms rather than go in loud.
That's what the vibe I seem to get from the place, yes.
Because they have good information. Okay.
But whatever the door is upstairs, apparently no one's been able to get into it. Maybe this key we have is a one-size-fits-all for all these places, or perhaps we're going to have to figure out new and exciting ways to wear jewelry to open doors.
Well, neither would be new to us at this point. But I agree. Hobgoblin, and then I guess we try to figure out the Twisted Grove after that. But we should also probably check out at least one of the ones near the Free Folk lands. I mean,
yes. Do you know what
that's important to you?
Do you remember what these are supposed to have wrong with them?
I know Chaos Keep's got to be one.
Why is
Scott, do you mind putting us back on that map?
Not a problem. Just give me a moment. I have to. I believe it's. I think I click this and I do this. I think this gets everybody there. Let me just make sure I can see it for chat.
Yeah. Chaos Keep.
Do you know why it's called Chaos
Wraith
Keep?
Blade. That's the one I believe supposedly drives people insane.
Well, I'm not. I don't think I'm a fan of going to that one.
Yeah, it's said to be a line to break to the point of no return. If you come within sight of it, it can affect you. I mean, they're all pretty ominous.
Well, this one was also supposed to be bodies being ripped up, which turned out to just be the gnolls, so...
Yeah. I mean, Twisted Grove definitely lived up to what it said. The one, I think, to the west of the Free Folk lands, then, yeah, is Wraithblade. The Wraithblade Keep. That one supposedly can cause people to turn on one another, or at least one of a number will turn to violence against the others of their party.
Well, knowing Koa, I don't want to go to that one either.
Or Mikhail, he could put us to sleep and then just stab us. Aldo, let's hope it's you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
really
definitely can't find us in any kind of vulnerable positions.
Unless we're in the sack. Alone or with others. That wasn't really necessary add-on to that sentence. I don't know why I did it.
Well, it is said to be tied to some restless spirit or something, so maybe it's a case of possession. In which case,
is there a way to
we
stop that?
I would need to do some research, but there should be.
Let's assume that we do 3 of these, right? We travel to 3, we unlock their secrets, we figure something out, and we get groups of willing people to go and we split up and we successfully break this curse. Does that mean all of the keeps are then safe, or do we still need to travel to each of them to do something, or what happens?
I believe when the main curse is broken, it's all of them. The way the elder said it, the individual curses, as we see them, are more symptoms of the big one, the one we call the Shattered Throne. I think once we break the main one by hitting 3 of the keeps at once, it unravels the entire curse.
Well, I suppose maybe we travel to one of them afterward just to make sure, but...
Yeah.
Perhaps Hobgoblin wouldn't be the worst place, then. Maybe there's research to be done there where something can be found about these places to help narrow it down even more. Just people passing through with stories.
Yeah.
Plus, if there's a 7th one that we don't know the location of, I mean, maybe someone will tell us, I don't know, that they saw water falls in reverse. That's basically how you described the fire, and I just stole that, but... something.
Well, you're convinced now. Besides, it's a more comfortable place to stay than Leshev.
Oh, that's true. And, not particularly fond of thinking about going into those woods again, especially in the winter, and that's the only thing we have near Leshev. Except for Leshev itself does have that stone bridge and some of the stonework.
True. I mean, we could examine that on our way through.
Yeah.
Because I think we're going to have to cross it. Anyway, I'm going to try to read some of this book as much as I can, and we should actually set up a watch, given what we saw outside, just in case.
Alright, well, tomorrow we make for Leshev then.
Yeah, we have to go all the way south out of the goat path first, don't we?
Yeah.
What if the hyenas cursed me with something? Maybe I'm sick. Maybe that's why I'm not down there.
No, you're something else. But it's not a bad thing.
Oh, sleeping it off it is. Alone.
I mean, if you ask nicely, Aldo might cuddle with you.
I kind of looked at Aldo, like trying to look serious, but he would fail a bluff check.
Well, at that, it's who's taking the first watch?
I'll stay up a bit. I've got things on my mind.
He's about to rub one out.
Off this cliff face.
Up the bird watching him.
Al-Sāmiyah, don't look, don't look, don't look!
Watch me. Oh, dear.
I too could have been fertilizing eggs tonight.
Oh, come on. Oh, man. I think we stop on that. Like,
well, I guess so. We're gonna remember to ask, because I think while taking watch, it would definitely be keeping an eye out, looking where the fire is. The fire thing still going?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah. So No longer is it like, because now at this point in time, it's been a couple hours, right? So, you have to go all the way. So you came upstairs. So first came in here.
I'm aware of Koa's journey.
All the upstairs, all the way downstairs, all the conversations, everything else. So it's been a couple of hours at this point, maybe 3-ish. So there's no longer crazy display happening, no more, if you will, pyrotechnics happening, but the fire is still burning. You can't tell if it's burning lower or not from here. It's again like it's a big ring of fire. I don't know how long your character is going to stay up and watch it.
Is it just the ring, or is there still a central fire?
There was never a central fire after, like, when you came upstairs and started watching the ring. The only central things were like when the pyrotechnics like stuff was happening, right?
Oh,
okay. Yeah, it was just the ring, and that's why she told the story about like somebody named, what was the name? Daelric, I think is what the name was. Yeah, whatever that is. And something about like spirits trapped in a body and consuming the spirits, or I don't know, some bullshit. So anyways, you guys
your own lore, dude. How do you call your own lore bullshit?
I mean, I'm playing it down because it was literally like a 3-year-long campaign that Jaaek played in, and his character was Daelric. So
again, all this goes over my head.
Yeah, you're good. I
was like, man, I hope you guys are writing this down. Did you remember that lore?
It was over 2 years. But either way, so
wasn't that like a hella prequel to this?
It started. So technically speaking, timeline, that series started 2 years prior to this series. So that series ended after this series began, but by less than a year. And you guys have already been going for about 3 months or so. So like where that series ended is about around where you like shortly after where you are now. Like come springtime, you're pretty much already there at the end of their whole series. So
okay. So they're recent history, but news travels slow because
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's also like news doesn't just travel slow because of like the time or whatever. It travels through the barren lands.
Yeah.
So like I can just tell you this: whatever she just told you, just for like fun fact, that was not the facts. That was the story. The facts are different from that. That was the story.
Yeah.
Right. And that's how news travels.
I take that as most of the stuff we hear is like, oh, okay, there's
Good
some
old,
nuggets of truth to that, right?
Good old case of Ascarian whispers, I think.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So, anyways, Wade, your character would stay up for how long? Because I don't. Are you guys actually properly doing watches all night, or are you just stay up for a few hours and Al-Sāmiyah's got it?
I mean, it took a key, a ring, and getting through this fucking crazy door to get in.
But yet,
I'm not too worried about that.
Fools were able to. Oh, go ahead.
This is kind of like Koa's gonna stay up, just kind of like watch the fire, watch the area around. I think he'll probably just let everyone else sleep. Like if everyone's sleeping, he might like nudge someone awake and be like, "If you want to take watch," or maybe Mikhail's still up reading or something. I don't know, but I don't think he's too worried about anyone actually getting in. He'd probably close the door if no one like jostles awake.
Okay.
Which Mikhail is going to try to read.
It took a lot to get in here. It's going to take a lot for someone to like come attack them in their sleep.
So 3 hours later or so, I imagine your character's finally so exhausted, especially since you were fatigued, right? The fatigue, it can't go away till your healing is done. Oh, you only took 2 points, so an hour later you're... So about 2 hours after that battle downstairs, your fatigue would have worn off, so it's gone. But so about 3 hours later, you'd be watching out there.
Now too, right?
What?
Well, the non-lethal would cure. I think fatigue takes like
for him. The non-lethal takes an hour, and then the fatigue would take it's until the damage is
exhausted.
Gone,
it's like an hour.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You are correct. Yeah. So the morning, the fatigue is gone. But either way, Wade. So about 3 hours later, when your character's finally getting ready to pass out, you would still see the ring of light off in the distance. But truth be told, it's burning so low by the time your character passes out that it's not that only your character would see it. Only your character can appreciate how bright it is because of your low light vision, right? The rest of them, they would be able to see it, but it wouldn't be as bright for them as it is for you, But you can see the ring still even as you're passing.
You would probably let at least Mikhail know. Because Mikhail was the one who was like talking about the fire. Like he'd probably either wake Mikhail up or interrupt his reading to be like, "I'm going to sleep, but the fire is mostly gone. I don't even know if you could make much out, but if you want to watch, all yours."
Maybe Mikhail even goes out there, has a candle or whatever he
takes a
needs
look.
to use to and just reads his book, until it gets too cold to stay out there, and eventually goes back in. But Mikhail, do me a favor. Actually, is it rolling up the session? Why don't you go ahead and roll me a linguistic? Is it linguistics? Yeah, linguistics check, please. I don't know if you have any more of those +5s, or did you use them all? Did you save that one because you didn't use it?
Did we use that last one? I think we did.
There was one that you were talking about because you didn't use it for the strength check.
No. Spellcraft.
Oh, you did use it
for
for
the
spellcraft.
spellcraft.
That's right. I was like, there's something after that, but it was a spellcraft.
To try to identify the thing. Yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah. I'll just tell you as you're reading this book, linguistics check to try to properly understand some details, whatever inside there. Oh my God. Okay. You have a 27. Do you care to luck that? I don't even know if you need to. That's fucking high.
Nah.
So
fun fact.
DC's 30.
Damn.
But if you speak tall specifically, you get a +5 to the roll.
Which I do.
So you actually beat the check first try, which blows my fucking mind. Okay, give me a second to look this up.
Oh boy.
I was like, cool. Well, in a couple weeks I'll let his character roll again. This totally isn't going to happen, but never mind.
Right at the end of the session.
Give Scott a little while. He doesn't speak tall.
Did I just hear us echoing? That was
Hello.
weird.
Did you hear Wade insult you twice in a row?
Actually, I did. After I heard my own voice, I heard Wade insult me. So I swear I heard an echo. That was weird. All right. So Telvanus's Compendium of the Mole Empire. Common knowledge. Telvanus, a renowned naturalist and scholar, served as a trusted advisor and historian within the Mole Empire. Initially an enslaved servant, his scholarly aptitude earned him a rare status that few could rival. Over the years, Telvanus became one of the Empire's most celebrated naturalists, traversing the lands and documenting his discoveries with an eye for detail. Known for his keen insight and methodical research, he became the author of this compendium, later referred to simply as the Mole Encyclopedia. This work stands out as kind of his magnum opus, which is in total a 30-volume encyclopedia of the Empire's life and culture, chronicling subjects like social customs, education, flora, fauna, their intricate economy, and more. So all sorts of interesting stuff about the thing. Boring. With unrestricted access to the Imperial libraries and resources, he was uniquely positioned to compile an exhaustive archive. Unlike any before seen, his access extended well beyond the confines typically of scholarship and blah, 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 blah. So more or less, he was able to both travel, view, study, but also have access to other people's knowledge more than most other people would be able to do, which is why he was able to compile such an incredible subject thing. That's what it's known for. However, the truth behind Telvanus's compendium was more than mere scholarship. A covert ally to a Perrin resistance, Telvanus used the work as a vessel to secretly record crucial information about the Empire's most sensitive subjects. Beneath the innocent-seeming entries on flora and trade routes, Telvanus embedded knowledge that was only accessible to the trained eye, hidden codes, cryptic symbols, and archaic references that would allow the Perrin rebels to piece together insights about the Empire's strengths, weaknesses, and secrets. In collecting and deciphering a complete set of the encyclopedia, readers can gain access to the full breadth of Telvanus's subversive annotations, which contain strategies, weaknesses, and hidden truths about the Empire. Only those with the knowledge to decode Telvanus's writings and contextually understand the hidden lore can uncover these dangerous secrets. Blah, 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 blah. In total, Telvanus's Compendium of the Mole Empire holds two distinctive purposes: a public-facing historical reference for future generations, and a clandestine guide for dismantling the Empire's control. Though it is aged, the compendium's contents remain potent, offering powerful insights to anyone who can unlock their hidden wisdom. More than that, I said that the description on the outside of your book was an orange filigree.
Yes.
Orange filigree. It takes you a while to put 2 and 2 together, but you realize there's like hidden shit inside here. It's like literally you're staying up until the sun comes up in the morning, and others are coming out and seeing that you're like leaned over this book and like have cross references and notes written down about it. And they see you like watching, coming out of your room to see your roommate is overly obsessed over a video game they recently got back into or whatever it is. They're coming out and seeing you like with a, a percolator next to you with a small fire that you would have burned at one point in time, continuing to drink tea or whatever you needed to do. Your exhausted eyes, like, red or whatever it is, as you continue to search over this book and realize that this book had all sorts of a hidden formula and ingredients and regions or whatever suggested inside there. This book actually details secrets to mole alchemy inside of it, but it's not complete. It is not complete. Having one volume of the book that you've unlocks the ability to attempt lore skill checks on the subject that you unlocked. You can now access lore alchemy. Now, your character already could. Lore mole alchemy. Yeah. Your character technically already could because you're a bard. You have a special feature. But if you show this to your friends and you teach them how to use the book, they can reference the book with you and they can roll those checks as well. Not just you. You just have to guide them through, and they have to make their own check with your guidance to be able to puncture through or whatever it is to see it, right?
Yeah. But, okay.
Cool. That is what you've already unlocked right there, which is awesome. But there are, as I said, 30 volumes in total, and there's no way all of them were just about mole alchemy.
Wait, I thought this was the 31st volume. Which one is this?
This is the first. Let's call it the first. It's actually like number. It's like number. What did I tell you? Number 3 or 7 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It's one of 30 volumes, and it is one of the volumes that specifically talk about mole alchemy inside there. And your character, like again, you're exhausted, whatever it is the next day, but you come to the realization, like, holy shit! I don't just have like boring information about trees and bugs and whatever falls into this letter, right?
I wouldn't call it boring.
But you find out like there's like hidden alchemy shit inside here, which is nuts. And so now you're like, I need more of these books. And fun fact for everybody that's at home or anybody that's in the game, with probably 15% of my input, this was crafted by Abusive Snaga as one of the patrons.
Hey.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Snaga.
Yeah. Very exciting. All right, cool.
So you were definitely still awake whenever I came to bed.
Apparently. Yeah.
Apparently. He's just like, I'll do the next watch. I'll do the next watch. It doesn't.
He's like dozing off, but like numbers are moving off the page and rearranging themselves. And he's like,
Well, that's the cool thing too, is like you'll realize like literally some pages are written funny. Like why did his like sentence structure and phrasing and why is it so different from his writing style here? And then you rub your eyes, you stop to get coffee, tea or whatever it is. You're sipping it and you like see it through like the steam of the tea and like the cold air, and you realize like now that it's blurry, you're like, hold on, wait. If I take the picture back and look at it, literally the curve of these letters, you take a step back, all those letters, like the way that they're curving together, make a symbol on the whole fucking page. When you realize that you like turn a page and you turn it back, and you realize if I flip through like 18 pages, it's 18 symbols that tells me a sentence or a word or whatever it is. And you're like, holy shit, what is going on? And then that's how you're like realizing there's so much hidden shit inside here. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Gotta fix that.
Listen, forensic. I probably still have it somewhere in my office, but a long time ago, I ran a campaign that literally lasted over 3 years. It was one of my 3.5 year long IRL campaigns I did before I started streaming. And in the beginning of the campaign, it was maybe session 2, 5, somewhere in that range. Of a 3.5 year campaign where we played 10 to 12 hour sessions every week for, let's call it 45 plus weeks a year, right? And we lasted 3.5 years. So this long fucking campaign, right? I gave them a handout, and it was written in some font that I found on computers back many years ago, some cursive font. And literally the first letter of every line, whether or not it was a new sentence, the first letter of every line was capitalized. And it was lined up that if they literally just read the first letter straight down this like 2-page thing or whatever it was, I gave them as a hint.
To mouth?
Whatever it was, if they read it down, it was more or less the answer to like the campaign. And instead they played like almost 3 years before they got the answer the hard way. That afterwards is like, motherfuckers, it was right here the whole time. They're like, oh, I never would have. I'm like, I fucking hate you. But and then there was a few months after that before the campaign came to a close. I probably have it in my office somewhere, but I was like, ah! But anyways, it takes hours because you didn't have like AI and shit like that to help you back then. It was you on a shitty old laptop and fighting with Microsoft Word because it kept changing the phrase, the spacing and all that on you. Anyways, moving on.
Can you send me that info that
actually
I started to type it?
Literally give you this.
Yeah.
Right. Hold on. Where are you? Where are you, Keegan? Here. In our Discord channel, our group Discord channel. Cool. All right. Anything we want to say before we end?
Happy New Year.
Oh yeah, Happy New Year. Huh.
So when are you announcing we're playing 2 days a week, Scott? Is that when's that happening again?
So fun fact, Jake, I don't think you know this. My fridge broke.
I don't.
Here we go again.
Yeah. Like every week something new happens. So my fridge broke this time. We had to throw away a bunch of breast milk, which if you have ever had to pump or if you've been in a relationship or close to somebody that's ever had to pump, you know how difficult that is. So you had to throw away a bunch of breast milk because of the fridge breaking. So and I literally spent multiple hours on the 31st and the 1st at local stores trying to shop for a new fridge. Just to try to take advantage of a sale before the sale ended, because now I have to spend a bunch of money on a fridge because my 18-month-old fridge died. So Jake, as soon as my life is settled, yeah, I know, Keegan, I know. And so now they're like,
is it not under warranty?
So the store gives you like full warranty for 1 year. After that, it's like manufacturer's warranty. And manufacturer's warranty literally has in phrasing that act of God is not covered by the fridge. And act of God is anything that they can more or less blame on anything that they can't figure out what it is. It's like, oh, that's an act of God. That is legally in American law, act of God. So
I think it's actually better defined than that. You could probably fight them on that.
No. So there are many different reasons for it. So I have a repair guy coming on Friday. They're going to tell me if it's covered or if I have to buy a new one. So I ordered a fridge before the sale ended, and I ordered a fridge to be delivered Monday, so that if they tell me Friday I'm good, I can cancel the order. But if I'm not good, I just have to suffer through until Monday, and then I get a fridge delivered. So, it's just safer that way, But
what's really dumb is like brownouts and stuff count.
Yep, those are acts of God. Yep.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it's the compressor, but I either way. So it was 18-month fridge, and it went out on me right after the warranty's gone. So they said to me, "So you're gonna buy the 5-year warranty this time, right?" And I was like, "You motherfuckers! You just want an extra $230 from me." And they're like, "Well, it would have saved you $1,500." I'm like, "I want to punch you. I want to punch you so hard." Like,
great customer service.
I mean, it's Home Depot.
Good shit. Good shit.
I mean, more or less, imagine if you walked up to Summon Snake and you were like, "Hey, I have this problem," and there's emotion behind it because my wife lost breast milk. I mean, and then Summon Snake's the one that has to solve your problem for you. Do you trust that?
Did he even speak recently? Like, why is he catching? That's not even a stray.
Is that a Mortal Kombat character?
I mean, Summon Snake is a viewer and he works at Lowe's.
Yeah.
Oh, Lowe's is famous for their customer support. They are etched in history.
Yeah, customer
distractible
champions.
history is Lowe's.
Yep.
I may present Exhibit A, Bob's fridge. We were just talking about it in chat.
Well, this is a Home Depot fridge. What brand was Bob's fridge?
Refrigerator.
Oh,
I don't know.
Mine was an LG.
This was whenever he was out in like San Francisco. I don't fucking know. I never saw.
Oh, it was a while ago. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Well, he just had to replace the fridge again at his new house here in Cincinnati, but he didn't go through Home Depot. I forget who he went through. It was a whole thing again.
Yeah.
Damn.
Always always is.
They had to replace it like 2 days before Thanksgiving. I think like they showed up the day before Thanksgiving.
Oh my fucking god!
And they were hosting Thanksgiving.
That's right. I mean,
holy shit!
I'm lucky enough that while we
That
found out about the
sucks.
fridge, because breast milk is so fragile, we had to throw away a bunch of it. But I'm lucky enough
Do you have
that
nipples? Why
Brittany's,
don't you get pumped for some milk?
Brittany's old job was property management for like a large property, and there was an old fridge for a place that they were remodeling that was in pretty good shape. So we actually have got from them for free forever ago this ugly old shitty beat up fridge that we have in our basement. It's out around the corner from my office. So like we were able to move a bunch of stuff there. So we only threw away about maybe a third of the food, but a lot of breast milk, because again, it's like you have to be careful with that. It's an infant. You can't get them sick off of something you're not. Like if as an adult, you're just like, I'll just eat it. Like I've had pizza that's sat on the counter
You eat
for
spoiled
36
breast
hours.
milk?
Huh?
You drink spoiled breast milk?
You know what, Wade? When you're in a pinch, you pinch that nipple.
But it's also
spoiled
effectively
at
raw
that
milk
point.
with a lot of like living bacteria and shit in it. So yeah, it's best to be careful.
Yeah, it's both has a
Fucking hell.
also bacteria and probiotics for that bacteria to feed on. So, yeah.
Yeah, probably smart.
Yeah. Anyways.
Anyway, I'm gonna run a Pathfinder campaign next week. It's the same one I've been running, but I haven't got to for 2 weeks, so
Wait, you didn't play?
I'm really glad to get to run it again.
Did you play last week?
No, we were playing
Last
games.
night?
Yeah, we were just playing party games because Hyperphase had New Year's plans, so we only had him for like an hour. I was like, I'm not gonna play an hour of campaign and then
Kill
have
his
to
character.
stop. Dude, after this session, I was like, if he has plans next week, his character's dead. I was like, we're not doing this shit again.
Well, you can always introduce a bag
We'll
of
be live.
holding in reverse.
It's a bag of devouring.
Hey, buddy, your character died. They got him in a bag of holding, though. Don't worry about it. We'll res you in a couple of weeks.
Bag of holding
Hey,
is not
buddy,
preserved
bad
items.
news.
It's not preserved.
Yeah.
Becomes
Bad news.
bag
You
of
rotted.
maggots. That's what it becomes. So,
Yeah.
by the way, Wade, I do want to give you credit. Like as exciting, Kiken. Sorry that you're like very.
I'm done.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that was-
please make it about me.
No, Wade. I do have to give you credit though. Choosing not to have sex next to a corpse.
Oh.
Like you can imagine the scene. Like you guys are doing whatever, and I was like the arm because of like I don't know vibration.
Dude,
The
there
arm,
would have
like,
been a pile of horse shit over here, a pile of donkey shit there, an actual corpse there,
like
the door that cost me my hands at the very end of the hallway, and then the stairs that nearly killed us on the other. There's not a good place to look other than tits.
yeah.
Listen, if we had heard moaning and shit downstairs,
There's a lot of
Aldo and
ghosts.
Mikhail would have had like the strongest bonding. Like,
Is that a ghost?
We'd never forget about that shit.
Aldo be like,
Bro, we
actually,
were
I
right."
got this time.
Oh God.
But bro, they really are like that. Holy shit.
What are you doing?
This is where Aldo uses his disguise skill, and he disguises as what's her name?
You want to have sex
what's the
with
name?
Koa? Yara?
No. While you were downstairs, we disguise as Gwen, and then I come and I'm like, how could you? And then I
Doesn't
run
even
back up
shave
the
the
stairs.
beard for the bit though. Goes down the
Nope.
But he
bearded
rolled a
Gwen.
20, so I believe it anyway.
Just completely traumatizes him.
But your golden locks.
Like, wow, I can't believe you did that to Gwen.
And I'm getting shit for things I said no to. What the fuck?
We're just letting you know how good it was that you said no. You know.
Dude, it was tough. Koa, listen, Yara had some qualities that Koa was like, dude, one arm and she's out there fucking fighting and shit. Say no more.
Tuck behind a rock, ready to take somebody under the knees. Like,
The bar I usually draw is, can you take your entire beer in one gulp? But this is a whole new level.
it might take her a
Virgo
few
worshiper
gulps.
too.
She is small. She like little like if you give her a quart, you know, it's like they have quarts. It's like yeah, they're
Scary
she's
movie gets stuck to the ceiling.
small. The ceiling's a pit trap.
Yeah, you guys upstairs.
Bad
You
way
see
to
the pit
go.
trap open up, and she just comes flying through the other way.
Okay. That's probably bad.
Okay, I gotta raid somebody. We get. Why are we
Drops
doing-
off the ceiling. She's like, Mikhail, can you prestidigitation me? She's just like naked.
No, you said I stink.
That would take a
Closed
few
pit trap.
castings. I
Dude,
think.
imagine the walk of shame in a fucking mole temple or keep or whatever.
Trying to like dodge traps.
Oh.
Accidentally sets off the boulder.
Hey, there's not a backpack in your way to slip between the
You're
bars.
rolling, just like, fuck it. just take me. I don't care.
Dude, she could slip between the bars
So
easily,
tired.
especially if she was buck naked. She's already tiny.
Yeah, she's small. Yeah.
Yeah.
She'd have an easy time of it.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
Apparently no one. I mean,
We're laughing
nothing.
about the sex that never was.
I never was.
We're sad men.
But at least you get to go upstairs. You get to tell Molly, like, Molly, guess what? I did not have sex. You know what, Molly? I was faithful.
I don't
was
even get to
faithful
tell
to
her
my
she went
girl.
to sleep an hour ago.
Well, Molly, I was faithful
Just wake
last
her
night.
up.
I want to
Wake
let you
her
know,
up.
Molly. I had the opportunity to sleep with a sexy lady, and I was faithful, Molly.
Gwen,
But-
though. Not
yeah.
I was
To
faithful
my
to
imaginary
someone else.
girlfriend.
Oy vey.
I was faithful to my other side piece.
All right, good night, baby. I love you.
You wake her up just to tell her that.
Yeah, you do not wake Molly up.
Oh. All right, bye everybody.
One does not simply walk in to wake Molly up.
Yeah, we'd have to get rid of Wade's character because there'd be no Wade.
Yeah, obliterated.